going back and rewatching it and finding some of its deeper implications, it's much more gratifying on the second time around. But
We've
we're
just
on.
gone
What's
live,
up,
by the
everybody?
way. This is the Slick Dissident. Slick Dissident is a true dissident, and he's truly slick, and he's an enigmatic enigrammer, and he throws those numbers around in a classical style with the Greek cosmological principles and mythologies all in tow, well mapped out into what I call Greek Kabbalah, and a great philosopher, awesome thinker, innovator, channeler. I call what you do channeling, because you, like an antenna, ping, 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 just pick things out of the cosmos and just sort of resonate them into the brain. Without further ado, I'd love to give you a chance to introduce yourself.
Awesome, brother. Yeah, thanks for having me again. Slick Dissident is my YouTube channel name. You'll find my work also on the Interverse with Chance Garton. He's over on Rockfin and also on the YouTubes. And I've done quite a few shows with the One-on-One podcast, JOJP. Get down with the Paranoid American now. I've got a few episodes with him. Used to weave with the spiders, and let's not forget Rising from the Ashes podcast. They've kind of been on a bit of a hiatus at the moment. Our boy Homie Romy is always on the move, and he just had his adventures in Hawaii. So yeah, he's got a lot going on, but there's some work over there with them as well. So that's my haunt. That's my hauntology.
I've been wanting to get the homie Romy on for so long, but he's obviously become a dad. And I remember when I was a dad, I was like, you can all just bugger right off. I'm at home with my baby. I don't have time for anything, which is how it's supposed to be. Because you know how fragile newborn babies are. They're like a whole story unto themselves. It's like you just want to, the first 6 months are so crucial to being as present as possible. And obviously then you need to earn money, because like, have you seen the price of nappies? And everything else that goes with them? Babies are not cheap these days. So, all of these factors add up. And then, of course, you want to be home as much as you can with your baby. You don't have time to focus on other things, but I'm sure he will be back. I'm counting the months. And he said to me he's going to be back. So I'm so looking forward to that, brother. He's also another one of those poetic guys that I like his style. So we've come to talk today about, and let me know if my voice gets distorted or if it's too soft. Is it loud? Is it clear? Is it non-distorted? Okay, thank you, brother. I'm so paranoid about my mic, but now that I'm running on not running on Firefox, this Chrome works so well. My whole problem was that I'm addicted to Firefox and I hate Chrome. Excuse my French. I don't like corporate crap, but it seems you have to use corporate crap to make this crap work. This is corporate stuff, isn't it? So we're talking today about mindfulness, meditation, and the psychology of spirituality and the spiritual philosophies. And welcome, we've got Apple Cider. Hope you're good. Hope you're thriving. Hope you're smiling. Hope you're jiving. Om Shanti. Hope you enjoy the show. And for me, this is like a very close to my heart topic, because I think I've been through a couple of different spins of the psychological spin of spirituality. I've been, I think, off the path a few times because of the path. And I think it's like the path sends you off the path. Well, I think it depends upon our personality profile and our type as to how we react to it. And at different phases in our lives, probably relating to the Saturnial pull and push and the Jupiterian aspects, and our sun, of course, how it dances between these two poles, and where Venus is sitting with our emotional body, gives us this, and of course Mercury, the communication, how this is going to affect how we react. Because in my perception, there seems to be a number of different kinds of reactions to the spiritual path, and I'm speaking broadly because there's spiritual experience, there's spiritual philosophy, there's spiritual cosmology, there's the spiritual path as a whole, there's the discipleship, I call it, when one takes a discipline on. and one tries to apply that discipline to one's life, there are psychic reactions. Like if you push hard against the table pushes as hard against your hand. This is physics. And the mind and the psyche seems to do the same thing. So the harder you push towards opening your spiritual centers, the harder your psychological recoil will be towards any kind of a reaction to the spiritual work that you're doing. And this is a well-known element in this psychic spiritual field. For anybody that's training, practice a lot of meditation and you will see the worst of yourself revealed. Yes, it will make you peaceful, it will make you calm, but it will make you bring out parts of yourself that you didn't know were present. Ori, relax. That's my Malamute chiming in. There might be a mongoose loose in the garden, craving up the snakes, gobbling up the snakes on my property. I haven't had any snakes in the home for a while, which is cool, though I do love snakes. We do have cobras around here, so we do need to be careful. The puff adders are mostly on the mountain, but I caught a cobra in my street about some months ago. It was a young one, a baby one. And yeah, so we have to be vigilant here. But luckily I've got a Malamute, so he lets me know when the... In fact, I don't know if he's a good idea, really, because the mongoose is doing its work. We've got a mongoose living in the property. So it's really awesome. I love mongoose. They are the most lithe, fastest. If you want to learn about martial arts, watch a mongoose. Watch the way they move. They're so quick. They're so intelligent in their motion. They move like a serpent a little bit. They like wiggle, you know. You watch them fight a snake. I mean, I've watched David Attenborough. It's impressive to watch. But yeah, so there's the spiritual recoil and the psychological impacts of spiritual devotions and practices are quite a well-known feature. And then, of course, there's the way that we react to it. You know, some people become obsessed, like my way is the right way. And then we've got all these cults. Oh gosh, we're going to have fun discussing the cults, you know. I've got someone here living here who is hell bent on this, what I can only call battle Christianity, apocalyptic Christianity, waiting for this rapture that will come and take all the good people and leave all the evil people here to suffer on hell. Wow, what a concept. And you'll see the same idea playing itself out in the let's get cosmic and get galactic, you know, but in a different theme. Where I'm not saying that there isn't a shift of vibration and field and consciousness, but I think that we see what we want in the spiritual traditions and the doctrines that we're exposed to. Hello, Mexico. Welcome. Hope you're good. And then, of course, mindfulness and meditation and what that is, how that plays into shaping the melon pip between the eyes and purifying the temple and getting the temples aligned, Idam Pingala, so that we can get that X-Wing fighter within our mind released, you know, get that laser eye focused, the Shiva eye, so we can learn to channel the unilateral, single-minded zazen, as they call it in Japanese, or tune in to the uncarved block of the Tao with a whole brain function. But I'd love to give you a chance to jump in and dive in. Gabriel, where would you want us to hit the ball first and start? And it's all open. I mean, even the tinfoil hat stuff, it's going to come up.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Well, just some of my initial thoughts on the topic. You know, I love when we take our ologies and we bring them close together and see what sparks off, like psychology and spirituality, you know, and like these have common ground. They overlap, and in that overlap is where many beautiful things become birthed out. And you know, because of the secular world, we are often, and each in their own patterning, but we are required to dial back our spirituality and dial up our philosophy, or you know, dial back your emotionality or even your sentimentality, dial that down so that you can go to work and be a, you know, be a cog in a machine. And you set all of that spirituality and the emotionality aside for the day, and you put in your hours and you get on the grind. And my father has a really cool term that he gave to me, and I find it to have more uses than I ever imagined. He says he talks about going into emotional debt. He says a lot of people live in emotional debt, and I find that there's more, that metaphor works in all the other ologies. You can go into uh, yard work debt. You can go into I haven't talked to my best friend in a long time debt. I haven't talked to this friend in a year, so there's a debt there. So you're not staying current with your life priorities. And so that metaphor of talking about it in terms of debt is the word debt has a lot of weight. And I think this kind of pulls that weight out from under it. And you can use the word debt in other fun ways so that it becomes like a to do list, or it raises it as a priority in your life. When you call it a debt, you're like, this is something I need to elevate more in my priority list. Um, and so when we go to engage in the physical or the demanding, we set aside our emotionality. We set aside many times we have to set aside our spirituality when we go to, make bread. Um, some of us are really fortunate that we can sneak in some spirituality along the way. We find little ways to make uh, the endeavors into spiritual reward, and that's a fun thing to do. I think often about I worked in produce at Whole Foods for over a decade, almost 2 decades. Um, and one thing I loved, um, filling up my cart to go and stock the produce floor. I loved bringing in all this fresh new life energy, and literally, I was literally peddling the cycle of life from on a channel. Like the good stuff goes this direction out to the people, and all the spoiled stuff and unwanted gets segmented out and divvied up onto the prepared foods department. And you make sure that you're in this preventative position to make sure as little as possible goes into the dumpster, and that everything finds a home before you're putting things into waste. And even then, we had spoilage carts that the food share group would come, and we could donate a lot of spoiled foods. Uh, so it was just this really cool life of being the middleman of what is fresh and what's on its way out to somebody's mouth, and what's going uh, out to the dumpster or to the waste. It was really cool, and so I could turn that into a spiritual path for myself to make it even more rewarding. And so, that is one way where you can kind of engage with the life energy of your work. And this is, it's just one example, but I think everybody's job, to some degree, you hope that you have an avenue to integrate a spiritual reward as well, or a psychological reward, or um, just get benefits such that your work is also giving back to you in a way that you feel excited to reciprocate the give and the take of paying those dues. And then my other thought with that is, isn't it funny how you can go work a really hard work day and you forgot to be spiritual, you forgot to take care of the self, you carried on all this baggage, you got all this stress that is still with you at the end of the day. And isn't it sometimes kind of funny how uh it only takes, after 8 hours, 10 hours, 12 hours, it only really takes a couple minutes of focused concentration and remodulating your thinking, changing your breath, processing all of that, that you can literally, with practice, you can let go of it all in a matter of 60 seconds or so, you know? And all of that stress can just change with you know, uh, some meditative practice. And I just love how that happens, so that as good as we become at holding things in, you can be really good at letting go in a very short period of time with just a couple deep meditative breaths.
I love that, brother. Spiritual debt and emotional debt and mental and financial debt. It's all equivalent. And I suppose it's because we've been taught in life, what can we get out of it? It's the bottom line. We've been taught in school, like, so what's the bottom line? You're going to get your certificate. You're going to get a good job. You're going to get money. And so you're schooled from like young age to start getting in line with that. What's the bottom line? The bottom line is there's a textbook, there's questions, there's simple answers. Those answers get me a certificate. That's all I need to worry about. Then it's like, what's the bottom line? Work. Well, what's going to make money? The company I'm working for. At the end of the day, whether you're working for yourself, whether you're working for a company, it's bottom line. How's this money going to be made? Bottom line, money. So we're taught to bottom line it. And I think that constant bottom lining it means that we're always trying to say, well, what can I get out of the system? What can I get out of this? Because what do I need? What can I get? And that constant I getting it out of it means that what can I get out of this emotional vehicle? What can I get out of this for me? So we're constantly drawing out of the bank, drawing from our own emotional strength to sustain our fantasies, our dreams, using our emotional power to power our work, our days, our lives, our manifestation of our goals, everything that we think we want, all that we think that we are, redefining the image of what we are. I suppose all of this is sort of like drawing from the fundamental bank of emotions. And this sort of takes us this debt. And another thing that you mentioned is stress. And I like that word. When that word comes out of your mouth, it's funny. When you speak words, I see them. Like I see this image of a tress. And the tress is contained within the S of the serpent dance of energy. And so the structure of the tress contained within the serpent dance of energy is what stress is. And so it's poise, which is rather interesting. Because poise is how you generate strength in anything, martial arts. If you want to be strong, you want to get good poise. If you got good alignment, good poise, good structure in the way you stand, the way you position your momentum and your center of balance, you're going to be very strong. And obviously it's got to do with feet on the ground. So the stress, I think, is because we've always been forced to ground our energies without looking at the process of what those energies are doing. Ground those energies quickly, because it's like life is a fight, right? You don't have time. The next punch is coming. Whoa, you got to duck punches. You got to throw your own punches and get your points in life. And if you're not awake, you get knocked down. You got to get up. You'll be back on your feet very quickly. Like, won't fall asleep again. Next time, I'm going to watch out for that flying left or whatever it was that knocked you down. And so we learn to be on the defense a lot. And I think the defense is what produces the stress, because defensive stances, I find, like in martial arts, are very stress-induced stances. They are very much structured, deep, solid, ready to take a punch, ready to take a shot. Like it's a trade-off. You're ready to take one to give one. And so it's like that whole idea of like taking your roots in, but it forces your chi to become active, and your shen then feeds your chi. Now we're back to the whole idea of debt. So we've got our shen governing the sphere of our heart, and we've got our chi governing the cauldron. And so when the shen gives to the chi, it creates a debt. The shen, the emotions, are in debt to the chi. Now the chi has got a whole lot of energy that it can use to like power whatever it is you need to do, get it done. But now the shen is like, it's sacrificed itself so that the chi can be big. And I think those metaphors work rather well, because what mindfulness is, and that's something that you touched on, Gabriel, the whole idea of just taking a minute or however long it takes. And I believe it takes more than a minute. It takes me a little while longer sometimes. Sometimes I really got to like sit with it. But you can do a lot in a minute if you put your heart into it. That's what it comes down to. It's like you get out of it what you're putting into it at the end of the day. And that whole idea of shifting the consciousness field, by emptying the mind of thoughts and filling the mind with emptiness. It's a lovely concept. Because you got to think of the polarity of four, always the yang yin. Where's the yang in the yin? Where's the yin in the yang? So you've got to empty the mind of thoughts and fill the mind with emptiness. And so these four aspects of the being become like a circle with a cross in it. Or, that's the 5 elements of the Tao, if you want to consider it in such a fashion. And so the mind becomes centered. And that cross in the circle represents connecting all 4 aspects. So all 4 faces of Brahma are looking from the same point. That's the key. They need to be centered. All of the 4 aspects need to come together. The 4 directions need to be in a state of equanimity. And so this is why we see a lot of mindfulness and equanimity and meditation, the ability to focus one's awareness in such a way that one's consciousness is aware, awake, yet there's a passivity. And the passivity is an action. This is how it gets interesting. So you're not just passive, you're actively being passive, which is quite a concept to indulge in. And so mindfulness becomes really a pathway towards developing this. I'm sure we're going to get into the mindfulness. I mean, martial arts is all about mindfulness. That's where I first started meditating, was with Zazen. When I was lucky enough to be, I found a Shihan, which is a very rare thing to find in the West. And he grabbed me when I was a kid, when I was 12, and he was like, pulled me into his sensei classes. And I was like, what am I doing here with these guys? These guys are like 3rd dan, 4th dan, like I don't belong here. And it was only the classes for dhyana, for the meditation, what is called dhyana in Vedic schools, for the Zazen, because he wanted me to learn to control my energy. Because obviously I was a wild cannon when I was young, so I had automatic access to these things. I could become incredibly strong, which means I could become incredibly dangerous if I wasn't thinking. And so anyway, that was for me what really got my spiritual path ignited and brought all these other issues to foot. Hello, Jenny. I hope you're well. Hope you're thriving. Hope you're having a great day, and welcome. And so it caused me to have to face my demons. I use the word demons in inverted commas. My ego, my weaknesses, which seemed like strengths. Isn't that funny, Gabriel? How our weaknesses seem like strengths.
So true. It's very true. Yeah. And I think the word demons is the perfect word for it also. People recoil from certain terminology and certain language, but I think demons is just it's just solid. It's nice and universal. Uh uh because that's what kind of the gift of the Bible is. It gave us a lexicon that we can all save the time of just having a meeting of the minds with expediency. But yeah, everybody, it's so funny that their demon, their weakness, their vulnerability, their shadow also in time becomes their forte. It becomes the gift that they can bring to the table to kind of speak from experience, to share and lead the next group of learners. Yeah. And I like it. I like spelling it with a D, the A and the E that fuses together into one letter, the AE. I like spelling it Daemon. It's like that daemon. Um, and then I do the same for angel, with the angels like Gabriel, Michael, Raphael, Uriel. I put the A and the E together. So for both the angels and the demons, I like to use these old ways, these old fusions of the vowels, because they kind of come from the similar dimension, I think, these angels and these demons.
Yeah, that's interesting. While you were talking, I was hearing this. The Maon. These different syllables resonating through my consciousness. The mother, sort of disconnecting from the mother, but switching on the powers of the sun. And I think that's sort of quite interesting. The powers of the sun represent the ego for me. And by the ego, I don't mean the persona, I mean the ego. And obviously, it does relate to the number 4 and the number 1, but it finds extension through the number 6. Hence, the sun symbol is a hexagon. And it's very connected to Saturn in this way. For Saturn controls what is directs what is brought forth from the sun. If we want to consider it in such a way, the sun brings all the life force into this existence, and Saturn comes and sort of structures it, gives it purpose, each thing, structure, time and place. And so On is obviously an old name of the sun, solar, from land of Kim. And die means to be in split. A die is also a cube, which is another concept. And to derail, detach, demand is to step out of something. So and then the my, mata, mother, comes from all the traditions, all the languages, the mother. So to disconnect from the mother and to become totally connected to the masculine principle in terms of action, control, so focused on the control without the perception of how that feeds back loop into the consciousness through the emotional field of the Ba channel. And the Ba channels, as the ancient Kemians or the Egyptians were talking about, is how we replenish our emotional force. And that's that debt that we were talking about, the Ba. And the Ka is what we can achieve. The Ka is what we put out. It's that Saturnial direction of energy that can shape the powers of the sun. So the powers of the sun comes out, and then Saturn shapes that Ka. And that Ka gives a feedback loop, which in the Ba is received. And the Ba becomes the Ba, the Va. See? Ba, Va, B and V interchangeable. Va, Vau, Vav is obviously one of the important letters, the 6th letter. So it's the 5th tarot card. It's the 6th letter. It's related to Venus, which is quite interesting, in as much as it's an exact extension of Taurus and the Tau, the Taurus, the Taurus field of emanation and manifestation, which is Venus's expression of this principle of sound, the 3rd principle of Hermes coming into being through the vibrational field, through Taurus. So it brings us back to how that vibrational sound field brings the emotions that gives you a lump in your throat. And then that lump in your throat makes you feel with your heart what you've experienced emotionally, and then it becomes a feeling. And so our emotions and our feelings are sort of like a step up and a step down. And then those feelings become step down again after Saturn corresponds with those. And Saturn says, well, give your feelings shape. And feelings get shaped and they become passions. They start passing ions everywhere. Ions to manifest and to move the forces of the chi in through the cauldron. So I like to think of the cauldron as the chi. And so passions as the way that we direct our chi or our ki. And the lower direction of those manifestational forces. And the Shen is obviously the solar power as it's moving through our hearts. And at this point, it's a polarizing effect. It's just pure energy. It's unshaped, it's unmolded. It hasn't got its welcome polymathing. Hope you're good. Hope you're thriving. So much love. Thank you for joining us. And so, yeah, I don't mean to be going off on one and getting lost into the ethers of thoughts, though. I think the idea I'm trying to root at here, if I can root it, Gabriel, is the idea that from a fundamental perspective, we're sort of stuck in this emotional giving from our emotions to our physicality. And so emotional debt is sort of par for the course. because those emotions will be felt. And when we feel those emotions, they will cause passions, and the passions will cause us to act them out, unless we're perfected. And then we're in a state of bliss. And that perfection, obviously, the path towards gaining control over the cauldron is the path of mindfulness. Because if your mind is full, then how are you going to pass your ions around? You see, the passing of ions relates to giving and taking and becoming in a state of debt, in a sense. You've got to pass your ions out there. You've got to get other ionic influences back. And so we become ionized on our aura. And because of the ionic influences on our aura, the demons, those 7 deadly emotions, can start to affect what we experience emotionally, which will then change what we feel, and that will direct our passions. And in the process of our passions being redirected, our thoughts will be like the other pedal of the bicycle. The passion moves, so the thought pedal moves. The thought pedal moves, so the passion moves. And so they literally drive us crazy. We lose our minds.
So, ever since I started taking on this Enneagram project, I have a new lens for the world, and I'm getting better and better at it. It's taken me some time. It's actually taken some time to like kind of stay diligent and keep at it. And I've kind of penetrated to an interesting level. I can only imagine where it's going to take me in time, but I can see in our language and in our art and our culture that the the 7 holy virtues are a cornerstone of the human experience, and they have these other names when they take on other lights, when they take on other harmonic frequency and value, and that is the 7 deadly sins. But as humans, we don't talk about 7 holy virtues anymore. That doesn't have staying power. That's not interesting. So the terms that we prefer to hear, the terms that perk our ears up, sound more like the sinful aspects. And so I can pick those out very quickly, very, very quickly, because it's kind of, I don't know, maybe it's juvenile, it's lower frequency. So of course it's just it's easier. It's easier. It's just it's kind of, yeah, it's easy access. More common. It's more common. That's what I should say. So, the 7 deadly sins, they have many different names, and that's another thing is I've picked up on all the synonyms for pride, and I'm picking up on these, and pride has a direct relationship to like magnanimity and humility. Pride, magnanimity, and humility. It's like one little family group of the personality type number 2. And so when I hear these words, I can group them, I can organize them. I have like uh, some would call it a meta narrative, but I think that's a little, that might not be sufficient way to describe it. But the Enneagram, I have the Enneagram to organize these thoughts. And what is kind of neat is that these virtues, these vices, that they also have infernal spiritual personalities. And that's where things get kind of nifty. And so, Lucifer is the infernal name for pridefulness. And so I have already mapped out this family tree of this personality type number 2, this giver with the shadow of pride. And isn't it funny that for decades now I've been calling the government, I've been calling them the giver monster. That's what I've been calling them. I've been calling the government the giver monster. And late in life, I study the Enneagram and I find out that the giver personality type, the word giver, has an infernal spirit of pridefulness. And that pridefulness of the giver monster, the pridefulness of the government, is Luciferian to its core. And so now I'm like, I've gone all the way from what is psychologically acceptable mainstream terminology, giver, prideful. These are accepted in the mainstream worldview. And then I go right through the Enneagram, and like that, I'm looking at the infernal spirit of Lucifer, Luciferian insight. And I'm realizing also, this is another thing, it kind of pulls, it disempowers the superstitiousness of it. What I've done is I've made it so that Lucifer is not only an idea for the church or only a thing for spiritual safe spaces. It turns out Lucifer is right here in my life. It's right here it's in, the pridefulness and the giving potentiality of a number 2 personality type. It's damn everywhere. And that's fine. That's fine. I don't have to freak out. It doesn't mean I need a crucifix or to like change my life or get overexcited. It just means that I have more learning to do. And so now I have a better apprehension of Luciferian energy, and I actually have a very solid explanation for people if I am ever in a position to differentiate these infernal ideas. And so now I have a great, well-established, provable system that can explain why Satan and Lucifer are 2 different infernal spirits. They are literally different flavors of the human experience. And so Satan is the infernal name for wrathfulness. And wrath is a personality type number 1. It's a perfectionist or a reformer with a shadow of wrath. And so right there, I have firsthand experience, and also I can see it in storytelling as well. But I can convey these different flavors of human emotion to somebody else, and then they can begin to appreciate and have almost become like what is it, a wine connoisseur of the emotional rainbow. And isn't it funny that it's 7? There are the 7 deadly sins, and there's the 7 holy virtues. Um, so just to save everybody's a, a, a lot of runaround, I'll just do a quick rip through on the 7 and the 7 holy virtues and the 7 deadly sins and the infernal spirits. What is kind of neat is that the infernal spirits are a 1-to-1 correspondence. They plug in one name to one sin. The angels don't work the same way. The angels are more complicated. The angels require a command, an emotional self ownership that is it is higher than how the demons seem to work. So I'll just run through the list. Number 1 personality type is a reformer or perfectionist with a shadow of wrath. The infernal spirit of wrath is Satan. But the remedial virtue, the cure, if you're feeling a lot of Satan in your day, the answer, the fix is patience. Patience puts Satan on the ice, puts him right on ice. He's going to just sit there and spin his wheels. He can't go anywhere. You just hit him with the patience. Number 2, infernal spirit is, number 2 is a giver, an overgiver generally. Um, Someone who needs to be needed with an infernal shadow of pridefulness. And again, that's synonymous. The word pride is a synonym for Lucifer. And what is the cure? What kicks Lucifer in the balls every time? It's magnanimity. Magnanimity. And that's a great word, by the way. I don't have the definition on me, but it's worth looking up the definition. Go on a little definition scavenger hunt around the word magnanimity. It's a good word. And another remedial energy for Lucifer is humility. That's we all know that. We know that flavor, a lot of us. So the number 3 personality type is a achiever or a performer with the shadow of deceit. It's a late arrival to the 7 deadly sins, so it doesn't necessarily have an infernal spirit attached to it, but its remedial virtue is honesty. Pretty straightforward, right? Number 4 is an individual with the shadow of envy, and envy has the infernal personality type of Leviathan. That's the demonic name of envy in hell. And I love these stories. They're so fun. They make them so much more interesting. And the remedial energy to alleviate envy, to counteract Leviathan, the remedial energy is kindness. Um, and number 5 is a observer with the shadow of greed. I like to use the word jealousy here uh, next to the word greed, because I think it's important for us. It's helped me to know the difference between envy and jealousy. They're not the exact same. They get misappropriated often in culture. We use the word jealousy when we mean to say envy, and we use them incorrectly. Envy is the desire of what somebody else has. Jealousy is overprotectiveness of what you already have, of what is yours. So there's envy is more of a covetedness, and then of somebody else's things, and then uh, jealousy is more, yeah, keeping to yourself too much. And then the infernal spirit of greed is mammon, and the remedial virtue to mammon is temperance. And I have a lot to learn about that. That's actually the station I'm working on personally right now. Like, how does temperance convert mammon? And I'm working on that. I can't really say because I'm still learning. Um, Number 6 personality is a loyalist with the shadow of fear. There is no infernal spirit for fear. Funny enough, it is so all pervasive and large, almost impossible to name. Um, but I associate it with the demon Belial. I think in Belial's mythology, he plays into the loyalist number 6 uh, dynamic. So I have him associated with fear. The remedial virtue will be for a number 6 uh, is courage, bravery, valiance. Um, and man, that makes so much sense. If you study Belial, you will know that he would cower in the face of somebody with courage. It's really neat to do this, to do a thought experiment on your own, to be like, what if a person with a lot of valiance were to face off with Belial? Like, how would these two personalities clash? In your own mind, you can actually almost formulaically run these scenarios in your mind and be like, oh yeah, that makes total sense. It's fascinating how I think that's something I'm learning, that the emotions have a formula, and that there is a bit something of an objective mathematical give and take to the emotional experience. And that's really what the Enneagram is laying out for me. So that word formula, you might hear me use it a lot because I'm starting to formulate this worldview of how these systems give and take quite predictably. Uh, and then number 7 personality type is an enthusiast with the shadow of glutton, and they are sometimes referred to as the epicure. And because the Epicureans are very easily misconstrued to be gluttonous from the outside perspective. Like when other people see somebody being an Epicurean, they can easily misconstrue it into gluttony. And again, this is really nuanced emotional intelligence that we're learning, these differences between these words, and how the public sees the individual and how the individual has to deal with the public and all of the projection and presumption of the realm. So yeah, the Epicurean is number 7, shadow of glutton. Their remedial virtue is um abstinence, is to is to be like none at all, to withhold and to even fast, like, and that's what an Epicurean is really good at. An Epicurean can go a long time, and then they get that one piece of cheese, that one thing that they love so much, and when they get it, they just like start having mouth orgasms right in front of you, and you're like, what's going on here? Well, that's the Epicurean, they save it, they savor the moment. And this number 7 is often a savior figure. And so there's something about this salvator, the salvation, and the uh, the flavor. Yeah, savoring life, really, in that number 7. It's so neat. It is so neat to see how our language reveals these truths. And I just didn't have the decoder ring until now. Number 8 is the controller, challenger, leader, with the shadow of domineering, or a shadow of lustfulness. And the infernal spirit of lust is Asmodeus. Um, and Asmodeus is remediated, is put down, is kept in check with the virtue of sympathy. It's sympathy is the remedial virtue for lust. And in the Catholic Church, they used to use the term chastity. And I don't really like that. I think a lot of people know what I'm getting at. I'm not digging that word chastity. I kind of outgrew that a long time ago. So I'm way down. Yeah, buddy. Yep. That's right. Keep those wheels spinning. Keep them on ice. So yeah, sympathy is the remedial virtue for number 8 with the shadow of lust. Yes, especially towards a rival or someone less powerful than you. That is um that's not something we would see Lucifer being into. Lucifer would not be into being forgiving to those who are less powerful, you know? Isn't that something? Thank you for pulling that up. So sympathy is the remedial virtue for number 8. Now keep in mind all of these remedial virtues, it's not like the number 8s have a monopoly on them. Everybody can learn from sympathy. You know what I mean? And in fact, sometimes sympathy comes from the least likely of places. But okay, so a number 9 personality type on the Enneagram is a peacemaker reformer with the shadow of slothfulness or indolence. And I love this remedial virtue. The cure, the fix for slothfulness or indolence is diligence. Stick to itiveness is the remedial virtue for the number 9. So that's just a quick run through. But hold on. Number 9, how could I forget? The infernal spirit is Belphegor. That turd. Belphegor is a silly demon. He is really funny. Because he's indecisive, he's neutral. He won't be good and he won't be bad, and he doesn't think there's anything worth committing to one way or the other. So he's like stuck in analysis paralysis, um, which is fascinating to me because we know about Switzerland. We know about these neutral territories, about these exemptions to the realm, these places in the world that like to say that, oh, we're neutral, we don't play any sides. Meanwhile, like I think 1 out of 3 Glocks on the hips of every police officer in the world came from Switzerland. Yeah, we're neutral. We're neutral, but your peace officer, he can come to us for his Glock Sig Sauer. You know what I mean? Uh, so sometimes neutrality has a level of insidiousness that we should all be tuned into at this point. Uh, Sometimes those who stay neutral might be the people that we need to, I don't know, keep an eye on. I've been that guy. I have definitely been that guy where I stay too neutral. And there comes a certain point, and we're getting to that. They're going to start dropping these lines on people where it's like, this is no time for neutrality. You know, that's the kind of mentality that was going around in the last world wars. So we're going to hear that slogan dusted off and cracking whips around our psyche again in no time. All right, there you go. Enneagram run through. There's your Greek Kubala. There's your Kubala lesson for the day.
I love that, brother. Totally, totally love that. I love the way you put it out there, and it's totally in line with Hermetic Kabbalistic considerations as well. It lines up so perfectly and so beautifully. Like you'll talk about the powers of the moon, Yeshut, and you'll talk about the two-headed dog demon that represents sexuality. Yeah, on this level, which is that ambivalence of energy. And it's interesting how when we consider the powers of the moon, we're considering war and peace. And the moon might have its numerations, its expressions in various different ways, macrocosmically, but when it's expressed microcosmically, it expresses 9, which is very interesting because it's very much to do with putting all the pieces together, all the other 8 pieces. It puts the pieces together. So it's about consolidating peace in a sense by putting the pieces together. And I love as well, you know, the idea of the 7, which is one of those numbers which is the least understood. And I mean, everybody thinks of the 7, right? The 7 chakras, the 7 planets, the 7 principles of hermetics. And I think this is really going into the discussion that we're in here, because that is probably represents the path, the spiritual path in a sense. Like you say, it's abstinence, it's fasting, it's also discipline, but not discipline, the application of discipline. What is produced by the application of discipline is a sense of disconnection from the world, which forces you to feast upon who you are and become avariciously hungry to know yourself, almost to the point of becoming disconnected from the people and the world around you in an obsessive nature to find the truth of who I am. And I think it defines the spiritual path for all of us at some points in our life, and probably recurs from time to time because nature does seem to repeat itself, and there seems to be this it seems to be replicating and responding to our own sort of what we're putting out there energetically wise. Though when we consider this going into the self, becoming so in love and enamored by the self, and at the same time the negative aspects of this greed in wanting to see who I am, wanting to know, the more I know about myself, the more I feel like I'm gouging on myself, kind of a feeling that produces this sort of almost arrogance as a after effect. Like you're taking up more space than what you need to. Yeah, you're becoming too expanded. It adds to all the it adds to all the other powers. It seems to increase all the other powers in a sense, and it brings out their potencies and produces, I think, all the other demons and angelic reflections to be more empowered. And so this whole fasting situation is quite interesting because I've done a lot of fasting in my life, and I haven't been fasting as much as I used to. I mean, I've stopped fasting a while ago. I need to get back into my fasting. Since I started climbing the mountain every single day, I stopped the fasting because it's quite a bit of a climb in the mornings. And fasting is obviously you don't do too much heavy physical labor because it's not particularly healthy to push your pancreas, because you're already pushing your pancreas by fasting. So you don't want to force it to overdo with the sugar generation. So there is that. And obviously the spleen becomes, here's an interesting point. So fasting obviously puts a big pressure on the pancreas. And because it puts a big pressure on the pancreas and the spleen work in synergy. And the spleen's partner, is the liver. So the spleen and the liver are like the buddy team, tag team wrestlers that jump into the ring when the pancreas says, game on, let's do this. And this is quite interesting because the pancreas is what stimulates the powers of the solar power, the Manipura chakra, which I see as the expression of Saturnian energy, which is that controlling factor. If you think about what generates and controls all of the actual metabolisms in your body, it's really what's going on in your triple burner. It's really what's the effect of and leading to the effects of your stomach, where all of the powerful acidic and alkalinic reactions are being churned with all of those in beings that are allowed to go wild and start feasting. All these enzymes are allowed to just metabolize to crazy extents, producing so much heat in the solar house that heat can increase the metabolic rate of all the cells in the body because of the process of eating. And the sugars that are released will give all of the cells the increase of metabolism in order to generate energy, which is quite interesting. And so that to me relates to a certain aspect of control of all the metabolic reactions in the body, and controls all of the who's allowed to metabolize when and how. It's stomach calls the shots. And the spleen is this interesting go-between, because the spleen is the decision maker in, shall we create matter or shall we create energy? And so the spleen has this sort of scales of justice aspect to it. In the same way that there's a connection to the scales of justice with the liver. The liver is the expression of the scales of justice, because the scales of justice, when they have been balanced, the liver perfects the blood, right? Produces the balance necessary in the blood. But that is driven by the scale tilting activities of the spleen, which is deciding mental movement turning into physical movement. So shall we energize and release the mental, or shall we construct and produce the physical? So when you're getting overweight, it's because of your spleen, basically telling your body to generate more cells. But it's your spleen that can also tell your body to generate more energy, which will cause you to become more active, to burn off and metabolize at a faster rate. So the metabolic rate is directed by the powers of the spleen, but it comes into fruition in the blood through the powers of the liver. And that's why I say these two seem to work synergetically, but they are working for the pancreas, it seems. And the pancreas is really the guy who's like basically saying, like, listen, food's coming in now. When you're hungry, it's a pancreas who says to you, listen, buddy, you are going to eat now. And you're like, oh, I got to eat. You don't have a choice. Well, you do. Now that's where the number 7 comes in. I can control Saturn. I can subjugate Saturn. I see that as the powers of Venus in a very powerful form, but a very implied power of Venus, which is really taking into itself, taking in and going into the vibrational field of the consciousness field, which is really the thyroid that controls all the metabolic reactions in the body. So the thyroid can override the pancreas, even though the pancreas will drive your body, will drive your metabolic states. The thyroid can say, no, this is enough. And you can fast for 40 days. Well, I've never fasted for 40 days. 10 days is how long it takes to purify your blood. All of your blood cells are purified in 10 days. And honestly, if you fast for 10 days, you will feel like you never have to eat again. And I always used to think to myself, like, hey, breatharianism. You get to a 10-day fast, and you're like, this is so cool. I don't have to eat ever again. And then the common sense starts to dawn, and you go, hold on. Is this really how this works? Because you're on such a high when you don't eat, because that act of controlling the pancreas limiting the powers of Saturn, limiting the number 8, putting 8 back. 8, what have I eaten? I ate the pancreas, putting him back in his place, right? And saying 7 is the way to heaven, right? Is really going to bring that control back to 5. Now, I see 5 as being Mercurial's expression into the world, but there's a Martian undertone in this 5 too, which is why in the Kabbalah we talk about on the microcosm 5 relating to Mars, but in the macrocosm 5 relates to Mercury. It's a little bit there, well, but there are sort of inverted expressions. And I think this is what you're talking about, how the angels become a little more complicated, because we're now talking about the mazloth, and the mazloth is the wheels, the orphanim, the turning wheels that are directing all of these 9 cycles that become the 10th cycle of the first phase of the second 9 cycle as it expands upon itself back to where it starts from, continuing the cycle of 9. And so I love the way you've put this into a really human context, because the occult isn't always human. I can see you aching.
Yeah, man. You just the way you said that, the 9 coming back to conclude itself. I just learned last week something about 26 letters of the English alphabet. And I'm still this is like the kind of thing that you think you know something, or you think you know all the cool nifty tricks of the realm, and then you find a trick that was so fundamental that you're kind of mad that you didn't start with that basic fact, and that is that if you take the English alphabet and you just list it in ordinal reductive values, so 1 through 9, repeating itself over and over. So 1 through 9, and then 1 through 9, and 1 through 9. You'll see that when you get to number 26, the letter Z, 2 plus 6 becomes an 8. So your cipher will end on an 8. And then you go in the column next to where you wrote the whole alphabet, and you flip it and you do it all in reverse. Your number 8 from the letter Z that you ended with, and the letter A from the inversion of that, lines up next to it. So you have 8 and 1, right? They add up, they become a 9. And now you drop down to the letter B and the letter Y, and becomes a 7 and a 2. It adds up, becomes the letter 9, or the number 9. And then you go through the whole alphabet, and it is constantly self cancels and is constantly resolving into a 9. Your final column all the way through, if you've done the entire alphabet in reductive math, resolves itself to the 9. And the 9 is the balanced one, it's the slothful one, it's the peacekeeper, it's the indolent one. And so something very magical is in between the lines of what I just said. And I'm still kind of absorbing the implications of that fact. I don't want to I'm going to say something that seems hyperbolic and extreme. It's just a whimsical fancy that seems to be somewhere in between the lines of what I just said. The fact that all of our alphabet switches into a cancellation of itself or resolves to a 9. It's almost seems to be telling us that, oh, I don't even want to say it. I don't even want to say it. It's as though there's a bit of meaninglessness. I'm going to say it that way. It's as though the lesson is that these alphabetical uh, illusions cancel themselves out, and that the written word is meaningless, and that intention is what is really important. that you can dress it up in all of the grimoires and the grammars and the glimmers and the glamours that you want. You can put as much makeup on a pig as you want. It's intention that really matters. And so it is your actions that speak louder than all of the alphanumeric code you could pack on to dress up what you are doing. Doing is what matters. I'm going to say it that way. But it's fascinating that it's almost as though your words and your letters are meaningless unless you actually act upon them. Love is an action.
I love that, brother. And that is so on point. The meaninglessness of numbers that become letters that are the structure of the reality that we're living in. And it sort of almost makes one consider the Matrix as being just Maya, just an illusion, just not real, just shadows of our imagination reflected upon the waters of consciousness. And this 9 thing is very interesting because this gives a lot of shape to the etchim, to the well, there are a lot of different ways that one can consider the tree of life. And the tree of life is often considered in its most typical ways. And hello, MoonFeather, welcome to you, my dear. I hope you're so well. So much love to you. And the idea of yesod, meaning foundation, the number 9, and how this is often interpreted as being a reflection of the moon, and how the moon is what governs cellular expression, in as much as the tides govern the water, that govern the separation of cells into this splitting to become more cells, splitting to become more cells. And the way in which the cycles of life are governed by the powers of the moon, and why you can set a menstrual clock to the moon and it will be on point, and why farmers have always used the almanac, the moon calendar, in order to know when it's time to plant and to harvest, and where the seed of all magic and all occult thinking, like if we go way back into the petals of history and we go off on that little adventure, we find that the beginnings of occult thinking and magic seems to go back to the time of agriculture. And the oldest forms of law that we can discover are when humans started farming and started actually planting seeds, because that was when we needed to create a systemic number line. And because we created a systemic number line, we had to be able to express these different facets of number. And it was all to do with when to plant the seeds and the food, and to keep track of it, and to keep track of the grain. And so the oldest writings do relate to this. And it is interesting how this all does come back to sort of controlling nature. And this is why the green man and Saturn in its ancient times is the lord of agriculture. So the lords of time are the lords of agriculture. It's a very interesting concept if you go way back. And this is why Saturn and the green man are so fundamentally connected, and why we can look at the oldest form of Saturn as being the green man. And then later on, the green man took on a more active form, where there was a sickle, which is used for reaping the grain, reaping the food from the ground. And this became the cross as well, is the thing that you would put over your shoulders in order to carry. See, you had to form a cross. You put a thing over your shoulders and you put a container on each side, and you can carry a lot of stuff a long way without the need for, hurting yourself. Because if you try and carry it with your arms, you're going to have a limited energy. So if you've got to carry a lot of grain a long way to put it in a safe place, the best way to do it is to put a log over your arms and rest your arms so that you can get it there without wasting energy. And then you can go back and reap more. Otherwise, your arms are sore and you're tired. You can't do it for 12 hours, up and down, up and down. But with a cross, you can. So we speak about carrying your cross, and it's become synonymous with sacrifice. And the sacrifice is also relating to this toil. The toil is relating to the adherence of the powers of time. Saturn's toil that was put upon us. But it comes right back to the times of agricultural reaping and growing and seeding. So the powers of the moon, Yesod, is the foundation of the tree of life. And so all of the other principalities, all of the other powers operate through the sphere of the moon. And the sphere of the moon is sort of like, from a Kabbalistic perspective, is considered as 3 triangles. So you have the fundamental 3 principles, which is reflected in each of those 3 principles. There is the other 3 principles, which is reflected out. And then you have the 3 relationships between the 3 principles of each. So you've got like a yang yin, and then within the yang, you've got a yin. So you've got another yang yin in each of these 3. And then you've got the yang yin and the yang yin, and how those become a yang yin in a sense, because they are the polarity of 4 expressing 2 in a more subtle way in order to scale it up to what we can consider 6. But when we're dealing with the 3, we're dealing with the 3, the 6, and the 9. And so here we see Tesla's numbers coming into fruition as like a reflection of the nature of reality and the expression of time and space as we know it. And so we've got this fundamental green mango or Soras. Yeah, brother. Very beautiful. The circle of 9. Yeah. And so we've got this tree of life with the roots of the tree in the number 9. And the number 9 as being the completion of the other factors. And that becomes the expression of 1, which is expressed but through the power of form once again. So we speak of the Gulf as being the number 10, the 10th Sefirot. But the 10th Sefirot is actually merely the number 9 being reflected back at us. So it doesn't really exist in its totality because it's not different to 9. 9 and 10 are a mirror of each other. 9 is the etheric realm. And the etheric realm is bound by the power 9 in the same way that the power 6 is the astral realm. And the number 3 is the spiritual realm. So we've got the spiritual realm, the astral realm, and the etheric realm. And these 3 aspects, 6 expresses 3, and 9 expresses 6 and 3. You add 6 and 3 together, you got 9. So 9 expresses both of these realms in perfection, and this becomes what we experience as the matrix, which we can call 10, because matrix is really the next turning of the 9, right? Back into itself. So when we consider the nature of reality, we have to consider that it moves through 9. So everything of this universe must come back to 9. So the laws of the word, which is the structure through which the mental principle becomes energy in order to express phenomenality of physical form, 9 has to be where it finds its fundamental expression, because 3 and 6 have got to be part of the program. And this is what Tesla was trying to, I think, share with us. So it's beautiful the way you put that, because that you show the numerological aspects. And I think this is what Tesla was really on about.
Yeah, man. I'm glad you mentioned Tesla. You just cued me on something I almost would have forgotten about that I was really excited to share today. I've been bubbling on this. I'm glad you brought Tesla in. This is such a fascinating thing. So that event at Niagara Falls on November 22nd, it will very likely be construed to be a million other things before the end of the month. But did you see the footage of that car on Niagara? Okay. November 22nd is JFK Day. November 22nd is the initiation of Ophiuchus. Ophiuchus is 7-day gris. These are the degrees of every day is 1 degree, essentially, give or take. So Ophiuchus gets 5 days, starting on the 22nd and extending for 2 more days. So we are under the heel of Ophiuchus right now. I'm going to get my map. I'm actually going to get my star map so I can like point at these um, artifacts so we can actually see them visually, because it's very important. I think it's very important. But JFK Day takes place on the heel of Ophiuchus, and he's called the 13th constellation. Um, and number 13 is a very significant occult number. It's also, the death card. It's number 13. So we had a death under the sign of death here in the Scorpio, this point of betrayal. So the JFK ritual is very significant. But something I've just learned this week, I want to show everybody visually so they can actually see my words take form.
And so long, welcome to all of you joining us. Welcome to Vega and Polymathing. It's lovely to see you guys joining the discussion. Wow. Oh, just to say, you can have a second camera if you want. You can have a second thing pop up. So if you want to activate your second camera, go into your camera settings and you can have a second camera, and one can be showing a screen or whatever you want to show. But regardless, you can pop it up.
Okay. Well, let me see. Yeah, it should be easy to point at. So when that car took off, Franklin, I'm excited for you to see the footage, because when you see it, it's sensational. It's really something to remember. It will not soon be forgotten. And I can see why everybody jumped to a million conclusions and thought that this was the big one. Here we go. This is the big one. Because it's such a unique capture of history. It's basically just a car that ran out of control. And all I know is that the car jumped off of a curb and went airborne, and it actually kind of goes off of camera and then explodes on impact. But we actually get to see this car take flight and go flying off the camera. And if somebody could have put in some sound effects and some fancy music, and you would have thought you were in Back to the Future. And it's very fascinating that it was on November 22nd that all these alarm bells were going off, because traumatic events draw us back in time. And the car itself was literally flying like the DeLorean, the car from Back to the Future. It literally takes flight and just goes flying away. So I find all of that very fascinating, because we're doing this project on Loki right now. Loki is very popular in the zeitgeist, and Loki is about time travel. It's all about time manipulation. And so for an event to take place at Niagara Falls, where Nikola Tesla made his mark, they're still using some of that tech there. It's also the location where Abraham Lincoln publicly spoke about giants. The giants of this land were immortalized in a speech that he did at Niagara. So there's a lot of history, a lot of things of the past that are immortalized by that location, by that liminal space. It's also between boundaries. That's another thing. It's a bridge. It's called the Rainbow Bridge, is the name of the location. Rainbow Bridge is an artifact from Asgard. The Rainbow Bridge, that's how they time travel. Okay, so we have a DeLorean time travel car flying just like the DeLorean on a location called the Rainbow Bridge while everybody is watching this time travel film about pruning the timelines and keeping like only one historical narrative can survive. You know, it's like what's that? Only there can be only one. The Highlander. You know, it's like the Highlander of timelines. And so I just find it utterly fascinating that whatever that event was, it has all the hallmarks of a Back to the Future uh, mind fuck. And I will point this out. Biff Tannen, yeah, I'll give it to you. Oh, right. So if Biff Tannen looks like Donald Trump, that gives Back to the Future has this intrinsically Trumpian trigger potential. I just want to remind everybody that Doc Brown, that's Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders was the other guy who ran against Trump. So these trigger characters from Back to the Future are literally pulling us back in time. They're literally pulling the adult voting uh, demographics backwards to their childhood and reminding us of Biff Tannen and Doc Brown, who is Bernie Sanders. Because where we're going, we don't need roads. Does it get much more social socialistic, then we don't need roads where we're going. I wonder. Um, and there was one more thing about, Doc Brown. Okay. Doc Brown being this renegade scientist, being on the run from the authorities, sliding behind the scenes, uh, and being ahead of his own time. I just want to put Giordano Bruno into the zeitgeist in relationship to Doc Brown. That's kind of a weave I haven't really developed yet, but Giordano Bruno is on my mind a lot right now as a renegade forerunner of thinking. Regardless of your cosmology, you have to integrate the biography of Giordano Bruno because to some degree, all of us in our own search for greatness have to walk in his example, regardless of if you're a flat earther or not. If you're a flat earther, you should definitely not belittle your own potential by vilifying Giordano Bruno. You, I want to warn against that. By integrating Giordano Bruno's biography into your worldview, I think you're actually helping yourself out. Um, and that doesn't mean you have to come to the same conclusions he did. I'm saying you have to go through the same torment that he did and come to whatever conclusion you want at the end. But you have to at least appreciate the path that he walked. All of us do in our own way. But I think that Doc Brown was like almost like a Giordano Bruno's reincarnation into film. There it is. That's what I wanted to say. Yeah, Giordano Bruno is the lover's card for me right now. His statue is his famous statue in Campo dei Fiori is it's a sacred location. It's a trauma wound. Uh, I would say it's a nexus point of very significant value. That same plaza, 50 years before Giordano was burned there, they burnt Talmud, sacred texts of the Jews were piled up in that same square and burnt in mass during some conflagration. And then 50 years later, they put Giordano Bruno at the stake, and they burnt him in that plaza. And today, there is a statue in the same exact location, and it's a statue of Giordano Bruno, and he's standing there with a hood. He has a very iconic, this is a druid's hood. And when I say druid, I'm talking about the Stoics. I'm talking about all of the Druid magic, those who know about the yoke, who would know the art craft of carrying a heavy burden in long and far distances, cutting wood and carrying the water. You know, these are the Stoic fundamentals. So that hood that he's wearing says a great deal. It tells us he's a traveler. It tells us that he has a reason to hide. He has reason to keep what he knows on the down low, to keep it in his pocket. He knows the value of privacy. Um, so he's this hooded character, and he's holding a single book in his hand, and he has one page marked in the book with his finger, and then he's got the book shut, and he's holding it on his hip as though he's marking a spot in the book. If you look at the Lover's card, it's the exact same character, but his hands are outright like this. And I think I am perceiving the shadow of the book is on the ground underneath that character. And I think that the Lover's card is Giordano Bruno's statue come to life. And he's taken the book off of his hip and he's thrown it down onto the ground. He's let go of the book because he doesn't need it anymore. Giordano Bruno was a master of mind palaces. He was a memory master. So he doesn't need the books. He's got the whole book memorized. And so the idea of him being immortalized with a book in bound to his hip is actually it's almost like it's almost a blasphemy for what Giordano really represents. And so a true Giordano Bruno statue would be him throwing the books into the wind. Like, you don't need these damn books. The truth is here all the time. And it's very fascinating that there was a book burning at that same place where his statue is. So it's kind of telling us, you know, don't get caught up in the book cope. Okay. I got off track. I forgot about my map and about November 22nd and JFK Day. I just wanted, before I forget, I want to, oh, here, okay. So, nice. Here we have Ophiuchus, and sometimes he has a longer leg than this. This is actually a very short, stubby-legged Ophiuchus. I think this star is is the last star on Ophiuchus's leg. But regardless, his one heel, his 5 degrees of occupation of the elliptical plane, is said to be balanced on the tip of the stinger of the scorpion and also on the tip of the arrow of Sagittarius. Nice. And so the reason why his heel is drawing so much attention to this location is because this general neighborhood, this whole quadrant of the fall, is this is a major eclipse node. This is where the south node generally resides. And will repeat itself, always has, always will, in this general area. So this is a south node hub of events. It's very crucial, and it'll repeat on larger cycles, on larger sine waves than just annually. So what's fascinating, so if that little puncture point, if that is the heel of Ophiuchus, then puncturing that heel, like a birth ritual, would yield a drop of blood, a single drop of blood. And if that drop of blood were to fall off of the calcus, that's the hammer of your heel bone. If that drop of blood were to fall off of the heel, it would stain the tip of the Sagittarian arrow. It would stain the tip of the scorpion's tail, but also look where it would fall. It would fall onto the altar. The blood of the sacrifice of the South Node, JFK Day, falls down onto the Altair constellation. This is the table of the Magi card, or in the Thoth deck, this is the hearth. It's the burning cauldron of the art card, because the art card is Sagittarian and the Magi card or the Sage card is Sagittarian. So this sacred divide between Scorpion and Sagittarius here is a 5-degree occupation by Ophiuchus. His harp is right here. Here's the lyra. Let's see. The shield is scutum. This is Athena. She's a goddess of defensive metals and defensive armor. She has reticence and wisdom. So this scutum is the shield of Athena that she actually gives to Perseus on his mission and teaches him to buff the shield and give a good reflection so he can see his own likeness in his silver shield she gave him. That is this shield. Scutum is a constellation in the heavens. And so the moment where Achilles gets his hair pulled backwards so he doesn't kill Agamemnon, that is Sagittarius, this weird looking constellation, literally getting its hair pulled by an element of Athena. And that is the scutum, the shield constellation. So I just love this part of the heavens because the stories that come out of here, they're on constant repeat. They're on perpetual repeat. And it really is built into the folds of our mind. I mean, this is the blueprint of our psychology. And that's why I get such a kick out of knowing it. But I just wanted to share how the drop of blood from Ophiuchus is that is pharmakia. That is the art of a sacrificial goat, throwing somebody off the cliff, whispering your sins into somebody else's ear, like your lawyer or your confessional or the cop who just pulled you over, and hoping that they will absolve you somehow, that they'll go through some weird ritual that's going to make everything okay again, so that you don't feel bad because you were driving too fast. This guy has to stand out in traffic and almost get run over, maybe threaten my life, so that I don't feel bad for driving too fast. Is that really necessary? So yeah, sacrificial technology, scapegoat technology is integrated into the sky clock, and it's on that location right there. That's the key pressure point. And that's an anode. That's the south node. That's in the fall. The cathode, the if that's the call, the response is the north node, which is up in the spring, in Taurus. And this is why everybody wants to be a cowboy or a gentleman, a caballero, a well-civilized, well-established, well-appraised, socially acceptable gentleman. That's Orion. All of those things I just said, cowboy, gentleman, well-known hero of society, all things Orion. Everything I just said was just describing Orion. And that's what everybody should strive to be. You want to be more like Orion. You don't want to be a betrayer, a Judas Iscariot, Scorpio kiss of betrayal in the south node. You want to be the north node. You want to be that ideal Orion character, who is really, if you think about Orion, like he's even got like his shoulders are nice and square, you know. He really is like form-fitting because he's the most anthropomorphized of all the constellations and all of the heavens. So he is like the upright ideal. He's well tailored. That was a long rant.
That was beautiful, brother. I went and fetched another crystal that was calling me, and I stubbed my toe. I thought I'd dislocated it, but I'm good to go. It's not dislocated, which is a real bonus. I used to dislocate a lot of things when I was younger. There was a dislocation master. It seems like the pictures on the screen have changed now. Isn't that weird, huh? Not quite sure what I did, but that's interesting.
There we go.
There we go. No, but this is interesting. But it seems to cut off our sides of our faces, doesn't it? We're sitting on the side of the screen.
Yeah.
But But yeah, I love what you're showing us with the map, and it's so beautifully poetically expressive of the metaphors of the mythos that we all know so well, and very well pointed out. And welcome to all the new arrivals, to all of you. Welcome, Cherry. You see, you've joined our little crew. Welcome to all of those of you that haven't been speaking. Do smash the like button and share this out there on your social platforms so that more people can hopefully enjoy this conversation. Slick has been on fire, totally on fire. And something that you said as well that got me there is with the Orion. I've always felt connected to Orion. Ever since I was a little boy, I would always stare at Orion and I would like be drawn to this warrior. And I mean, my dog is called Orion. That big one on the back. Okay, he's lying down. He's lying down over there at the moment. He's often on the couch behind me. The Malamute, he's massive. He says he's a real Orion of a dog. But his name is Ori for Orion. And obviously, Or means light. It's interesting. Or, light, ion. The ionization of light, Orion. How light becomes ions is how the number 9, the moon, extracts cellular material from the energetic field, which is an expression of the information field. Rather interesting that Orion comes right back to the number 9, sort of the goal, what we're all aiming at, what we all want to become on some level. That stature of morality, more allness, more of all, the moral of the story. Which is, I suppose, that, and to be honest with you, it's one of my main, when I use affirmations, it's all about this. It's about that inner structure, that's what calls to me. So one of my beautiful affirmations is, I am the anointed presence of perfect poise operating through this vehicle. And I think that summarizes what Orion stands for. The anointed presence of perfect poise that operates through this vehicle. And that relates to morality, relates to the energetic structuring of the body, health. It relates to everything, really. And it's interesting how those numbers play out with the number 12 and the number 20 in that particular. And this sort of brings us back to the real fundamental point of the idea of the morality, the psychology. The psychology of spirituality is essentially about the implementation of morality. And morality has got to do with this embracing what Orion symbolizes as being that spiritual warrior, that which can carry. And we speak about Atlas. Once again, Atlas has got reminisctions. Atlas is what we're stuck with, but Atlas wants to become Orion. And Atlas is carrying the world on these shoulders. And he's sort of a little bit cowed and bowed because the weight of the world is heavy. And when Atlas can embrace the posture of Orion, the world is lifted up, raised up. And the sword of truth is present, but not wielded, which is interesting. No need to wield the sword of truth, for the sword of truth is an expression of what we are and what we are being at the moment. And so we can consider this aspect of truth. Oh, look what's going on here. This aspect of truth that's moving through us, that is the expression of the embodiment of the moral growth, which is the principle of unification, which is what comes from achieving a state of poise. And that poise is why we practice mindfulness, is what meditation is the point of achieving. Welcome to KianoKodes, Dr. K. I hope you are good. I hope you are well. I hope you are shining. He's come to share his number magic with us. He does grimoires, one of the services that he offers. He's also got a KianoKodes school. You might want to go and check that out. It's definitely worth checking out. It's a very interesting. He's got a YouTube channel. He's going to be sharing more of his voice with us on YouTube. We all can't wait. And I can't give you the best presentation. Please take the stage, brother. And thank you for joining us. Thank you both. And let's roll.
Love, peace, and power, Franklin. Thank you so much for that wonderful introduction. Love, peace, and power. Slick, you are absolutely killing it. I was waiting because you was on fire, man. I didn't want to break that flow whatsoever. You're going in. You're going absolutely going in. I want to say love, peace, and power to everybody in the chat. Nimrod is also a form of Orion. You know, that's an aspect you want to remember when it comes to mythology. I was speaking to Mormon Rishi. Shout out to him. He's on fire, really testing the water, so to speak. Putting the axe to the grindstone of study, comparing. When you compare mythology, when you compare theorems, when you compare formulas, when you compare notes, right? You're supposed to find contradiction. If you don't find contradiction, then you know you're in trouble. That's the realm of these NPCs and the 85% and things of that nature, right? You want to find contradiction. You want to find the same result with different methods. Why is that important? Because it shows you evolution, true evolution, not this physical Darwinism stuff that they teach you. It shows you the evolution of the mind. When you clear your own chakras, you are able to grow new chakras. So in clearing, you're actually growing, right? Right. This is what the process is building you for. I love Slick, his discourse on the Enneagram, because it shows you this. A lot of numerology is based on this. The Chaldean system is what you get right before that institution, that installation of thought, because it only goes to 8, right? You can see something else was in the room. Like the term elephant in the room is so much older than we give it credit for. But I don't want to rant completely. Love, peace, and power. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for that and welcome. And yeah, Nimrod, wow. We're going to be talking about giants here, aren't we? You can't have a conversation without talking about giants, can you? Gilgamesh, Nimrod, are they the same? I believe that Gilgamesh story is Nimrod being retold in the same way that Noah is also a story being retold from the same era. And it seems like all of the names of God, the Tetragrammaton, Gilgamesh, as far as I know, seems to be reminiscent. We're talking about the time of Shamyaza. So we see these names once again: Shamyaza, Gilgamesh, Nimrod. Not all the giants were against humans, as we know, as we look back in the ancient times. And so we're seeing this giant in the sky. Who's this giant that we're looking at that we were talking about originally? Orion. And so it seems that, like, when we look at the mythos as it relates to the Nordic tribes from north of Europe, they're very much focused on the giants, very much focused on the gods and the giants, and how this interaction between the gods and the giants have got humans sort of playing the third wheel, if I can call us that, spinning our wheel around the wheel spins of the giants, which are spun around the wheel spins of the gods. For the gods created the giants through their lack of wisdom, or wisdom, whatever we want to call it. And then obviously in the Bible, we're talking about the Nephilim being the expressions. And it's very interesting when we look at these stories of the Gilgamesh and the epic, of Gilgamesh, and how it relates to this passing of this great name, and how this great name seems to be an important part, the tetragrammaton. And the tetra, once again, is 3. Gramma, grammatics, tetra, the 3 phases in the way that the numbers and the words become expressions of being. Tetragrammaton. And on means empowering the power of the chi and the prana of the sun through the spoken word to shape the force of the solar fire in order to produce this reality that we're living in and produce shifts of consciousness through this reality, which we call magic. So it's very interesting when we mention Nimrod, and I'm sure that Slick is going to have quite a lot to stick onto Nimrod's forehead, because there's a lot that's going to stick with Nimrod. I also think that it's fundamentally important, once we get back to this point, to look at how, and something that Slick was talking about earlier, which is really interesting, is the way in which the demons and the angels, I can equate this to a personal experience, right? So I died when I was little. When I was 3, I drowned. But I died again when I was older, but not the death of the body. And that was because of the powers of 7, going too deeply into the powers of 7. I do believe that there's a lot of dangers when it comes to practicing some kind of meditative actions. There have been times, once I almost died from meditation. I know it sounds incredible. I almost died. My poor mother, she was yanked. Her etheric body was yanked, and she was brought to me by the Council of 9, because I was deciding that I'm done and I'm going through the 9th gate. And they were like, no, you are not allowed to. And I was like, watch me. You will not stop me. And I entered into a deep, 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 deep contemplation of absorption through that sphere. And it comes back to mindfulness, but true application of mindfulness in the form of dhyana. And they brought my mother to me because I was ready to release everything of this world. And they said, well, if you go through there, you're not going to be able to live in the world. I said, I don't need the world. What do I need the world for? I don't need a body. So what? Dissolve it. I'm good to go. I want to see what's over there. And they brought my mother there. And that was like a slap in the face. Bang. And so the positivity and the negativity was forced to come close to close, face to face with each other. And I had to acknowledge my limitations, that I wasn't actually ready to go through the 9th gate, and that I had prematurely activated the 8 gates, which I wasn't really ready to fully appreciate. And I think the ideas of the demons, the idea of the angels, are a fundamental part of our structuring. We speak about Yesod as being the structure of reality contained in the number of 9 that can become the breath of 6 that expresses the principles of 3. Now let's look at the Visuddhi chakra. So you've got the Muladhara Banta, which is the band of the base root chakra. You can cut yourself off from sexual energy. You can cut yourself off from any of those by exercising that band immediately. Then you've got the band, which is related to the pancreas, what we've been talking about. The number 6 is expressing through the powers of the heart, the Hrit Padma. And the Hrit Padma is a very undocumented chakra. It's not the Anahata chakra, but it's the go-between between the Anahata and the Manipura chakra. And between these two chakras, you've got the Hrit Padma. And the Hrit Padma has got to do with the seat of the soul's expression, where the seat of the soul could be seen as Visuddhi chakra. The heart of the soul is Ajna chakra. And the roof of the soul is the Sasra chakra, the 1,000-petal lotus of all the different aspects that make up the structures of this reality, mentalism, the pure sphere of mentalism. And so the Visuddhi chakra is the 3rd band. Now this band is a very important band for the psychic powers and the psychic abilities, because if this opens too fast, what happens is hysteria can result, and one can experience extra dimensional beings before one's ready, and be subjected to great and very powerful and tremendously earth-shaking forces of consciousness that shape the nature of reality through the energy of being, which we might not be ready to face and want to be ready to hold Atlas. So the 9 of Atlas is there to strengthen the proverbial body of consciousness that we're expressing through all of these 9 facets in order to become purified and refined to the point that we can enter into the state of Visuddhi where all the psychic powers are living. These are the psychic abilities that we know about. All the siddhi. You see Shiva in the picture of Shiva. Shiva is in his meditation. He has his Trisul. The Trisul is the 3 principles which are attached to the staff, which is a reflection of the Ajna chakra, which is the principle of quantum entanglement, which is expressing all 3 aspects of the divine planes, which are reflected in all 3 aspects of the energetic plane, which are reflected in all 3 aspects of the etheric plane. And the etheric plane wraps into the astral, which is wrapped within the divine. And within this, the culmination is the pearl, which is distilled. We can consider the distilled pearl as the nature of this crystallizing reality, which is the confluence of all of these 9 principles coming into fruition as the turning of the wheel, the beginning of one, but of a cosmically expanded cycle of 9. And so when we look at this Visuddhi chakra, and this valve, it's rather important because this is relating to what we're talking about here, relating to this upright, powerful nature. If you're not ready to embrace proper posture, it will hurt you. Have you considered that physically? The Alexander technique is probably one of the better forms of mindfulness, of application of the principles of uprightness in terms of the physical body, where one is continually making small adjustments to one's posture in order to produce a structuring posture so that all 33 of the nodes through the Ida and the Pingala can express the 32 factors, the relationships between these 33 points, which are the 32 spiraling Kundalini bubbles of Ida and Pingala, as the rising consciousness is driving us back towards that 9th gate, which we're not really ready to open until we're ready for Samadhi. This is why we need to be fully enlightened. We have to have a full realization of the Ajna chakra and the enlightenment, which is produced by mindfulness when the mind is truly full of emptiness. And when the mind is truly full of emptiness, then the quantum entanglement principle is becoming realized in terms of that all things correspond to all other things in the universe, and that we can truly see within a grain of sand the entirety of the whole universe, because the convolutes of being is expressing that these 3 principles, which become 3, 6, and 9, are the fundamental states of being through which we experience the nature of ourself, and that the nature of self is, as Slick was pointing out earlier, the truth of what is going on. The intention, the heart, the expression of the emotion, the feeling, the thoughts produced, which are thus mirrored in the etheric plane back towards the physical plane in the terms of numerations, which become expressions of alphabetical law numbers, which all bring us back to 999, 999. And whichever way you look at it, it takes you around a full loopy circle. And so this is essentially what the Kabbalah and the Ennead are trying to distill within us. That what it is that I really wanted to express here is the mindfulness and the meditation, and how the mindfulness will bring us into a state of unity. But the unity will cause the universe to become polarized. The more unified we become on the inside, the more polarized the universe becomes. And you were mentioning temperance, the number 5, Mercurius. Why is Mercury so fundamental to the alchemy of being? Why does salt have to be tempered into producing this substance through which Mercury can purify the principles of consciousness? And so Mercury is the number 5, is this principle of temperance, which is the tempering. And also, I think you were talking about how the tempering balance, one has to be balancing the tempering forces. And so Mercury has to become an expression that can both embody the spiritual and the physical. So the Ida and the Pingala are the tempering principles. And the Ida and the Pingala need to be brought into alignment so that they can sort of spiral around each other, with the Sushumna being active, which is the center, the middle pillar of the tree of life, the Sushumna of the energetic field, which is well documented in the Tantras or in the Yogas. So this temperance is brought about through the practice of mindfulness. For when we are in a state of mindfulness, mindfulness has many extensions. It's the active application of passivity. I want you to consider what that means. Actively expressing the passive within an action. So it is an action that becomes totally passive. And like Slick was pointing out very early in this talk, it puts you into a position where nothing can touch you. Nothing can get in. Nothing can move you because you're in that stability. And the stability is so mutable because it's mercurial, right? It's so mutable that it continually allows for the continuity of growth. And the continuity of growth brings that principle of 7 into its perfected state. For 5 becomes 7 in the same way that 3 becomes 6. And so the 7 becomes the active ingredient required for us to go within ourselves. And so the sadhana becomes the practices that we use in order to embrace the meditation. And all of the yogas and all of the tantras and all of the magical extensions and all of that you do and learn in the Kabbalah and learn in the Hermetic tradition and learn in the yogas and various Taoist forms of shifting energies, however you practice and train, is all, in my opinion, being put there to produce the necessity so that you can enter into a unified state of consciousness, which is the expression of meditation. The meditation is when one allows one's consciousness to become fully absorbed, but one becomes absorbed in the principle of perfect expression of absorption. So the expression of the absorbed state is when you're in that point of the toric field. And the toric field, the expression of the absorbed space, is the embodiment of the quantum entanglement field. And the quantum entanglement field is the second principle of Hermetics, which in yoga relates to the chakra of the Ajna chakra, which the school of yoga attached to the Ajna chakra is Jnana. Jnana is philosophy, is the ability to understand that all things correspond to all other things on the mental plane, and that the mental plane is the supra real state of being. And like Slick pointed out, all of these numerations are a little bit pointless. They're all just pointless because at the end of the day, we're just here expressing this reality.
Like, yes, it's like echoes of the bass line with just little riffs and variations and fun embellishments on it. That's great. Um, to kind of riff on this Orion hero, this anthropomorphized ideal, I learned recently that the Orion constellation is coming at it through the story of David slaying Goliath. Orion, in fact, becomes David. Because I did not know this, but the Orion constellation, while I think of it as very large, I consider it to be one of the larger ones, one of the most recognizable of all the constellations. It turns out Orion is, in fact, mounted on top of an even larger anthropomorphized stick figure that is called the Shah. And I'm pretty sure it's hard to find. It's very obscure. I think it's Mesopotamian, and it's SHA is the name of the even larger giant that Orion is mounted onto. And he's not mounted anywhere. He's mounted on the head of the Shah character. And so when David takes out Goliath and knocks him down with the stone, he then mounts him and takes the head of that beast. And literally the Orion constellation is taking the head off of the Shah constellation. And so one thing I learned about that from that story, finding David slaying Goliath in the heavens, it told me that uh, the only reason I hadn't seen it before was that I was self-limiting. My own perception of the largest possible shape was too small. I was looking at Orion and it wasn't big enough. I needed to go even bigger to an even more macro perspective. And once I could pick out the Shaw constellation with Orion mounting on its head, I realized, like, what if the Shaw constellation is just on top of another larger character's head? And then how far can it go? And so that was kind of a fun realization, was that Orion is clearly David. Orion, you nailed it. He is Atlas. I love that you picked up on that Orion is Atlas holding up the firmament. In my read, Orion also is Plato, as Plato's name it's actually his wrestling name. Plato is his public stage name from his wrestling reputation because it means broad-shouldered one. Yeah, man. So he's broad-shouldered because he's carrying so much of the past. Plato is like a bottleneck of information, really. But and he's holding up the Platonic realm of forms. So for Plato to have that name of the broad-shouldered one puts him in the position of Orion, the holding up, like Atlas, holding up the firmament, or the realm, if you will. Now, Atlas is an anagram for Tesla, uh, uh, with some liberties, right? Tesla, Atlas. Atlas was the guardian of a garden in which the golden apples were kept and preserved. His daughters were the keepers of this garden as well. Often there are three daughters. Sometimes there are three apples. Well, those are the three stars on the belt of Orion. And so those are being kept or preserved by that character. And they give us a compass. That's the first thing that draws me in when I'm looking for Orion, is I start with that belt. Now, the belt of Orion is the marcation of the elliptical plane. And so he's even balanced. He's even keel. His bottom half is on the southern points to the southern half of the sky, and his torso is the northern half of the sky. So he is also giving us the dividing line, the Mason-Dixon line of the heavens, where his upper torso is literally marking the north and his bottom is marking the south. He is Nimrod. He is Gilgamesh. You guys totally were way ahead of me on all of that. I'm going to add to the list. This is really fun. He's also Jordan Peterson. So a hero figure walking along a riverbank, commanding 12, 10 rules to live by, clean your room, whatever, some commandment, and walking along the riverside. Christ, he's walking along the River Jordan. Orion is walking along the river Euradness. Euradness is the Euro-anglified version of the word Jordan. Jordan, Euradness, Peter Jordan, Peter Jordan is literally, Jordan Peterson is literally along the Euradness River. He's walking the Jordan River, and he's the son of Peter. Peter will uphold the stone of this church. He's literally the Orion constellation, giving commandments for people with rules to live by, and presuming to be a hero figure, an anthropomorphic ideal man. Listen closely here. When I think we're taking for granted what anthropomorphing is. We are idealizing. we're taking this random scattered image of dots, and we're making an ideal image out of chaos of what a man should look like. And so when we anthropomorphized scattered random patterns in the heavens into, oh, that's a human being. And for generations to come, the kids down the road, they're going to look at the same random dots, and we want them to also see an upright man. And if that doesn't take, then the DNA light codes are failing. And so the reinforcing of these stories and these anthropomorphizing are where I think of it as like the mind is a sand garden, and we have to make sure that we imprint certain habits, certain patterns, certain inevitabilities into the next generation, or else the expectation of right and wrong, the high ideals, the anthropomorphized making of order out of the chaos. It has to be instilled into the next generation. And that's why we just keep reenacting echoes of these stories. And Peter Jordan or Jordan Peterson is just the most recent incarnation of Gilgamesh. Really, really. Um, so yeah, and then fruition. That's the one other thing I wanted to kind of harp on is um, we've already laid out the tree, the seed of life, the tree of life, fruit of life. You know, these harmonic uh, truths, these sacred numbers. Um, that even if Da Vinci hadn't reiterated them, somebody would have come along and found them again, and they would be called the Jordan Peterson sacred numbers. They're just inevitabilities, these sacred mathematical truths. So yeah, the flower, the seed, the fruit of life, um, all of these fractal truisms, and we use the word fruition. They would come to fruition. This is the seed of perennial wisdom. And it is so fascinating to me that Atlas is charged with the task of preserving this garden, this sacred seeds, because they would inevitably grow no matter where you would find them. So, and it's also fascinating that it's three. He has three daughters. There's three seeds, and three is, of course, the seed that gets you to the nine. Um, and then one more thing I just wanted, maybe nobody's thought of this yet, but the 9 by 9 is the magical square of the moon. And so we've been on this number 9, but I just wanted to reinforce it that that is the magical square of the moon. Moon card is number 18. 1 + 8 gives you the 9. Yeah, and then when the 3 is self-reflective, when you cube the 3, when the 3 looks upon itself, it finds out, hey, I'm really a 9 in the 3-dimensional realm.
You're killing the slick. You're absolutely killing. Um, I'm trying to find a springboard to jump back on all that. You mentioned Back to the Future earlier, and you're talking about perspective. Back to the Future predicted 9/11, right? There was a lot of predictive programming in that. If you look at the attack by a supposed random Muslim terrorist group at the Twin Pines Mall at 1:16 a.m., if you flip that upside down, that's 9/11, right? But you would have to have a certain perspective to be able to see that. When you look at astrotheology, when you look at the sky, when you look at the idea of analema or a sky clock, right? A decoder ring is premised upon that, right? So you can look at mythology played out, Indiana Jones, James Bond, Batman, Tony Stark, Iron Man, Imhotep, Orion, Nimrod. Like, this is the same mythology. It's just played in a different context. You see, so this is why being symbol literate is so important. When you watch the sky, I love the idea of an alema, especially when you use the idea of perhaps a enneagram as a protractor, because you're able to see things and then juxtapose in 3D, right? So you can, for example, if you see clouds in the sky at just the right angle, it can appear to be a mountain reaching the tip of the firmament, right? It's just about perspective. So you're forced to think bigger. You're forced to dream bigger. That was a line that sticks out in the movie Inception. You know, dream bigger. That's a level of perception that forces study, inward study.
Really beautiful, brother. And as always, I love that you bring it back to the physical realms, bringing it back to what's going on around us here. I'd love to get some of your decodes also that relate to this in terms of the films. I'm going to throw something out there. Okay, so The Eternal Sunshine of a Spotless Mind. Oh, Jim Carrey rocked that, didn't he? One of his best. I thought he was a comedian until I saw that film, and I was like, this guy's not a comedian, this guy's an actor. And then, of course, oh my gosh, The Truman Show. Let's not even. The Truman Show is probably one of the most not so broken down shows, probably because it's just so bloody obvious. You don't have to break it down. It literally is saying, like, I'm saying what I'm saying. There's no metaphor here. This is I'm literally saying that you're living in a construct that's false. Everything you thought was real is a lie. Everybody you think you know are just actors in this play of Maya, which is an expression of these different forces and aspects and personalities of self, which are really just this cosmic expression of consciousness. And we are all the same being experiencing itself through multitudes of eyes in different time frames, giving the appearance of individuality, which is all just an illusion because all of the numbers add up to 9 anyway. And so it's a very interesting concept because it brings us back to the idea of the psychology behind the spiritual experience. And I started mentioning one of my experiences. I don't like to say too much about too much, but I think it's useful to some degree. So this is a different one to the 9 gates. That was practicing samadhi yoga and the crown sasra chakra opening. Never open your crown chakra. Even if you can, just don't do it. Don't do it. Stay away from the crown chakra. All that meditation that wants you to activate your crown chakra and work with your crown chakra, don't do it. Because if you do it, and if you really do it, I mean, if you do it, yeah, then you're going to experience the closeness to death. And you might not be lucky. You might not want to come back. But another experience that I had was when I was much younger. It was in the 90s. And it was to do with constructing yantra. So I was building color wheel, sacred geometric patterned meditative devices. And I decided to use one as a gate. So I built one for the gate of water to travel out. And I traveled out into this sphere, which is rather interesting because I traveled with my eyes open. So it was open-eyed meditation, and I traveled through open eyes into this thing and then through it like a door. And I was so excited, my passions ran wild. It took me on a journey. I was the silver surfer. That was all I could see. I was the silver surfer surfing through this fluid silvery tubes. Yeah, if you've ever been a surfer, right? Those of you that have surfed, you know what I'm talking about. When you get inside a tube, we've got a place here near to where I live, but I don't surf anymore because I've had enough run-ins with sharks, and I'm not the youngster I used to be. But it's a place called Dangers, and on a decent day, you used to be able to get a 6 to 8 foot tube that you could climb inside. But it's on the reef, so you can literally see the rocks, and you can like literally put your hand down. And it's like that much water between you. It gives your gonads a sense of shrinkage when you look down into that. You see how close you are to that rock face. And if you fall, if you come a cropper, you lose a wetsuit. So it's an expensive place to surf because you shred wetsuits. You shred them fast. I lost 2 wetsuits there. And of course, your board gets dinged to crap. You lose your nose of your board and all that rubbish that goes with it. And if you're not lucky, you can get stuck in that reef and drown. People do die. It's called Dangers for a reason. So anyway, and then of course, it's the place where most of the breeding of the sharks are. Like the great whites are breeding just over there. But so when you're in a tube, there's this enclosed energy around you, and you become so entranced by the sound of there's this incredible sound around you, and you can feel the water like covering you, and you almost want to get swallowed by this thing until you remember the rocks. You're like, hold on, no, I've got to be able to get out of this thing. So you've got to line your board up so that you can actually get a bit of propulsion and ramp out. You got to get a bit of altitude into the tube, but the lip is starting to crumble around you, so you got to get just high enough so that you've got enough momentum so that when you drop in, you can launch yourself like a catapult out of the tube when it collapses behind you in order to get over the face of the wave. And so it's a tube riding space, Dangers. It's quite a rush. Now, this was like riding the best tube of your life, and it doesn't end. It's like you're not in there for like 5 seconds, 8 seconds, enjoying this rush. Like, how long can I push this? You know, how long can I push this experience before I'm going to get out of here? Because or else I'm going to hit that rock. And so I was swallowed into the space, and I went on this adventure, and I just took it. I didn't think. I threw it all. This is partially part of my character flaw. Although now that I'm a dad, I don't suffer from that anymore. I'm afraid of dying. It's such a good thing to be afraid of dying. And so I went with it. I was like, okay, let's see where this can take me. I'm going to go the distance. So I went the distance. And then I was like, okay, where's my body? I was like, nobody. And so time dragged on for what seemed like months. It was about 3 or 4 weeks. I was like, okay, accept it. Your body is like worm food. Like, damn. Dang. I overdid it. Okay, so I'm here. What am I going to do with the space? So what next? I seem to be stuck somewhere because I'm not going through to that other place I'm supposed to go when I die. So now what? I was stuck in the lower astral. So this is why this Visuddhi Band exists, to keep us locked into the physical realm. Because if we're not ready, we get stuck in that realm which is controlled by the 8th sphere. Duat. The bottomless pit, for use of better terminology. And that's when I started to recognize that every time I shape this, I have to shape this because my thoughts are shaping this, and I'm shaping this reality around myself. So I could start experimenting, like, okay, so I can shape this into anything I want to shape this into. That's pretty cool. I can shape this. And then started realizing, hold on, who is that watching me, listening to me, shaping this? That's when they started coming. I was like, uh-oh, I called them. Holy shit. So they were after me. And I could feel them coming at me from different directions in this zone. And so I was like, okay, I'll outrun them. And I couldn't outrun them. And they were like onto me. So I was like, okay, there's this other layer here, like a void. Maybe if I jump into the void, and like it's sort of like you experience an increase of density. And the density becomes increased. And the density is so dense that you can't move thoughts through the density. You're sort of like that feeling. And so you can settle in there for a long time, but you can't think. You can't do anything when you're in it. So you have to come out of it at some point. When you come out of it, it's like, oh, damn, this again. So I kept trying to escape into this void, trying to get away. And then in the end, I had to like come out and say, okay, let's do this. How many of you are? Let's go. Let's see what we got. Then I realized I can't fight them because they're like part of me. Very confusing. So they took me on this journey down a spiral, down into that bottomless pit. And by that stage, I'd been there for what must have been months. I don't know, 3 months, 4 months, 5 months. It's just an endless stretch of time that goes on and on and on, but it feels like months. I lived the whole chapter of my life in that place. And because you get to accept that you're dead, right? I accepted I was dead so long ago because I tried every way to find my body, and there was just no finding my body. And it's not supposed to happen. According to occult books, it's not supposed to happen. So they took me down that bottomless pit, and I was like, coming down there, I was like, wow, the whole universe is constructed of archons, and the archons are the structure of the pit. Wow. And the pit is the extraction of the toric field. Wow. And these are the daemons that we're so scared of. And my gosh, they do look lizard-like. And they got all the insignialities, and they're made out of bigger ones that are made out of smaller ones that are made out of smaller ones that are made out of smaller ones. And the biggest of bigger ones are making bigger ones that are made out of the bigger ones that make bigger ones that make bigger ones. And it's beings fitting within beings, fitting within beings. The chain of life is just, oh my gosh, it's just like digest all this crap. And the music is infernal on the way down. Infernal music. This is, well, why is this music creeping the hell out of me? Designed to produce fear and like your raw emotions. Like, holy shit, I wouldn't have done this. This is not my DJ choice. I did not cue this music. I did not cue the scenery. And where the hell am I going? And obviously you're rotating down the spiral, and the whole universe is an extension around you. So first point is the universe is around you. You then got to face yourself, but you're actually facing this thing that changes form. It's got no form. It's just a head trip. It wants to get in there, and it wants to take control. And so the more you fight it, the more you fight it, the stronger it gets. The harder you push, the harder it pushes. And it's like a fight that just never ends. And you know that end game is serious. If you drop the ball here, you know this is serious end game. None of your occult formulas work. None of your spells work. None of that stuff is any good to you down here. You're stripped naked of all of your powers. And this thing wants to have you. It wants to get into you. And it wants to become you. You're like, holy shit. No, you will not become me. And the more you resist it, the more powerful it becomes. And the more power you exert. And it's this balance of power that's expressed. The more you push, the harder it pushes back. You just cannot beat this being. And you cannot surrender either. You may not surrender. If you ever find yourself in the Duat, which is that 8th sphere, fighting for your life, but it's not your life you're fighting for, it's so much more. It's your soul essence. You cannot surrender. You've got to keep the fight going. You know, you see where you are. You see what's beneath you. Like you will fall out of that bottom of this place. Part of you will fall out of you and it will be taken. It's like some part of your soul will be digested. I can't explain it in terms of words. And the only thing that you're fighting and fighting and fighting, at some point you start going, oh my God, is this what you do? Is this your thing? The being facing you, because it's an electrical being that's fire that changes. It's a changing fire that's changing all the time. And it's you, but it's not you, but it's facing you. It's the adversary, in simple terms. And the moment you start to recognize this being's plight, you feel compassion. It shrinks. You go, what? You start feeling love for the being. It shrinks. You go, oh my gosh. Is that what you can't? Is that the weapon you can't withstand? I got your number, buddy. And so you open your heart to compassion. You start actually empathizing with this being. You start loving this being, this evil, demonstrous entity that has no form and has no shape and takes the form of formlessness into expressions of Yaldabaoth, whatever you want to call it. You want to put names. There's no names that hold any power in this place. And because it's not in reality. It's like a bubble of reality. You can get stuck in it. An extension off of the astral and etheric realms. It's like the firmament. Within the firmament, there's like a crack. You can get sucked into that crack of the firmament and go down that place. Oh, and they're all watching, waiting, like knives and forks ready. The feast is about to begin. You're like, I'm the feast. No. And the moment you start tuning into that compassion, the whole story becomes a game changer. And you open your heart to this being and you start loving this being. And then it's got no power over you. In fact, then the music changes and the universe wobbles. And it wobbles, and suddenly these archons are angels. You're like, what the hell? How did I miss that? Seriously? You're angels? So the archons, and they're all crowded around you, the spiral that leads upwards. And now you're rotating the other way, right? And as you're rotating upwards, you're hearing the music. They sound like the most beautiful arias you've ever heard in your life. These songs, these like angelic songs that are telling you about what you could be. And at that point, the color spectrum starts to shift into lavender spectrums and to pink spectrums and to the green, the blue spectrums, moving away from the red and the infrared and the orange spectrums. Interestingly enough, colors, fascinating how this works. And the music becomes so on fire that you feel yourself elated. You feel yourself like you're on MDMA, or you feel like you're tripping your tits off. Like, what's going on here? Am I on MDMA? Because this feels damn good. And you're going higher, and the higher you go, the better it feels, until there's a unanimous decree between all of these angelic beings of like, that's it. What do you mean that's it? Like, this is it. It's as high as you're allowed to go. And then there's sadness that comes, sorrow that comes. That like, but I can't go there. Like, just a unanimous acknowledgement of what you're capable of. And obviously then the vibrations take you. You start to become back in tune with that vibrational field, and it takes you out of the eighth sphere. So once again, what we're talking about here is the eighth sphere as a phenomenal experience. But this is, I think, a metaphor. The physical plane is doing this to us. So we open ourselves spiritually and we start to have this experience of how amazing I am as a human being. I'm gaining all these wonderful spiritual insights. Look at the spiritual gifts that are coming to me. Look at what I can do. Look at what I can use my senses for. Look at what I can experience. Look at how I'm feeling compassion for every human being on earth. Look at how I can feel the human being suffering over there and suffering over there, and I can love them all. I must be someone special. I must be, right? And we get that, what we call the Jesus complex. I've been there, done that. T-shirt been worn. And I think that's why I ended up in the eighth sphere. I got so egotistical about my own abilities and my own spirituality that I thought I was someone special. And we all are someone special. We all are that someone special, that potential special, but that we all are that special. And I think as we develop ourselves spiritually because of the principles of seven. Now you were talking about how seven is like avarice, yeah? Avarice and like a greedy element. It's about me. It's dislocating
Well,
myself from the world around me
actually,
and going into me and expanding into the spiritual wisdom and the knowledge of me, of who is my soul ray, of my ancestral path, of all of these beings bringing me the wisdom. It disconnects us from reality in a sense. It disconnects us from each other. And so we pull out of society because society holds no law for us. Society holds nothing. We're going into the inner reattempting to restructure the spiritual experience, but on the inner planes. And so the 7 becomes this fundamental passage into reintegrating the spiritual energies so that we can become a 9, that perfected completeness of 3 in 3 phases that is bringing the 9 into the physical form. And
Franklin, I want
as
to
when I,
correct myself real
yeah,
quick. Just to be, I made a mistake. Number 5 has the shadow of greed. Number 7 has the shadow of glutton, but everything you're saying still applies. Yep. Yeah, they're very closely related in exactly the way that you're describing. And you're right. It is great to work towards that number 9, the balanced one, that centered one. You're totally on point. But I just wanted to be sure I was clear. Greed and glutton, because they both have a G, and number 7 is a G. So I make that mistake too a lot. And the 5 and the 7 have they're connected in a wild relationship. But yeah, you're still right. I just wanted to be sure I didn't misspeak.
you are totally right, because greed involves wanting something that's outside of yourself. And gluttony wants it inside yourself, in a difference. And gluttony is more to do with that appetite of inside of me, where greed wants that thing. And greed doesn't relate to the number 7 at all. It's the wrong word. Thank you for pointing that out. It's more gluttony. It's actually the perfect word. And so this expression of this wanting to bring this inside of me to become bigger, right? This appetite, endless appetite, drives us on this path to wanting to be more than what we are. And we need to want to be more than what we are, because we aren't enough. Even though we are enough, we're not enough. And this is like that Orion principle, to become that great stature of Orion, to bring the light into ionization through this chakric field to produce the perfection of being. And compassion. Now, so this is why compassion, for me, is so important, because compassion is passion, the passing of ions, but comp. So you're compressing all the passions, compressing the passions, and communicating them in such a way that they don't have a hold over you. So you're able to communicate the passions, communicate with the passions, and relinquish the power of passion to drive you. Compassion is that facility of consciousness that's able to put them into like a Rubik's Cube structure and keep them all as a single unified experience, without this passion and this passion and this passion fighting for control. Put them all back and create this synergetic expression of a synchronized mathematics where everything is one form. And so what I'm trying to get at here is the way in which, as we become more spiritually advanced, our demons become activated, because the universe around us polarizes. And so what's the story about Emmanuel in the desert with the devil for 40 days? What's that story about? What is the metaphor here? What is that being explaining? In this high level of consciousness, you have to go into the desert for 40 days to fight your own demons, because the demon's telling you must jump off the rocks, you must do this, you must do that, you must do this, because it's like, look at how powerful you are, look at how amazing you are. I think the more spiritually we become aligned, the more empowered our egos become. So we think of spirituality as being without an ego. That's wrong. Spirituality, the more spiritual you become, the more egotistical you become. Though the more pressure there is to control that ego, because it can make you fall harder and lower than you were before.
Yeah, buddy.
Right into the 8th sphere. Yeah.
I was thinking about this just a minute ago when you were talking about, for me to tell you that you are special, you should not hear that statement as encouragement. You should hear that as hazard. You should be a little alarmed. You should be worried. You should be concerned. It shouldn't make you, oh, great. Okay, thanks. Huh, yeah. Oh, whew, I was worried I wasn't special. No, 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 no. Your mind isn't in the right. You're not receiving the message. Bro, be careful. You're fucking special. Be careful. It's dangerous to know. It's very dangerous to know. And it's a process. It's not like you just found out now and you can move forward. It's a process. Now you're in another chapter. It's a process. Being special is not a decision and then you move. It is really something to deal with. Because for one, it means that your nemesis is right here. That your nemesis is not in the television. It's not far away. It's not something you can put off. That means your nemesis is immediate and very real. Yeah. Sitting right on your shoulder. That's so true. Um, you're so spot on about the spiritual path brings forward the ego to the forefront, onto the table, onto the focus, onto the center place. And then the work is incumbent upon you. It's even more prescient that your priorities need to be rearranged to walk in this path all the time. To stay centered is it's a responsibility that is constant work. It's totally constant work. And I'm thinking about one of the hazards of that number 7 of accomplishing abstinence against the drive towards gluttony. It can be a reward. Let's say you took a fast for 2 days and you accomplished all your goals. And when you get to that second day on the fast, you're like, I'm feeling the power of this. I'm going to take it for a third day. I'm going to go one more day. But that wasn't the plan. The plan was to go 2 days, and now you're supposed to be eating. But you're like, nah. I got this. I'm going to go 3 days with no eating. And then so you have maybe a little juice or whatever, and you go that one more day, and now you're like, I'm fucking Superman. I just went 3 days of fasting, and you've broken your own contract with yourself. You're getting a little out of hand. The nemesis is here. You know what I mean? And so there's something about the spiritual path you can get outside of yourself very quickly. And so I think it's important to adhere to your contract to yourself and stick to whatever that plan was. And because you have to become your own modulator. You have to become the one who's drawing your own boundaries. You have to become your own Saturn on a regular basis. You have to switch into Saturn. You're playing Venus all day, but you got to be your own Saturn too. And that's really what that path leads to. So I see that being a particular hazard around that number 7 when you master and have command over abstinence and the ability to uh to to live apophatically, to constantly uh know what you are not, to know what you're not. Socrates is a quintessential number 7, and he was the smartest man in the town because he knew that he knew nothing. That gives him a mastery of the abstinence of knowledge, knowledge claims. He was abstaining from any knowledge claims. That's the sign of a master right there. But these things, they become an ego trip. Once you master these things, then it's actually dangerous to get stuck in the Socratic mindset. You have to come out of it every once in a while. You can even go overboard with the virtues, I think is what I'm saying. And this is something Nietzsche taught, was that even the virtues, those things that seem like rewarding, high-minded, like the goal that you're seeking to attain, it can become a vice. It can become the flame that the moth burns itself out on. Um, and so, particularly around abstinence, I think that is a very, very good example of taking the virtues too far, because I think a lot of people with like, uh, so that's some, okay, I'm going to say this. I think that each of the virtues of the good, ascended, uh, redeeming aspects of each personality type, I think they can be drawn so far that they become a neurosis. And I can see how certain neuroses would have a orientation on the Enneagram. And over there in the number 7, I can see a lot of eating disorders having a nested seed inside of having too high of an ideal around being a number 7, epicure or an enthusiast. If you have too much of that, it can draw you into certain, potentially, into eating disorders that also have echoes in spiritual practices. You know, people can take all of those things too far, but those are good examples, I think. Yeah, and number 7 is a great kind of a gateway glimpse at how all of the virtues can become excessive. Be
That
ye
is
warned,
exactly
you're
the whole
special.
idea. we are special, and I think this is the problem. And it's so beautiful the way you put that, the eating disorders and the the ego becomes twisted by the spiritual powers that are such a positive life bringing principle, and it's why the temperance is so important, why we need Mercury, why we need that 5, the discipline, which is brought by that tempering facilitation. And so this, why alchemy has that 5 in there. And like you say, stick to the bloody program. You're not like fasting for, once you've not eaten for 10 days, you literally feel like you never ever have to eat again. And I've known people to become breatharians. And I mean, it's not funny, yo. We laugh, but it's not funny, because people have children and they have lives, and they want to go off on this I'm a breatharian trip, and the impacts are beyond yourself, psychologically and mentally. And so it's a dangerous facilitation, I think, to indulge in the powers. And so Venus, as I see the embodiment of what 7 becomes, is that which is this expression that can become gluttony, because it's enjoying all the beautiful things, the beautiful spiritual things, enjoying them, and practicing too much meditation, practicing too much. It's like I always explain to my ex-wife, if one practices meditation, one has to do something else as well. So one has to balance these things. Like, people used to say, so why would you sit and do math? Sit and do math, just like with your numbers, play with numbers in your brain. It was like, well, I have to do it because I'm practicing too much meditation. You need to keep them in check, because that mathematical manipulation of numbers brings you back down to reality, because you can go off into that reality where you want to go and cross over the threshold, and you're not ready to cross over the threshold, but you believe that you are. And those that are out there like saying like, no, you're not ready, and you're like, yes I am, you can't stop me, you know. Look at me, like, you can't stop me, try. You know, that whole little fiery bin that we carry of um like, it's my party, I'll cry if I want to, I can do whatever I want to do. We can do whatever we want to do with free will. But now this brings us back to the whole idea of free will. Just how free is free will? Because when we utilize free will to its full extension of freedom, that's when we drop ourselves in the brown stuff. because we have to curb our own will. We have to put a cap on what we desire. We have to put a cap on what we want to use our free will for, because free will is like, you know, that honey is so nice. I have the free will to enjoy honey. Well, how much honey am I going to enjoy? When do I close the jar? Right? Gluttony, as an example. And like, I'm having to teach my son this now because he loves honey, and his mother doesn't know how to draw the line. So I've got to literally keep the jar of honey out of her like hands, because she'll just give him like honey to the point of where I'm like, no, you mustn't eat that much honey, you know. And I'll measure it out, and the honeys are in the smoothies, and you know, that's where you get your honey. Why? What, you want to eat the honey, you got to get the smoothie. I don't want you eating honey without all the other good stuff. You want to eat fruit. So I like hide it and like disguise it, and have to be quite strict with it. But this is like the inner child. The inner child just wants to enjoy the honey of life. And so the free will being left to its free devices will create a complete mess of the show. Even though it's the expression of the inner child needs to be tempered, needs to be trained in the same way that we train our dogs, like don't poo on the floor, you know, right? Otherwise you're living in dog poo. And puppies wouldn't think to do it. You've actually literally got to like say no. And you might even have to go and put a little nose in the pee-pee, put them outside, you know, reward them when they go and pee-pee outside. Like, oh, you're going to get some jerky, buddy, you know? Like, why did I get jerky when I pee on the floor? I get a nose full of pee-pee, but when I pee-pee outside, I get jerky. Well, what's going on here? Whatever it takes, you know. But in the same way, we've got to temper ourselves so that we don't end up spiritually covered in dog poo, like as the metaphor goes, living in our own shite. And I think that the spiritual process is really preparing us to, we seek purity, and the purity purifies us so much that we become filthy with it. Yeah. The purity makes us filthy because we can't live with the impurity that we experience. But there is no such thing as purity in pure form, not in this world, you know, because like we still got to go to the toilets. We still got to drop our loads. We're still going to have to urinate. And so you think you're in a pure state of consciousness, and then you go and drop your load and go, that wasn't a very pure thing. That was purely disgusting, you know? And there's just no escaping it because it is what it is. We're literally carrying, okay, so I like to think of my body as a tube, and that we're carrying rotting, hopefully, vegetation in our bodies. Some people are carrying rotting meat. You smell that through the pores of the skin. But hopefully we're carrying like, you know, good stuff in our bodies, but it's still, we're carrying rotting stuff. So we're literally carrying like, you know, soil being denatured inside of our bodies. And it's a bit of a disgusting concept. And it's sort of how we stay alive. It's also how we are able to think. Those microbes that break down those things are also what builds up our bodies. So without that, we'd be sick and weak and dying. And so this whole impurity of being is something that I think we have to learn to be able to cope with. And so the psychology of spirituality is all about seeking perfection. It's all about seeking purity, generally speaking. It's all about seeking the uprightness, the strength. But then strength becomes weakness, because the stronger you become, the more empathic you become, in truth. And so that empathy becomes the strength that is what weakens you. And you only become strong when you become weak, because you have to be weak to become empathic in order to find that strength. And otherwise, compassion doesn't come out of the picture. And compassion is how we gain mastery over the passions, which is how we gain control, self-control to a certain degree, and how we can control the chi or the shen and produce that even keel balance of the principle of the harmony that is produced by Mercury, embodying the spiritual and the physical within our hearts, in order to gain that insight into the nature of the quantum field, which is the toric field, and why we are here. And I think what you said is so beautiful. What you said is so beautiful, because it really does bring us right back to the personal responsibility that we need to. And I'm going to stop babbling. I'm going to jump back and let you guys jump back on.
I'd love to add to what Slick said a moment ago. It's so much. Um, both of you. Um, but I want to add on and stress the idea of becoming a focal point, becoming this idea of yourself in this realm, in this expression. People will, I'm a Capricorn, I'm a Black, I'm an Eastern, I'm whatever you are, right? You have to arguably choose to be that. There's a level of the world will always see you as, and then there's a level of caring about that, and then there's a level of implying that, or not in your life. There's levels to it. Self-worth is what you chose, and only you can do it. So, again, I want to come back to the idea of perspective, because if you understand why you're identifying with this focal point, is it emotional? Is it psychological? Is it because of a shadow you built? Is it because of, like the, no matter what road you take, there's a reason for it. Like it didn't just poof, here I am. So only you can do the work of that. Understanding the urge, like when it comes to children, children, babies only have two emotions that register: uh, love and fear. Right? Crying essentially is a result of fear. Sometimes you get that funny laugh, cry in the middle, where they don't really know what's going on, but they're kind of starting to feel better. Um, but that's really it. It's a very fine line. A child left to its own devices will eat everything in your cupboard and get sick, namely the cookies. And you know what I'm saying? And they'll eat all of them first and be sick, and they won't care because it tastes good. They're not thinking with their higher mind. They're thinking with their lower self, because it's all they know. Your higher self has to be trained. So why do I like these cookies? Oh well, I used to crawl around in the cupboards on the floor on the floor in the kitchen and eat these cookies. I forgot about that. Well, that's what happens when you meditate. That's what happens when you do your self work. But you have to have a self realization. No one can have it for you. So you have to understand why you have triggers, why you have an aversion to this and that, why you can see yourself reflected in this mythology and not that. But understand at some point that it's all you. So again, we're back to this idea of a decoder ring, and understanding that there's levels. If you are a patriot, for example, you grew up loving the military and politicians, and then one day you find out about false flags, and now the idea of a politician represents something else to you. Or you were a good Catholic, and you went to mass, every week, and you perhaps sang in the choir and were an altar boy, and then someone touched you. So now you look at the whole clergy with a certain shadow. There's levels to it. You want to think about that in your mind. You always want to have the inversion of thought, because number one, the world's going to do that anyway. The world is an inversion of what you see on top of that. If you think about the Sephirotic tree, it falls down all the way from Kether to Malkuth, right? It folds over 3 times. So everything you think is real is a shadow of something. So you have to fight the shadows of yourself, but you have to be aware of them in order to fight them. Otherwise, they'll just be viewed as programs. They'll be viewed as upbringing. They'll be viewed as tradition. Even the idea of breaking it is an opposite shadow. So this is just, an idea of inner work.
You know, I have a note I wrote down here about forgetting and forgiving, and how when I think about forgetting and forgiving, I think of it as, I've always in the past thought of it as like what we do for other people. You know, we forget what they did, we forgive what they did. And so seldom do I hear these things and think of it as the self to the self. You know, again, with the spiritual path uh, being uh, oriented to being your own coach, your own cheerleader, your own trainer, your own nutritionist, your own dentist, you know, being self providential. Can you forgive yourself for yourself? Can you forget aspects of yourself when you need to, when it serves you? And that difference between forgiving and forgetting, God, if that's not like uh, uh it's like a, if you know, it's a, there's so many sayings around forgiving and forgetting, you know. um Friedrich Nietzsche, he actually admired people who were forgetful. You know, it's easy to hold it against people for being forgetful. It seems careless, it seems mindless or small-minded, or um can almost, in over time, repeatedly, it can come off as soullessness. A person can almost seem soulless because they just don't care. It's just not in them to care. And so, and if that pattern, I'm thinking of somebody in specific in my life, but eventually you're like, if there's nothing, if you don't care about anything, do you have a soul? And I'm like, yeah, they got to have a soul. It's just that they care about things that I don't see, that have nothing to do with me. And so I have to believe they have a soul. It's just, it doesn't resonate with anything I relating to me in my connection to that person. They clearly have a soul somewhere. It just doesn't have anything to do with me. So therefore, we're probably better off not depending on each other too much. Um, and it's better off to forget them. Sometimes it is a good thing to forget about, as opposed to resent, remember, attach to, try to redeem, put in, invest a bunch into something that's not going to go anywhere. Yes. So sometimes selective forgetfulness, I think, is a skill set. I don't have it yet. It's a kind of a pipe dream, but I think it is a skill that I'm going to work on, and I offer it up to anybody else who's interested in it. Yeah, I think selectful forgetfulness is could be a superpower. It's like hypnotize yourself to forget that ever happened. That could be really useful. That could be really useful. Um, so yeah, I just wanted to put that on, because I think a lot of a ceremony, ritual can have a lot to do with this. It's like cutting ties, ending a contract, the severing of a bond. All of those are parts of the path. But wouldn't it be cool if you could just snap your own fingers and forget about things that weren't serving you? Wouldn't that be great? I think there's a practice around that we could all develop.
I think that is so on point, and it comes right back to what Dr. K was saying about the work that needs to be done. And I just want to point out the elephant in the room. 4 and G, give. And so G and L, there's a relationship between G and L. And obviously, when we look at the G, we know that the Masons got all over that because it's a spiral, right? It's actually a spiral, G. And it's the 7th letter. Oh, there we go. The spiral that goes within. So 4, as we've often come up, is the expression of 22. And the 22 is the expression of two polarities that sit within a single polarity. What I am always, in my BushWhisperer series, I'm always calling it the, what do I call it? I'm going to forget what I've coined it. That's hilarious. I call it the dynamic polarity of being. And that the dynamic polarity of being is yang yin, the yang within yin and the yin within yang, and these create two polarities, and that the two polarities are four. But when we really look at four, it brings the third factor. The third factor is that these are reflected within us. And that brings the three, the Trinity, into being, the six. And so we look at the powers of six, magnanimous. This is the sort of aspect of forgiving, if we think about it. Forgiveness, because it's about allowing things to be, in a sense. So when we allow our inner polarities to resolve themselves through discipline and the work that Kalal is so beautifully pointing out that needs to be done, which is the spiritual sweat, then sweat, the wetness of energy being expressed, the wet sweat, then we're able to really come to terms with our own dynamic polarities, which is the dichotomy of being expressed, that within each polarity there are a set of polarities operating, and that within that polarity life is not black and white. So we can't hold on to an idea of a polarity of like, oh, well, I did this right, I did that wrong, you did this right, you did that wrong, because within each of those polarities is a polarity operating. And so each right is a wrong and a right from different perspectives, and each wrong is a right and a wrong from different perspectives. And so to forgive ourselves is to recognize within ourselves that all these polarities are operating singularly through the polarity of being. And we're tending to look at things through the lens of two eyes, left and right, up and down, right and wrong. But actually, the face of Brahma is facing in four directions. And so the four directions of the compass is what gives the form of the five elements a place to exist from the Taoist perspective, which is probably the most useful way of understanding the cross within the circle, is to look at the five elements of the Tao. The way in which this is an expression of four that is operating through the fifth principle, but four principles operating through the fifth principle, and that those four principles are actually a yang yin that has been taken apart. So the yang yin is the expression of that cross, but that's why the little dots are within the yang and the yin, to bring about that toric field of interaction between the two dots that are moving like that. So you've got a yang and you've got a yin. You've got a circle here, you've got a circle here, and there you've got the circle, the smaller circle, and the smaller circle is making a circle through that circle, and a circle to that circle. So you've got a spinning disc like this and a spinning disc like this. And when you look at the aura, right, you've got a rising current up the back, falling down the front, creating a wheel of energy. And you've got a rising current up the right, falling down the left, creating a wheel of energy. And that we are like a confluence of these two wheels of energy on the energetic plane. Oh, Indy Sage, brother, the shadow working man. He does awesome work helping people to connect with their shadows. And I think it's just the exact time for Indy Sage to arrive here. What a beautiful brother. Very much grounded, very deeply philosophically inspired. And the work that he does, for those of you that don't know, he is a tremendously gifted shadow worker that is heart embedded within the soul of Scorpio. I hope you don't mind me saying that. But Scorpio is the transcendent, the eagle within us. And I'd love to give you an opportunity to take the stage. So much love, and thank you for joining us.
Much love. Thank you so much for the wonderful introduction, Franklin. So glad to be here today, and really excited for this discussion. I do apologize for being late, but I wouldn't miss this show for the world. So I'm here. I went down to the farmer's market and to the art studio, had a little coffee date. But I raced back to get here so I could be with you guys for the show. And I love the idea of the Scorpio being the transcendent. And through shadow work, we do just that. We transcend our limitations, transcend our obstacles of the inner turmoil, in all the little nitty-gritty things that it can do to us, pushing us into the blame and shame game as we live in denial. But as we come to terms of understanding and integration with our lost shadow, we become whole once again. And once we become whole again, our potential and possibilities become limitless. And so I was watching a video earlier about the brainwave frequencies of expert meditators. And I sent a link to the roundtable group, but it was referring to the different brain states that expert meditators who have over 60,000 hours of meditation in their lifetimes are able to achieve. And they say that the gamma brainwave state, which is the highest frequency that the brain can operate at, is something that we come into usually very rarely for small periods of time, for a half a second, when we have an epiphany or find an answer to something we've been trying to solve for a long time, or when we bite into something. But expert meditators seem to have gamma brainwaves present at all times if they've meditated profoundly through their lives. And that can help them operate on a different level of consciousness. I feel like I've been able to get myself there and able to transcend the monkey brain. I don't know if y'all are familiar with the monkey brain, but we have these incessant racing thoughts that makes it hard for people to meditate. Once you've been able to meditate for a long time, gray matter from the amygdala, or the reptilian brain, transfers into the hippocampus, of the language memory centers of higher consciousness. And so through meditation, our brain matter changes and raises us to a place of higher consciousness within the structure of our brain, moving us away from the amygdala fear-based brain into the love-based brain of integration with nature and one another and oneself. And so that's just a little taste of things to come. But I wanted to see what were you guys getting into on the show before I came in.
Thank you for that absolutely wonderful intro. Hope there's no reverberation there. I'd love to welcome to our midst the poetic lady, Soraya Nadia, that is an endless well of giving. Those of you that haven't seen her on Telegram, she's always sharing her heart and her poetry, beautiful, inspired words. She's a slinger of the gab and a wonderfully real and grounded personality. I'll never forget how I got to know her was in a conflict situation or challenging situation where she was being real. And so I'd love to invite the absolutely real Soraya Nadia, who is also been doing this for a while. She's a mom. She's only gets here late because she's got to look after her children at night and her husband and everything. But thank you so much for taking the time to join us, and so much love and welcome to you.
Thank you. Thank you. And I got a little distracted for a moment before I got on because one very close friend of mine needed a little help. Otherwise, I would have been earlier on.
Good of you to help your friend.
Yeah, that's important too.
A much needed thing.
Yeah, it's a friend that I know for many lifetimes, so.
Cool. Part of your soul pod, soul fam.
Yeah. Yeah, he is. No.
That's cool.
That's what I love about you, Soraya. You're just getting on with it. You don't have that many words to say, but your words that you do say are an expression of the things that you do, and the person that you are is an expression of the way that you learn to be, and that your authenticity is what makes you so special. And it seems we've been granted another boon of welcomeness. We've got the bird dog Ronan with us. He is
Hey.
the Ronan, the wild card. A Ronin, by the way, to those of you that don't know, is a samurai that has no master. He's a samurai, but he has chosen to go rogue from the so-called path that's been dictated by society in order to find his own inner propriety and propriety of piety, which is the expression of his inner society and his shamanic inspirations of nature. And he's also a money man. So he can tell you all about the numbers. But without too much to say, welcome to the awesome Ronan. He's also got a wonderful, absolutely wonderful show that you must catch, the Ronan Experience. And so much love to the stage. Welcome, brother. Thank you for joining us.
Welcome, brother.
What's up, guys? Did I miss any interesting topics? Oh man, you guys have been crushing, dude. Franklin and Slick and Kalel, you guys have just been crushing. I didn't want to join. I didn't want to get in the middle of that, man. You know what I mean? But yeah, it's a true honor to be here, and yes, it's so much. I'm just gonna mute because I have so many thoughts from what you guys have been talking about, and it's a lot. But yeah, keep on going. It's an honor to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, I don't know if you guys got to look at this. I also put a link about the telepathy of cetaceans, dolphins, and whales between humanity and them. Apparently, it is illegal to try to communicate with dolphins and whales, and there's a fine of over $100,000, and you'll be jailed, which is quite peculiar. I think that's a bit strange. But in the video, they said that an individual did an experiment and tried to use telepathy to communicate with whales and dolphins, and found that he didn't need to speak. And if he were to just say the thoughts in his mind, that they would do what he was asking them to do, like if they were doing tricks or something. Then he went out and communed with wild dolphins and whales and asked them to come to the surface at a beach he was at in a bay, and found that dozens of whales and dolphins came up to him and looked him in the eyes for asking them to come up in his mind. And so this study is like really fascinating. It's really interesting, and it makes me wonder, do you guys think that there's a possibility that we had domesticated dolphins more or less in the past, and that we have a close relationship with them, and potentially that they are able to receive information from us telepathically? I know dolphins have way bigger brain to body ratio than any other creature, even including humans. And they're the only creature that has a larger brain than us, brain to body ratio. So I feel like maybe we were domesticated by the dolphins. They protected us. But
That's such an interesting concept. And I'd like to just add one thing to this. There are many documents that seem to suggest, now we're going back to the giants, to the Nephilim, and to the construction of what became the human race as we are today, our changed form, because of the genetic injections of the various different DNAs from the different beings. There were many experiments, I believe. Now, I can't say this is a fact, but this is what I've sort of deduced, is that there were many different forms of experiments that were done involving animal forms, trying to create a form that could be mated so that these beings that became the Nephilim could continue their line. You see, they wanted to continue their lineage because they had broken away from the Fika oath. And by breaking the Fika oath, they had left their domain, and leaving their domain, they came here, but their consciousness became an inversion principle because they didn't belong here. And because they came here from whence they couldn't procreate here, they couldn't continue their lineages here. And so they had to form new lineages in the link in the chain for the reincarnative process so that they could. And this is sort of mentioned in some of the Hermetic documents as well. Even the Tahuti documents, where he's speaking about how they would go underneath the pyramids and go deep down, and they would go into that sleep for a long time, and how that sleep got less and less and less with time. You know, the chapters of the wheel turning, as the population increased with more of the genetics that was carried from that seed, these beings were able to generate themselves more easily. But I think that the dolphins are a remnant of these reactions. And so this other genetics was pumped into the human race, and some evolved this way, and some evolved that way, and some evolved this way, and some evolved to go back into the sea to bring out different genetics, but still having the intelligence. So I believe that it's not just that we domesticated them. I think on some level we are them. They are us in a different shadow of our expression of our being, and somehow we share this genetics. I've had powerful experiences where I am on the astral planes with these beings that are swimming around me and talking to me, and they're like our guides in a sense, and we are sort of spiritually their keepers in a sense on some level. So there's a very deep ancestral connection I believe that we have with the dolphins and the whales. And it's so funny that you're talking about a whale, because I saw a whale today. I was having a conversation with a guy who was trying to convince me to come to his Catholic church. And I was like explaining to him why this isn't going to happen. And while I was talking, I was like, wow, there's a whale. And I could literally see far out to sea a massive thing coming out of the water, and a big spurt of water. And that's obviously a whale. It's anything that does it. Or killer whale. I don't know. And when I spoke to the guy from the nature park, he said, yeah, there are whales around here at the moment. He said apparently they are sperm whales. Did he say sperm whales? Sperm whales. I was wondering if it was killer whales. But anyway, I believe it was a sperm whale that I must have seen today. So it's funny that you're talking about whales, and I've been having it on the brain all day. And I do think that you're onto something there with the telepathy. And it's not just whales. I want to add that to this. It's not just whales. Whales are probably a higher spectrum. I want us to look at this humongulus. I want us to look at this humunculus. I want us to look at these. In America, they've got all these Bigfoot. They've got all these other kinds of beings that are somehow connected to humans as well. I think there's this mammalian thing that we've got to look at, and how we are connected to so many mammals in such fundamental ways. And let's not forget dogs, that telepathic connection. Let's not forget horses. If you've been around horses, wow, the horses are something else. They also have this powerful telepathy. So, yeah, I totally agree with where you're coming from, brother.
You know, I also agree. Yes, there is a relationship, a break in the circuit. I think that this prohibition to speaking to the sea animals is a break in the circuit for a full communion of the cycles of life. And I did not know that it was illegal to such a powerful punitive cost. I have a huge weave here that Indy, you've kind of tapped into. I'm still developing this thought, and it has a lot to do with things you and I have talked about in the past, Indy. But I learned about dolphin births in Hawaii. For a very long time, there was a dolphin birthing center, and apparently, to bring for a pregnant mother to bring their child to these dolphins, they would put the mother in the water, and the dolphins would circle the mother, and in fact, have sonic playfulness with the baby. And then the babies born from this process would have considerably advanced mental capacities. Now, there are you could say cult movements out there that picked up on this dolphin birthing and went off into La La Land in their own way. So if you research them, of course, with all collective movements, somebody has come and taken it too far. So if you research the dolphin birthing, of course, there's some cult figurehead who took things way too far. And he's famous. It's kind of funny. He's famous for like literally throwing babies around a lot. Like he swings the babies and he plays with them very like aggressively. But then he'll like throw them in the water also. And then people get a little out of their comfort zone around that. But yeah, but this weave that I have, Indy, I believe that our consciousness, particularly our subconscious, is summoned in very subtle ways in our language. And I think that we are very often led into prohibitive thoughts, hidden subconscious innuendo under the cover, under the fog, under the disguise of words that are aquatic. And these aquatic terms, they're all through our language. I am yet to find hundreds and thousands of other gems or treasures similar to what I'm about to list off. But I think once I get a good glimpse of what all of these, I guess it's just subliminal language. Once I look at a bunch of the examples, I can see a theme. I can see that there's a theme to the subliminal realm of the human mind in our own words. And that theme is prohibition. These subliminal thoughts that are all aquatic sea animals I'm about to list, they are seeded in our language so in hopes that we will not perceive them. We're not allowed to commune with these little factors of our language. And funny enough, the fact that these sea creatures are in our words, I think it's used to steer our thinking, to prevent us from going in certain places. So, in all of what I'm about to say, Andy, I need practice putting this into words. This idea that I have,
Well,
I haven't really articulated. What's that?
I definitely see what you're saying.
Yeah. Okay. See? Do we see? Do you hear? See? Do you hear? Say?
That
Do
smells
you hear,
right.
Say? Yeah,
And what you're
buddy.
saying smells
When
right
you-
also.
Nice, buddy. Yeah, it smells. That's another thing. So what I'm doing here, we're going from our words. We're going. This is sensory morphification. We're literally going to take our senses and we're going to cross into other senses simultaneously. And Roden, you're already picking it up, man. Yes. So I believe that a great many of the laws from Old Testament times were put in place for a good reason. There's a good reason why you don't eat a certain kind of shellfish that is harvested from the wrong place at the wrong time. Because if you eat the bad shellfish from the wrong place in the wrong time, it can be highly detrimental. There's actually a foodborne illness that will switch your sense of hot and cold for the rest of your life. It's a neural hazard that for the rest of your life you'll feel hot water and it feels cold to you, and cold water will feel hot and it'll stay that way forever because you ate these shellfish that were prohibited by these old laws. Now, these old laws established for good reason to protect us for very good intention originally. I think over time our language has come to parallel these prohibitions so that we'll steer our thinking away from things in a fascinating way. So I'm just going to list a bunch of things, and everybody should just hear how there's like a prohibition, there's a warning sign, there's a hazard, there's a pylon or a barrier or a paddock telling you where not to think, seated subconsciously in all these words. So I want to say, when you listen to a seashell, you are hear the sea. Just like Ronan was saying, we are hearing what the sea. So our ears become our eyes, right? Metaphorically. Well, this is the conch shows us noise. The conch shows us noise. Right there, I just said it's showing you sound. How can it show sound? How could, right? So we're crossing between the eyes and the ears here, playfully. All right. So the conch shows us noise, gives us the consciousness that we see things we should be hearing, or we're hearing things such that we can see them, or even taste what we should be hearing, right? So your opinion has an onion inside of it. And if you're not careful, it'll draw out tears and make you cry, right? All right. So there's the list. The shellfish. The shellfish. It's not conducive to a community if too many people are too shellfish. If you're too shellfish, then you're not going to contribute, right? So shellfishness, having too much vanity, too many muscles. So having too many muscles mean that you're self-reliant. Well, if you have too many muscles are a forbidden seafood, right? So all of the vanity of the shellfishness is all prohibited, is a parallel prohibition. I'm going to say it that way. It's like we know that there's a good reason not to eat certain mussels, but there's a parallel unspoken prohibition overlaying, going unsaid in the background. Sacrificial. Crayfish. Sacrificial has the word crayfish in it. This one is weird, but Shell Corporation, a Shell Corporation, they use Shell corporations for corporate personhood to be the most evil thing in the world, and there it is, Shell Corporation. But then the word lab leak, this one is really weird. I haven't fully sussed this out, but lab leak and the word clam bake are the word lab leak is inside of the word clam bake. It's not really an anagram. It's something else. It's a weird hybrid thing. But the word lab leak is right in there with clam bake. And then I've brought up before the sea urchin is the emergency. And they're showing us this corona image, this artistic rendition of what a virus looks like, allegedly. And
So
then wait,
real quick on the
yeah.
leak. Here near my house we have the Leka mounds, which they destroyed. But leak, we have a leak, guys. We got a leak. That means someone is giving information in that whole espionage, the CIAs, etc. We got a leak, and there's so many meanings around the word leak, and I just want to throw that in. Please continue, brother.
Yeah, man. I'm glad you brought that up because I would have forgotten. The leek is the international vegetable of whales. And the leek is in the shape of a Y. The vegetable, the leek, it's like an onion, right? The leek. And Wales has this vegetable, this strange onion is their international sign. Well, the leek has the shape of the Y. The Welsh language has seeded the world languages with excessive Ys. If you see a Y, like on the word Yggdrasil, you're like, why is there a Y on that word? Well, that's the fingerprint of the Welsh. That means that it has come to you through the Welsh fingerprint. And the name of Wales is the whale. It has the whale in the name Welsh. Of course, because they were whalers. But I just think that's fascinating. And then, yes, so the leak is evil. And it seems to have the fingerprint of the Welsh on it. There's something there. I'm not going to embellish on too much, but they do have a fascinating flag with that red dragon. Which, by the way, my Welsh flag emoji no longer works. The last 4 flag emojis, when I use them, they come up as black flags, and I don't know why. I think there's something weird going on in the international waters with the flags, but I'm going to just float that and walk away. Uh, Even the half shells, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, they were ninjas on a half shell. Well, that half shell is Venus, Venus de Milo on her half shell. Well, she is vanity. She's shellfish. She has only self-regard. She is an individual, a number 4. Well, 4 Ninja Turtles on a half shell is embodying all things vain, vanity, Venus oriented. So just the half shell of the 4 Ninja Turtles is like a perfect number 4 personality type in the Enneagram. So there's that one again. And then this one hit me recently. Calamity. The word calamity has the word clam in it, you know? And we just, and these words are going to come out. Here's the other thing about these words. They get thrown out when we're vulnerable, during the teachable moment. So right when a calamity has happened, you're going to hear people using the word calamity a lot while we're in the teachable moment, while we're open and like kind of jarred from the impact of whatever the event was.
And we
We're
need to
gonna be
corral. We need to corral them in. We need to corral them in the coral. We need to corral them in. And when I see a
Whoa.
Y, I think of it like a funnel. You're corralling. You're taking a lot and dropping it down into you're merging it. Someone said merge. You're emerging all that into one. When I see a Y, yeah, I see a martini glass. That's because I'm a lush, but that's another topic. But it's also a funnel. And then, so you have the corral.
I love that.
And of course, then just here's a side note. You have trade wins. So yeah, everything's affected by that. I mean, gosh, I love it.
Nice. Nice. You know what, Ronan, you might have just given me that might be the format that I start to shape this thought form I have. Maybe I'll start calling it like the coral wreath. Maybe this corral is the coral wreath that's keeping us on the isopsological everybody an island into themselves,
And
the
one
sense
thing to
of being
think
an
about,
exile.
one thing to add, sorry, Slick, is the word whirlpool. It comes from the word Caribe. I'm trying to sound fancy, but the Caribbean. Caribe means whirlpool. Pool.
Wow.
A whirlpool. It's almost like the letter Y, like a cyclone in a way. So that's another offhanded, and that brings me into a lot of this. These words are stem from the Americas. So Caribe, if you look it up, and that's mainstream. You don't even have to dig that deep, actually, or you don't have to do a lot of homework. But yeah, just another addition. Sorry, bro.
Also, one thing to add to this as well. We talk about reef, we talk about fear, reef fear, and we talk about the coral, we talk about what is holding us in here, shell. Well, shellfish, we got to think of the biggest elephant in the room, the corporation called Shell. And oil is the basis that is controlling money, or has been controlling money for a long time. So everything that we sell is controlled by the movement of Shell, because the movement of Shell affects all the prices that we sell at, that is keeping us in this coral, this trap coral financial system, which is based on reef and fear, which is very interesting. Please don't let me block you.
No, that's great, because reef is fear in reverse, right? You should fear the reef, which is what you were talking about when you were surfing. that reef is right under, about to tear you up. That is pretty hot fire. That is really hot fire. Even it kind of makes me think of like relief. Maybe there's something to that too. It's like once you get past this whatever this corral is, if you can get over all these psychological operations, then you can relive your life outside of the reef. That is fun. But these things, another word that this comes from, Indy, is the word cephalopod. The word cephalopod is cephala means head, pod really means foot, cephaloped. But the Greeks, they would use nouns as verbs. So when I say cephalofoot, I'm actually saying head footer, or more English would be a head walker. So when they say, yeah, he's footing around, that's just another way of saying he's walking around, right? So you take the noun and you just put ing on the end. And so footing is walking. So cephalopods are head walkers. And now that's true to their, I mean, like think of a clam. It pops its little tongue out, it grabs some dirt, and it pulls itself along and pulls itself along. And so its head is its foot. The head does the foot work. But symbolically and linguistically, there's another back channel, this subcontext, this unspoken, also true, is the fact that I have seen cephalopod symbolism used in art to walk through our heads, head walkers, as in walking through the head. And I'll tell you, specifically Wanda from Marvel. Wanda is a cephalopod. She is a head walker. She can walk through your head. This was part of my revelation on this, was researching, looking into her symbolic significance. You know, the fact that she can generate a cloud of fog, of obscurity. Well, that's a squid. That's literally what a squid does. A squid casts a cloud of confusion. And so I'm looking at her tactical prowess, and I'm realizing she's using sea creature technology throughout 100 other different ways. And ever since then, I've been looking at her as kind of like the I think of her as she's also the echidna. I'm seeing that they've taken all of the mythological attributes of the echidna, which is it's an echinoderm, which includes porcupines. It includes hamsters, hedgehogs. It includes hedgehogs, and it includes sea urchins as well. So all of this umbrella of animal tactical maneuvering has been integrated into our superheroes. And so, yeah, the head walker of WandaVision is kind of what initiated me into this stream of thinking. And now I'm looking at our language and realizing that we have these little shadows of hazard, these shadows of like sea creatures here on dry land are floating around in the back of our head. That's the way I see it. I see these as like seeding little shadows that aren't really there. They're just implied little passing dark implications in the background. And it's all throughout our language 1,000 different ways. And I'm fascinated by it.
May I chime in again and build off of that a little bit? I mean, first of all, this has been such a wealth of information. My head is swelling right now. There's a reason. There's a reason why the Phoenicians in Thoth, they brought this. They were some of the original merchants and creators of language, as well as sea kings. You know, sometimes they've been known as sea kings. So there's a reason why the language is built on this income and as well as energy, right? We could say banks, and you know, you can equate all this currency, etc., to energy as well. Currency, right? Money or electricity. So now I'm thinking about that why a little differently. I'm going back to some old training of mine where the velocity of money actually, it's not going down like a funnel. It's actually going up, meaning they're taking our energy on the lower end and bringing it up to them. There's diagrams and there's a lot of philosophies on money that actually illustrates this. So yeah, I mean they're quote unquote they created this language on purpose, and there's a reason why so many different meanings have different means to an end, even in measurement, by any means necessary, even like depths, I think, in like sea, and maybe there's some sort of level metric based using the word means. There's a reason why there's these are encoded, and they created it this way. So it's good that we know this.
Yeah.
Again, this is I know I sound like I'm a broken record all the time, but it's good to know this, to know the spells being cast against you when we're doing our own spelling and curses, etc.
Buddy.
And flow.
I mean,
When we flow, we're flowing.
yeah.
It's all water. It's all water and energy. I mean, back to Tesla, right? It's it's all vibration and frequency and energy. It's encoded in this language. It's quite incredible, and it can be a weapon used against you, or it could be a tool for you. It could be a prison, or it could be you're not as corralled. When you know you're getting corralled, you can avoid it, right? And maybe start your own calamities, shake things up. But anyway, I find it empowering. So, and if you don't know this stuff, it's probably you're going to get corralled in and not know this, and get your get your well's going to run dry if you don't know this type of stuff. It's empowering. Anyway, you guys get it. I feel like I'm in such a small group. I don't really have to say a lot of this. I feel like you guys already get a lot of this.
Well, one thing that I won't be able to move into the future and see depictions of blood or reports of blood at an event without thinking of the word squib pack. And the word squib pack muddies the water of the story immediately. Like as soon as I'm like, oh, somebody saw blood. Well, do we know it was real? And right there, now there's doubt. Now there's a squid cloud of ink that is hard to see through as to whether this is true or not. It's so fascinating that they chose to call them squib packs, and they have this effect on our ability to see these events as they roll forward. And I'm just a few more quick factors. I think of the feeding cycle of the squid, where the big monster squid stay at the bottom. They don't ever come up to the light, and all they do is eat the medium-sized squid, who are big enough to make it that low. But the medium-sized squid, they don't go all the way to the top of the light either. They're eating their own babies, who are tiny, tiny, tiny little runners who go up and get all the light in the chloroform, bring it down to the middle-sized class. The middle-sized class eats the baby class, and then the monster class eats the middle-sized class. So the squid feeding cycle comes to mind with the
They use that Hydra as well a lot to describe, especially even in the movies and stuff, to describe their evil corporation that's taking over everything with their tentacles everywhere. There's literal, and that's in real life too. Like I think they even call themselves. There's some Hydra groups, like literal, like secret society type Hydra groups. So, putting their tentacles everywhere, dude. And the pen is mightier than the sword. They're blocking you out with the ink. These are literal use cases.
Totally.
It's interesting.
Okay, so then we got Octopus of Control, and then I want to put Alexander Jellyfish Dugan. Alexander Dugan's middle name is Jellyfish. He's the philosophical wizard of Putin. So his middle name is Jellyfish. They are totally big monsters in those oceans, for sure.
Getting back to what Ronan, you were saying just now about them taking your energy to the top. And I love the squid notion, because squid are the only things that can take a whale down. Incredibly intelligent creatures. We don't realize how incredibly intelligent a squid is, because the giant squid are hunted by the whales and they can actually take them down. It's an incredible one-on-one fight. It's quite a serious fight between a giant squid and a whale. But back to what Ronan was saying about the taking the energy up from the lower coral. So you got to think about your core being taken away from your core out to the outsides, to the all. So they're taking the energy from your core and spreading it out to the outsides so that they can siphon off of it. So it's a form of vampirism. Yeah, just to bring that back, because vampirism is when you take someone's blood from their core and you take it to the outside. Just food for thought.
These freaking bloodsuckers, man.
Has anybody seen Watchmen? Is anybody familiar with that? Alan Moore, right? Ronan, you just pointed out Hydra, which is Cthulhu, right? If you watch the Watchmen series on HBO, which was done by Damon Lindelof, who did Lost, right, and a host of others, you'll see that they had a false flag terror event where squid rained from the sky. Now you may have a closer inclination as to why.
Wow, that's pretty powerful. The Watchmen is alive and well. A lot of people have picked up onto that. That's powerful. You know, the Watchmen day number 1, the first thing in the whole series, Alan Moore is a hail to old Aleister Crowley. They start the whole thing on his birthday. It's like the first thing in the Watchmen series. I'm actually thinking about going through the original comic again, because there are so many nuggets.
Yeah, that's right.
And we know about the and we've got the smiley face killers out there now. You know, they're trying to keep these icons up and running with high sophisticated methodology. The way that they're claiming their trophies, they're putting these smiley faces to claim trophies. I've seen this in Hollywood. The most recent Black Widow movie, the arch nemesis of the Black Widow movie, in the initiatory scene, the first time we see this fighting machine, this killing machine, it's a mind control slave. He's in a mask. He's studying fighting techniques, and this character comes up to this nemesis and draws a smiley face on the killer. And only to those who are in the know are going to see what they were hailing right there. And so the smiley face killer research rabbit hole is a dark one. Be ye warned. But there are other groups similar to that are going to be using these call signs only for those in the know who are going to see that they're all about claiming these trophies. And somebody mentioned in the chat that Medusa is the Greek word for jellyfish. That's awesome. Thank you for that nugget. I love it. Because the jellyfish, there are many neurotoxins, and many of them are used for very beneficial reasons. It makes it possible for people to have amputations when they need it. You know, it allows for people to have a C-section when they need it, to have a spinal tap. So that jellyfish being Medusa, that is really cool to know, because the word trophy is to turn something into stone. And it's also, which Medusa was known to do, but also a traumatic image. It calcifies the brain, and it puts a stitch in time. It's almost like it's a solidified second that you can return to. And so I think memory turns you to stone, especially if it's jarring or really impactful. The more impactful, the more calcified its impression on you becomes. But I think that's beautiful that Medusa has a correspondence to jellyfish. That's pretty cool.
It's also quite interesting when you consider a trophy and you consider entropy. Entropy, that aspect of the universe that is resisting movement. And it's that resistance of movement that gives propulsion to the movement so that the movement can have something to move against, cause and effect. Otherwise, causal influence couldn't exist if there wasn't entropy. And things couldn't die without trophies.
What if
the trophy and death are somehow connected through entropy? And Another thing about squid, in England, like it's like, how many quid you got? What's a quid? You know, a quid. So, and it's like the S symbolizes ISIS, the dollar, right? And the S symbolizes the motion that the quid will have to move through in order to fulfill a trance action, right? So an action which is moving is a trance action followed by the S. So the quid, you can take the S off the quid in order to, this is what you use to make a trance action happen, squid. It's interesting.
Yeah. I'm wondering if entropy is the stumbling block of the Jews and the foolishness of the Greeks. Because entropy is still a problem for people who are trying to suss out the Big Bang. People who are trying to suss out the primordial generative moving force, whatever that might be. Well, they're always running up against entropy. Seems to be the real hard obstacle for science when they get into those theoretical equations. That's fascinating. The entropy might be the stumbling block, and it might be the foolishness of the gospel. That's pretty cool.
This makes me think about the notions of Masonic math and Masonic physics for a moment. So the idea of the cross, why the cross is important, is because the dynamic duality is brought into existence because of two things coming out of the sun, or as we experience it here. So you have these two aspects of expressions of the thought wave, one side and the other, in terms of a polarity, moving, but they're independently moving. Two different frequencies of light. One is a wavelength and one is a particle. And the particle and the wavelength are coming out of the sun, coming out of all event horizon. And the event horizon is in many points at the same time, because it's a singular event horizon, but it's many places. Okay, so it's a quantum entanglement. We've got to just wrap our head around how one point moves so fast that it seems to be everywhere. So we talk about all these points, all these atoms. It's just one atom potentially. And so this is going in concert with this G. Why the G is so important? Because it's one particle that is filling all the space, right? That spiral, the toric field is an expression of a particle, the God particle, the one particle, which is all the atoms in the universe, which is replicated through the principle of the correspondence, which is the second principle of Hermes, giving shape to the third principle of Hermes. So when we look at these two frequencies coming out of the sun, from our perspective in this little paradigm of reality, they're not moving at the same speed. And this is quite interesting. They're moving at different speeds. This is as it is taught in these knowledge lectures. And so they are, the one is pushing harder and the one is pushing slower. Now, my take on this is that they are trying to match each other's speed. And when they get to the point where they match each other's speed, the universe no longer exists. So we're talking about the cosmic breath of Brahma and the turn of the Yuga cycles and the way in which the universe collapses and is reborn. And so they get to a point where the polarity of magnetism and the polarity of electricity, in order for the electromagnetic field to become an expression of the pranic field, and the Ida and the Pingala are moving toward each other as a concept. This is just my own ideas, so don't take it too hard, but it's something to play with. And so if they are moving, getting closer to a matching of each other's speed, that means that there's a change occurring. And that change has got to be taken into account of. And that moving closer towards each other's speed would create a drag. And that drag could be entropy, as I imagine it. And until those two things get to the matching speed, and when they get to the same speed, entropy no longer exists. And when entropy no longer exists, the universe no longer exists. And that's the story of the universe uncreating itself and recreating itself. We're now in the fourth world, according to the Theosophists and the Anthroposophists, the fourth age of mankind, humanity, whatever you want to call it, the fourth creation and destruction of the cycle. Although the Vedic stories seem to indicate that there are more than four. But anyway, there are lots of different stories and they all have different implications. Within each of the yugas, there are mini yugas, which is quite interesting when you look at the yuga wheel in the Vedic school. They're counting years like the Mayans did. Like, what's all those bloody calendars about with big numbers? What were you guys counting? You know what I mean? Like, what do you need so many years for? What are you counting, like vast numbers? One unit is like so many thousands of years. You got to wonder what on earth these guys were counting. So there's definitely this connection between the electromagnetic extensions of magnetism and electricity, and possibly when magnetism and electricity reach that singular point, then there is no point for this to be here. What we were going about earlier, where everything adds up to 9, that is when everything adds up to 9. And then it's like, well, what's the point? You know, I don't know. Just putting it out there.
Kind of funny because number 9 is at the top of the triangle in the Enneagram, so it is the point. But it's kind of like the balancing point, you know what I mean? That's great. I love when our language does that. Like, you're not even looking at the Enneagram and you're still using words that describe it metaphorically, and I'm like, no, it's like you're looking right at it and you didn't even know. It's so fun. That's great.
So we've got a number of people on here. We've got, okay, Indy. We've still got Indy and Kalal here. I don't know if you guys got anything you want to throw onto the fire. So the fire is burning nice and hot. And it seems, yeah, we've got a whole 6 people here. Well, no sweat. I just thought I'd throw it out. Yes, I see Kalal jumping on.
I didn't want to have to pull the conversation back, but there was we covered so much information. The idea of changing, using your mind like a decoder ring, right? Understanding your own shadows, right? Juxtaposing symbols. You'll be amazed what you may see. Sam Raimi did the Evil Dead series, right? This was big for the Necronomicon. They brought him in to do Doctor Strange, the Multiverse of Madness, and gave it this horror element because that's what the Necronomicon is. We're talking about the human urges, right? So when we go back to Cthulhu and this squid, he's talking about this deity, this all-powerful deity that resides deep in the ocean. We're talking about the subconscious mind, right? So when you understand that anything you're not catching through your consciousness, anything you're not decoding, anything you're not asking the question of polarity, anything you're not understanding why is there, what lives rent-free in your mind and why. You know what I mean? You wouldn't take that from a person or even an animal. You know, most people, you know, some of us love animals, right? But, you know, the idea, you understand the principle. What is it that allows for that? That litmus test is going to be different per person, as it should be. But no, again, no one can do your own work for you. So what is it that you are ignorant of that is in your shadow? I love to use the example of Fight Club. The main character does not have a name, right? but he's constantly reading the journal of Jack. Well, who's Jack? Well, Jack is the journal entries of Tyler, who is also the protagonist. But he's separated that part of himself because he's not aware of what his shadow does. Right? He's used to the whole idea of a single serving friend, single serving life, right? And it's just not fulfilling. So he brings about this shadow to teach himself how to do better in a way that makes sense to him. Because when he looks back truly, it doesn't work. So this actually proves Franklin's point of what happens when you activate your crown chakra properly. Because what happens at the end of the movie? He has to shoot himself in the head to kill that shadow. And he's able to reassert control. But what do you see? You see the two towers falling in the distance as he holds hands with Marla, who he didn't even realize he had been having a relationship with, wearing the mask of Tyler Durden. So what is this a metaphor for? You can see it on many different levels, from financial to emotional to metaphysical. You know, there's levels to it. So turn this round table around like a decoder ring and see it from every viewpoint possible.
So Kalel, funny thing, I just watched Conan the Barbarian yesterday again for the millionth time. And Conan goes up to the John Earl Jones. Isn't it John Earl Jones? Who also played Darth Vader, which is funny, but he's a serpent.
James Earl Jones.
James Earl Jones. That's it. Sorry. Who's also was the voice of Darth Vader, but he's facing the serpent guy, and he in the Serpent King guy was like, why do you want to kill me? I made you. Look how powerful you are. The whole reason you're so daggone powerful is because you've been hunting me down. You've been coming after me. And his whole like cult following was to empty the mind and empty, was to seek emptiness. So fast forward, and there's a lot in there. And so fast forward, Conan the Barbarian kills him. And then you see him at the end of the movie sitting on the stairs with his chin and his head in his palm, bored, like, what do I do now? That was my whole drive, and then he ended up burning the place down. So that's interesting. You need to look maybe a little resistance. Then you have these people, they're, like the company, we already went over the Saturn Black Cube, but you have the company BlackRock, and, they want to stop, kind of create a little entropy. They want to slow down any real ingenuity. They want to slow it down, control it. These are the same people that build dams everywhere. They want to stop a lot of this flow. So it's quite interesting. It's funny when you look at it like, yeah, we look at them as jerks, to put it lightly, to put it very lightly. But also this realm is to avoid that entropy, or you need a little entropy. Entropy and what's the other, syntropy or something. You need a little both to keep the flow going. I mean, even streams, they'll create those curves, and that really generates some current, and you collect that energy on the banks, etc. If it was just a straight line, if everything was just a straight line and just flowed with no resistance at all, I mean, this place we'd all just be laying around. Everything would just be laying around. You know what I mean? So you need a little bit of that resistance. Even like in a car, you need a little back pressure to, you could just open everything up and flow. You need a little back pressure as well to kind of propel things. So yeah, maybe these it's just maybe it's written into the code, and these the dark magi are playing their part and turning us into Conan the Barbarians and heroes, etc., and making us stronger, because otherwise we wouldn't have any motivation or drive to seek out this stuff, because we'd have everything. We'd be sitting around having everything, all answers, no challenge or anything like that. And I love I was just thinking of, I'm still on this word thing. Khalil always says read, and then I was just thinking of reverse that. You have deer, and deer are like incredible spiritual animals. They're literally on their toes constantly. They are the epitome of spiritual beings. And then just a side note, a couple weeks ago, man, I saw a whole family of deer, and this little deer just running around playing. It was quite beautiful. I just thought that was wonderful. But anyway, yeah, watch Conan the Barbarian, guys. It's got a ton of amazing stuff in there.
It makes me think, when you're talking about BlackRock, I'm seeing the letters BR, and I'm can't help always thinking of a B as a V, because ancient Greek, Paleo Hebrew, Sanskrit, you go to a certain part of India, it's Parvati. Another part of India, it's Parvati, And this is the same thing you're going to find in all the ancient languages. So VR, it's quite interesting. Virtual reality there's a metaphor, different octaves of the same expression, where BR is creating a virtual reality of war that can trap our minds in the VR virtual reality of money that BlackRock happens to control a lot of. So there's a very interesting parallel there, and that just got me thinking about that. And what you're saying is so on point as well, Ronan. A lot of what you just shared is quite a lot in it, in the way in which the darkness has its place. I wasn't going to go here, but I think I'm going to go here. In ancient Kabbalistic thinkings, and I've never been able to fully wrap my head around it. It's too scary a concept, I'll be honest. That one can become liberated through the dark path. Quite a scary thought. And that there's a path outlaid in both paths that will lead to the same point. I've never been able to quite understand and wrap my head around it, but it's an old Kabbalistic formula, so I've not thrown the baby out of the bathwater yet. But I haven't quite put a stamp of approval or disagreement onto it yet, because I don't know. But it is an interesting line of thinking to consider that a form of self-sacrifice on a spiritual level in order to move that path, travel that path. But I suppose one would have to travel that path in a state of balance. Where does that concept is? Because like we were talking about, the good powers out of balance become detrimental. Possibly the bad powers in balance become positive as well. It's a scary concept, but I think it needs to be considered, because what Ronan is saying here is pointing out the importance of left and right training each other, that you can't train the one without the other. The bicycle doesn't move unless there's two pedals, and both pedals are as pivotal to the motion and the direction of movement as each other is. So that's what I wanted to add to what you said, and back to what Kalal was saying. Kalal was dropping bombs, and totally, I love the way you put it into perspective, that what a lot of us have been alluding to, and able to show it in the media. And the media is obviously the me idea, the idea of me, media, me idea. How they are shaping me with the idea of media. But the idea that's being shaped is coming from the idea of me, which is once again a double loop. It seems like a quantum entangling influence of the dynamic polarity in action, the yang yin being expressed through these ideas, which is also interesting. One has to acknowledge I think what I wanted to bring on the table was meditation and mindfulness. So this, I can't even tell where I found this. It's so old. It's so many years ago, but apparently it's 47 minutes, and it seems like it's quite right. If one can maintain one's consciousness right, so who we are and who we think we are and who we are acting out to be is a series of neural pathways that are reacting to each other and structuring the mental energy of the mental plane into a pattern of being that can express a persona through an ego that is constructed in the process of aligning the various different neural pathways in order to produce habitual flows of energy that is the transmission of information that produces a current, a particular current that holds a particular charge. And the particular charge held by this current is the charge of I, and I am charged to express this in my life. And so the persona is born from this ego principles of who I am becoming through this process of these neural pathways. So from the ancient Buddhist lineage, these numbers come out there, and I think it's about 47-ish minutes, plus minus, that one needs to place one's consciousness in an active state of passivity in order to resist the habitual patterns of those neural pathways. And when one resists the habitual patterns of those neural pathways, they realign. They become more inclusive. In other words, all the potential neural pathways become activated instead of just the habitual ones, which means there's so many more possible additions to the information field through the energetic system of the brain that the super consciousness can be achieved. And so this mindfulness and meditation is a way to pause the habituality of thinking and achieve a new paradigm of thinking by allowing new neural pathways to become part of the structure instead of relying upon the old neural pathways, which are the habits of thinking that have produced who I think I am being expressed in this life. And so this is where the act of mindfulness and meditation comes into being. Mindfulness is a way to improve one's potential towards meditation, I would say. Because of the continuity of mindfulness, while I'm in the shower, I can be mindful. While I'm walking, I can be mindful of my walking, of my breath. While I'm talking, I can be mindful of my words. While I'm doing whatever I'm doing, the mindfulness adds to the concentration, and the concentration takes one out of one's habitual processes of mind-numbing thought inference from this little character that lives in the temple, dishing out pieces of information as a random flow of consequence to the actions that are producing the emotional tides that is a reaction to the spiritual influences that are manifesting the passions that are driving us. And so to gain a sense of continuity and balance and harmony through this process, one does need to be able to pause that action, the action which is the thinking mind, because thought is a state of being, and we carve out of thought little thoughts, and we need little tiny neural pathways in order for each of those little thoughts to find an extension through the consciousness. But when we stop following thoughts, we allow the thought field to encompass and flow through us, the force, Star Wars. And when this force, which is pure intelligence, is just flowing through us in an unabated way, then we are achieving what I can consider to call transcendental or transcendent experience. And I think this is the purpose of meditation, is to reach into this transcendent experience and be able to manifest this on all levels of being, all 4 aspects of the consciousness field, in order to produce this equanimity of presence. And this equanimity of presence we can only distill as the concept of wisdom, because wisdom isn't a particular action or a particular thought. It is based upon the whole. And I thought I'd throw this out there onto the table for people to chug on and see what responses and additions and ideas come. Jiminy Cricket. I could hear the crickets. Can hear them outside. No frogs at the moment. We're changing seasons, but the crickets are beautiful to listen to. So, and you can hear the crickets in the point of silence. And I think silence is another concept to contemplate here, in the meditative state, entering into deep, deep, deep states of silent being, where the linear thoughts are not being allowed to drive the carriages of mind. And the carriages of mind being driven by the linear thoughts becomes the cycles of time that is expressing our emotional states in terms of our own pedantic, habitual wanderings through life. Why it is that life repeats itself, why it is that things tend to work in these cycles, is because it's very difficult to break these patterns. And so the mindfulness is really, I think, possibly the most fundamental thing to be embracing here. And a lot of people, they speak of meditation in this way and that way. And when I consider meditation, I think it's something that just needs to be simplified, because there's a lot of faces of it on the surface. But meditation is a carpenter that is so absorbed in his wood that he would find what he would find in his wood. And the artistic aspects of true individuality being expressed through the work that he's done. So we think of meditation as being something that we have to do. I think it's not necessarily something that we do. I think it's a way in which we apply ourselves. And so the exercises that we call meditation are just exercises where we're learning to apply the meditation of mindfulness. And once we learn to apply the meditation of mindfulness, it puts us in a point to be able to channel the currency of self, so that the currents of the soul are able to produce this momentum of thought that can overwhelm the patterns of being into a state of harmony. And this harmony thus becomes an expression of what we can consider as truth and health and life. And I do think that what is in the heart's role in meditation? Who was that? BB asked that question. I just saw it flash on the screen now. What is the heart's role in meditation? That's a really good question. You see, meditation is just this fulfillment of emptying the mind with fullness, and filling the mind with emptiness simultaneously. So to empty the mind of fullness and fill the mind with emptiness is to reach the even kill. And the even kill is the middle, the core. And so the heart is the instrument that is producing the harmony, flowing the life force around the consciousness in the body. And so the harmony in the heart is bringing the pulse of rhythm, the shamanic rhythm that is driving the structure of time, and that the power of time is moving through the percussive nature of the heart, which gives this electromagnetic pulse that brings the Shakti into alignment and causes the matrix of our blood, which is iron rich, and other materials, which is highly conductive, conducting the electromagnetic spectrum into a richness so that the pranic field can gain the extension and connect to the body from all of the prana coming out of the sun, find a way to root itself on a cellular level to maintain the integrity of the cells. And so the heart is the place of integrity, spiritually and psychologically. And so the integrity is increased by the principles of meditation. So meditation is an expression of integrity because it is about reaching in to the integral space that binds the emptiness in and removes the fullness from, till the emptiness has filled you up and the fullness has emptied you out. And I'd love to hear you guys, the rest of you, your ideas.
Just recently, I had a meditation, I guess it was a year ago, where I found my heart in a really profound way. And it was that, first we get past our thoughts, those become clouds until the sky becomes clear. And those clouds are riding on the flow of the breath. And I've come in my meditation practice to feel the breath as curtains, literally as drapes hanging down. And as I'm breathing, I can actually sense the movement and the ripples of my lungs. And I can hear the sound of the wind inside myself. And so I've quieted my mind. And then the next sound is my lungs. And so then I quiet my lungs. I even still my breathing to an extent that there's another ripple underneath that curtain. And that is the heart. And so if you can come to a stillness that is so quiet that you hear your breathing, now you come to another level of stillness that even your breathing is quiet. Then there is a heart beating underneath all of those layers. And just sitting with and being with that is a task. And I'm quite sure there's a stage beyond that. That is to, that's where everybody's boat floats off in their own little adventure. But it's kind of I just see these as stages. First, you get past your thoughts, then you get past your breath, then you get past your heart, and then you move on to your own individual internal voyage.
Yeah. I don't know if y'all are familiar with Greg Braden, but he has a good little video about how to open up your heart space in meditation. But ultimately, our brain is used for information, but our heart has knowing and understanding. And so our heart has the intuition, and our heart is integrated with nature and with the minds of all others. Our heart field is large. It's very big. It's the shape of toroidal energy, like a donut shape around us, and can expand for thousands of miles depending on our state of our brain states. But the heart actually possesses over 40,000 neurons called neurites. And it's been found that Europeans have a very difficult time moving to the heart space in meditation, whereas people of third world countries and people of Asia are able to go into their heart space pretty much effortlessly in meditation. For some reason, white people, Caucasians, have more of a difficult time getting out of their head. And so I think in our culture, in westernized society, there's a big push on believing and in having to learn from others. And there's a kind of a moving away from intuition and instincts. And so I feel like having to analyze everything that we come across has kind of kept us stuck in our heads a lot. Whereas in other cultures, there's more of a freedom of being able to do things that feel right instead of being judged for all of their actions. And so they can kind of be in a place where their heart space is more open and available to them in their daily life. But when we can go into our heart space, it's a place of great power. And when you can go there, you can transcend this illusion, and you can go in through time and space to limitless places. And I've been able to do that myself by going into the heart space in meditation. And it's very powerful. But I actually had a question for you guys about mindfulness. This is something I've had personal issues with. I've always been very spontaneous and in the moment type of person. But I've never been very good at planning. And so being here now, to me, has made it hard to have plans in my life, which doesn't really affect my personal life as much, but my social life, it does make a difference. It makes challenges for me. But I feel like at the same time, maybe if you have heard some of these quotes that when you speak the truth, you don't have to remember. Have you guys heard that before? Any of you guys?
Yeah, I heard that.
Yeah. And I feel like when you speak with lies or you're talking about things you don't understand, it puts a lot of stress on your brain to remember and analyze what's happening and understand it. But when you're speaking from your heart and you're speaking the truth, you don't have to analyze it. You don't have to hold on to it, because you don't have to make sure that it's consistent, because it's already naturally going to be consistent. When you're speaking your truth, it's going to be consistent with other truths. And so I feel like there's a lot of power in being mindfulness and thinking from the heart, and it can be really powerful. And they say, follow your heart. Your heart kind of has this intuition, what's best for you. Whereas our brain will tell us, like, maybe I should do this, but wait, I feel like I should do that, but I probably shouldn't, because then we second guess ourselves. But when you can live with your heart, and like I do, and just be spontaneous. And there's, I think you guys have heard this quote before: all who wander are not lost. And I think those who follow their heart, they like to wander. There's so many magical things in store for us that are out there, and our heart knows about that. It knows that the world has so much to offer, so much spectacles and sublime views of nature and so many other things in our society as well. There's great gifts and surprises for us out there. Going to see something new helps us feel better. It releases peptides. And so we've kind of lost, a lot of people have lost the ability to go create something, make art, or go somewhere new and see a new sight to be happy. And it's easier for people sometimes to just buy something new. And that's kind of a fleeting thing. You're not going to really be able to tell people about the amazing experience you had when you went somewhere new if you're talking about, I went to the store and I bought this thing. It's probably not going to be that exciting for other people necessarily. But it's very rewarding when you can do things that help you embrace your heart mind, and you can step away from things that you're supposed to do that you don't really agree with, and go into the things that you feel right with. And if you follow your heart, it'll bring you there.
Following my heart is what I always do, so
I
that's
think
why
women
I'm
like
always so boldly brutal and saying stuff. I don't give a cahoots what other people think when I say something. And one moment I can cuss, the other moment I can be neat. Depends on how I feel.
Right.
But since I'm talking now, I was thinking back about the telepathy thing. I had an experience today in a chat on Telegram, and as I was writing, the soul that I was speaking of contacted me through the telepathy.
Wow. Did they give you a name, or did you get a sense of who the soul or spirit was?
I knew it because as I was typing the name, a person contacted me and gave me a message.
Amazing.
Yeah, that telepathy seems to be an extension of the heart chakra. That what Stick was talking about is that octave shift where, I don't know, it feels like it's coming out of you. It feels like you're expanding. Like, that's how I noticed it. I noticed that when you get to that point, you start to feel around yourself the energy, and then you stretch out and you can hear and feel further, and you can hear and feel further, and hear and feel further, until you're hearing and feeling like others as part of what you're hearing and feeling that feels like it's on the inside is actually on the outside. And so that whole idea of the heart creating that rhythm, everybody's giving off a rhythm pulse, subspace rhythm pulse, which works in conduit with the rhythm of the heart into this matrix of reality. And so we can pick up each other through the vibrational senses of Visuddhi, which is what is expressed when we speak of the unstruck sound of the heart chakra, the Anahata chakra. So in the meditation space, we go into the heart and we connect with the unstruck sound, which is an interesting concept. If you listen to unstruck sound is the Visuddhi. But we experience this as a feeling in our hearts, and the feeling in our hearts expands us to the point where the all the psychic abilities that are locked within Visuddhi chakra, within the sphere of the throat, within the dot of our sphere, which is that quasi-sphere that is and isn't, but connects all things through subspace. And I think that this is a natural thing that a lot of us have forgotten, and why somebody pointed out education is the reason why a lot of Western people struggle. And they say it's white. I don't think it's white. I think, like, if you go to London, anybody that grew up in London, whether you're Indian, white, black, whatever, you could have the same crap because you got the same education. The education is like, it's got Pink Floyd in my head shouting, "Hey, teacher, leave those kids alone." And that's really what I think this is all about. You know, they have literally educated us to the point where we have been taught to deny our impulse, to deny the natural rhythm of our hearts. And that rhythm is a vibrational frequency that connects all of us through this web of vibrationality, which the ancient Egyptians were so fascinated by mapping, and the ancient Greeks too, by the sounds of things. And that this vibrational web of what George Lucas from the Star Wars is talking about as the Force connects all of us to each other. And it is literally an expansion of the heart space that we are experiencing this psychic reality of the throat chakra, but we experience it through the heart. And
That's
so
because the heart
when
is the
that,
seat of the soul.
please continue, dear.
I said that's because the heart is the seat of the soul. And that's why the heart is the one chakra that you have to protect the most, along with your head. Because beings that do not have a good intention will most likely attack those two chakras the hardest, the crown and the heart.
Yeah, the whole thing with people with irregular vibrational fields creating irregular patterns that through the harmonic resonant field of the heart starts to retune our pitch tuning forks, to change the way the neural pathways are being structured within our brains. And so that resistance of taking up vibration is, I think, what you're getting at here with the protection of the heart, because we tend to want to resonate with what's around us, which is positive on the telepathic sense. But the thing with telepathy is it works two ways. And when we are open, we tend to be taking in as much as we're giving off. And sometimes we can take in frequencies that are not conducive towards a state of integral harmony. And so this protection is an interesting concept, because you've got detection, right? To detect something is to become aware of it, but to protect is to put something else there so that can't get in the way. And that is, once again, listening to the rhythm of your own heart and becoming so in tune with your own inner rhythm that your rhythm is fundamental and that your rhythm won't change no matter what other rhythms are around you. Your rhythm will put out such a consistent rhythm. It's like I always tease my son, and like I'm not someone who ever got frights, and people say, like, why don't you get a fright? Well, I think if your heartbeat is regular, you can't get a fright, because a fright is a change in your heartbeat, a very quick change in your heartbeat. But if you can focus your heartbeat to be like a drum, if you got good rhythm, basically, Saturnal power, once again, if your pancreas is well established, producing the smaller rhythms of the vibratory systems of the cellular rhythms, which is controlled by the metabolism, which is directed by the pancreas, full circle, huh? Slick. Then your heart rhythm should be consistent. And if the heart rhythm is consistent, then other rhythms shouldn't change your frequency of consciousness. I mean, in theory, doesn't really always. We've got a lot to learn.
Are you guys familiar with heart rate variability? One of the other three amigos, Joe Dispenza, talks about heart rate variability with the Heart Math Institute, and he shows that people who have higher consciousness will have a greater heart rate variability. And so if they are drawn away from the regular steady heart rate into like a panic or a fear or an anger, they're able to recover and bring themselves back to that steady heart rate a lot faster. They've also found that people with blood type O are more predisposed to having better heart rate variability. People with blood type A or B or AB technically don't have as good a heart rate variability usually, for the most part, although there can be exceptions. But their adrenal axis will stay spiked. If they get frightened or scared or worked up or put into a state of stress, it'll be hard for them to turn that off sometimes. Whereas blood type O can turn that off nearly instantly sometimes, because blood type O stands for old, and it comes from the old people, the old ways of mankind from before agriculture. And so we had to hunt and gather. And so if we were chased by a tiger and we survived, you don't have to worry that much anymore. You can relax and you can breathe and you can kind of gather yourself, and then you can go back to hunting and gathering. Whereas people that lived in agriculture societies, they didn't have to go through these experiences where they're going out into the wilderness with the beasts. And so they didn't have to have this type of coping to be able to deal with that situation. They were ill-versed for it. So as much as those challenges are very difficult for us, they can be rewarding. And so with heart rate variability, everyone can increase their heart rate variability with meditation. And so I think part of that is changing your gray matter in your fear-based brain, and then moving that into a higher consciousness and creating more in your prefrontal cortex and hippocampus areas. So you're then operating from a different place. And it's interesting that meditation can do that, because I actually had damage in my hippocampus from brain surgery, which you can see my scar right here from the doctors. And I learned that by doing meditation, I can fix that damaged part of my brain naturally, endogenously, just through meditation. I can take material from the amygdala that was undamaged and use it to rebuild the hippocampus that was damaged. And it's really helped me overcome some of the challenges that I had with my language memory. There were 2 words that I was unable to recover for a number of years, and they were synchronize and acronym. So for some reason, the crow
Oh,
sound blocked in my brain. Maybe one of the pathways was lost. Somebody actually told it to me, and I was able to recover it and remember. But I asked hundreds of people in that time,
wow.
what's that word for an abbreviation that's its own word? And people would never have the answer for a long time. But meditation has really helped me recover and build my brain back. So I am grateful for that.
Wow, buddy. What fascinating words, too. Of all the words, those are really uh they're similar, right? They're kind of similar
They are.
because acronyms help you synchronize a little bit, kind of. They help you
It's like,
synchronize your thoughts.
it's like a mnemonic device, helps you remember.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. You, you know, I had a sweetheart in high school who she had a traumatic head injury, and she had exactly 2 words that were difficult for her. And one word was what she could not remember, and the other word was just a stumbling. It was difficult for her.
yeah.
So the word she could not recall was the word window.
Okay.
She lost the word window, and she knows what it is. She sees it and recognizes it. It's all there. She just doesn't have command of the word.
Oh,
And then the other word that was just a trick for her. She would have to sound it out and get really deliberate, and that is the word elbow. And so the word window and elbow were her 2 words. And
ah,
there's something kinda they're close phonetically, they both end in a O. Elbow, window, you know? But I would listen to her try to grasp the word elbow, and when I was listening to her, she would, like, try to put her words around it. I would just remember her saying, like, "Eblo," "ebol," it like basically sounding out anagrams of the same word until it just took her a second to find it and to nail it. And I just find that so fascinating from another person's perspective, looking into your mind, to be like, wow, acronyms and syncretism. That's cool, man. That's really cool.
yeah, it's really interesting how that happens, and I'm grateful that I was able to recover it. Is she still able to say window, or is she not able to say window even though she knows what the word is? Uh,
I
yeah.
don't know. I actually I do see her from time to time now. I should ask her next time I see her. I'm going to ask her. Did you ever figure out the well, the escape hatch in the case of a fire?
Yeah, that's so cool. Yeah, but after having this near-death experience from my brain surgery, it really transformed me in my world and stuff. So missing a couple words wasn't really so bad. I've just been so blessed from all the gifts that I've gotten from everything that's happened since that near-death experience. And I've got the words back now, so things are going better. And I think in part I was thankful to be able to do meditation to help that transformation, to be able to recover. So it's really powerful. But yeah, the hippocampus is a word that actually means seahorse. So there's another one for you guys. And I also wanted to mention some of the phrases that they use with marine admiralty law, like if you are drowning financially and you need to be bailed out, a loan shark might be able to help you.
Isn't that wild? It's so
Yeah,
wild. It,
it's so
I think
weird.
I think a lot of this I think a lot of this psychological corralling with the use of sea animals,
Yeah,
again with the corral and the coral. I just love that. I think that's a really sound a metaphor going forward with it. But I think it might be just what's left over of the flat Earth control grid back when they used to tell those who did not know how sailing worked. They would tell them that there are monsters out there. If you go too far out on the ocean, the sea monsters will get you. And if the sea monsters don't get you, then you're going to fall off the edge of the ocean.
Oh,
These kind of legends. I think that they kept the program. They're still using the sea monsters, and they're still using them as like an encroachment container device to keep people from wandering from the pack, from the mainstream line of thought. And in Indy, the reason why this just keeps coming back to me is because of the aquatic ape theory. The aquatic ape theory says that the Denisovians, the tribe of Dan, the Tuatha De Danann, whatever you want to call them, who no matter what incarnation they use to describe these renegade 10 tribes, whatever they want to call them, they always have some derivative of DNA, DAN. They are keeping track, they're keeping tabs on these breakaway independent thinkers, the ones who think that they can go it on their own. If you're going to go off in the wilderness and figure things out on your own, following seashells, don't go chasing waterfalls, right? If you're going to be the tribe of Dan and go off on your own, there's something going on with the story of the aquatic ape theory and modern day. It's as though they are psychologically laying trinkets along the seashore, knowing that the tribe of Dan, that's us, independent thinkers, individuals, number fours, that we're going to come and we're going to see these trinkets on the seashore, so they can use the trinkets as a lure to drag us through our decision making. And I just am realizing that the aquatic ape theory and these breakaway tribes, being independent, being self-providential, relying on themselves, I think that our language is still drawing us, I guess, seeding or suggesting, kind of a carrot and a stick through our psychology still. And so that's another reason why this metaphor just keeps coming back. And then I missed one from my list. Carrie Mullisk. Carrie Mullisk invented the PCR test. And the PCR test became a gift. But gift in German is poison. It became both the gift that so many people attach to, but it was also the poison that you might get a positive result. Now you got to go change whatever. And now you're one of the special ones. And then you get to go tell everybody that it's true because you lost your sense of smell. Dummy, you got a cotton swab full of freaking preservatives. What do they put on the end of the swab? It's like it's that nasty stuff that they embalm bodies with. It's got embalming fluid on the swab. And then you go and say, "Oh, I lost my sense of smell. It must be real."
Oh my God. Formaldehyde. Terrible.
Formaldehyde. They put their nose full of formaldehyde and then they go walking around saying, "Yeah, I couldn't smell for months. It must be real. It must be real." It's
man.
so wild. And then, Carrie Mullisk. If you look up Carrie Mullis, there's no K. I'm adding the K because of the mollusk is adding to the vanity tribe of Dan aquatic ape theory here. But if you look him up, his images, I think there's at least 3 different depictions of Carrie Mullisk with his surfboard. And so he's carrying this iconic surfboard, which to me is the half shell. That's the mollusk. That's the clam that he's riding on, this half shell, just like Venus de Milo coming out of the ocean, stepping off of the seashell onto the seashore. And sure enough, Carrie Mullisk with his surfboard is fulfilling that role, that vanity spell of like, I'm the special one, which that's what the PCR test was for so many people. No matter which side of it you were on, it made you feel special. And then last thing about Kerry Mullisk, if anybody wants to go and see what I see, look at his images, the picture of him with the surfboard, and then go look at the Magus card on the Thoth deck. Card number 1, the Magus card, is riding on a surfboard. He's literally hanging 10 off the nose of a surfboard. And he's balancing a little device on his fingertips. And that device that he's balancing off of his fingertips, it's an ads tool from Egyptian iconography. It's an ads tool that is used to scrape the nose. The Magus card is literally balancing a PCR nose scraping device on his fingertips while walking on a surfboard. And all of those things are part of the Kerry Mullisk biography. Whether he's real or not, I don't know. I know he won some prizes. I know he was a construct before this went down. He got the Nobel Peace Prize, I'm pretty sure, or some kind of prize. He was awarded. But if he is a construct, he's a Thoth deck construct specifically, Thelema.
Makes me think very much of that saying, she sells seashells on the seashore. And I mean, one would have to be a total nincompoop to go and buy seashells for sale on the seashore where they're available. What are we doing buying them? I mean, this is a seashore. And the whole concept is sort of telling us what you're saying, that they've set up seashell stores on the seashore for those of us. Now they've had to trick us into, emptying out our shells. We've got like our shell on the front of our face, right? If you think about it, it's like a shell. It protects your breathing. Yeah. It's like a filter. It's a shell filter. And it's fascinating what you're saying, because it does sort of tally.
Yeah, actually, the nose is an obvious indication of our aquatic ancestry as mammals. The proboscis monkey is another primate that has a large aquatic nose like ours. And so most apes and monkeys actually don't have a nose. Their nostrils are just flat on their face. And then when they're swimming in water, it's going to be very difficult to keep water from going into their nostrils. So a nose like ours, which you compare to a shell, which I do see many parallels and similarities there, is definitely a huge indication of our aquatic ancestry as aquatic primates. We're actually the only terrestrial mammals that cry saltwater tears, which shows that we have ancestry in the ocean. And so I've actually always wondered about what's different about mankind. Are we like the animals? Why do we see ourselves differently? And I received an answer to that question, that deep inquiry of my soul. In my astral projection, it was shown to me that our technology that we have is a result of our transition that we're going through, coming back into the terrestrial environment where we do not thrive and don't have instincts for here anymore. But without this gift of Mother Nature to provide us with the technology to go through this transition, we very well may not have made it. But my biggest question since I was given that revelation was, what made us leave our home? Why would we leave the sea if we lived in the sea? Now, granted, we probably came back to land at night to sleep on the beaches, much like the seals do, because unlike whales and dolphins, we cannot sleep half of our brain at a time. They use half of their hemisphere to sleep for 8 hours at a time. And then for another 8 hours at the end of those two sequences of their hemisphere sleeping, they actually have both hemispheres alive and well, functioning for 8 hours of their day, so that they don't have to stop to sleep, and they just keep swimming at all times. But seals have not developed that. Seals have been in water for 20 million years, and whales have been for 40 million. What were we going to say, Slick?
I want to save everybody thousands of years of speculation and evolution and all that. Like, I don't think we have to go back in time that far, Indy. I think it's just as simple as The placenta.
Yeah.
I think that humans as we are now are fully compatible to have an intact apparatus at birth. The placenta breathes for you underwater. You were breathing underwater all in this life, not 100,000 ancestors ago, not evolution, thank you, science ago. You, my friend, were breathing underwater, and it was the placenta that made it possible. And so placenta phagy, I believe, and this is again, we don't have to go thousands of years backwards. We can look forwards. So this dream that I'm about to share is a hope, a possibility, a vision of the future. And maybe it was a full system back in the day, maybe, and maybe it answers all your questions, Indy. But if the mother consumes the placenta in a sacred procedure, preserving it, doing it the right way, the birthright of kings, I believe that the baby becomes instilled with all of the ESPs we could ever wish for, all of the sympathetic full capacity to see the aura, to do laying on of hands, to heal through touch, to put a little spit on my fingers and wipe away the blindness from the blind, as well as I think it's possible to breathe underwater. And I think it's just as simple as the lungs doing an exchange where one lung breathes into the other lung, that breathes back into the other lung, that breathes back into the other lung, back and forth. And so your lungs become an interchanging two-part chamber system. But we've lost these skills. And we've, like you said, we're on here in the land. We're outside of our element. We don't have the all of the survival faculties because I think we're supposed to be able to access the water again to get back down there. And wouldn't it be fascinating if there are still people in this world who we would think of as mermaids? And it's not even, they don't need gills. They don't need anything. No, nothing. All they do is they just hold their breath and they breathe from one lung to the other lung back and forth. And it's just as simple as that for them. And it doesn't mean they can do it in perpetuity. It just gives them 6, 7, 8, 20, 8, 30, maybe an hour that we wouldn't have to sustain.
Wow. Yeah, that's beautiful. There's actually some people that have mermaid qualities about them, and in Africa, there's some people that don't have lactic acid in their blood, and so they can swim underwater for up to 30 minutes.
That
Elephants
is so
can
cool.
swim underwater for up to 30 minutes. But like you say, whales actually do what you suggested. They actually have different parts of their lungs that will hold air but not use it, and then push it into the lungs when they do need to take a breath. So they can take breaths while they're underwater, which is incredible. The idea of gills, a lot of people have interpreted the aquatic theory with gills. And so for me, it's not the aquatic creature theory. It's the aquatic ape theory. Apes are mammals. Apes don't have gills. But it's not to say that any creature could not regrow gills. It's theoretically possible. We all have gills in the womb because all life originally came from the sea, and then all of the mammals and birds came from fish originally, as well as reptiles and amphibians, of course. And so when we go through these stages of development in the placenta, in the womb, we go through these different stages that we may have the capacity to call back forth. If we change our environment, our DNA will be able to see like, okay, they need this here. Maybe we can activate that again. And so there's huge possibilities to all that stuff. Is amazing. But one of the things that I've found is that humans being an aquatic ape, to me, I feel like what the real situation is that we were not necessarily the aquatic apes per se. We were the progeny of the aquatic apes. We were their hybrid progeny as a slave race. They wanted to create us, and they used the seed of the Lulu, the wild hominids of the terrestrial environment, like the Neanderthal and the Denisovans and maybe Homo naledi, to create the African race. But we know that we have an aspect of these wild hominid DNAs in our genome. It's a small amount, but it's there. But I would say that the creators that made us, the gods that created us, they were the true aquatic apes, and they were described as being such. They were said to be androgynous. They had blue skin. They had flippers on their legs and their arms. They were said to be the serpent people. Possibly they may have had scales. I don't know. But there's different aspects of them that are prominent that is a result of aquatic living. Like they would become giants. Giantism is an aspect of becoming aquatic because you're no longer fighting against the gravity of being in the air and standing up against gravity, walking around, fighting full gravity. When you're in the water, you're laying on your side. So your heart's not having to move that blood against gravity like we do now. That's why having come back to land, the most common cause of death for mankind is cardiac arrest or heart attack, because our hearts are not really prepared to be able to move this blood around on land all day. And if you can be in the water, it puts a lot more ease on the needs of the body. And so the body can grow way bigger. And that's why the blue whale is the largest creature in the world. They came from the land, and they weren't that big when they went back at first, but they've grown significantly. Also, having extra fingers, I believe it's called syndactyly, extra fingers and toes that can later become fused into like a fin. That's still prominent in mankind. We have that's about 1 out of 1,000 people have that, webbed fingers. Missing a coat of fur. That was something that people suggested for a long time. They said, it was too hot with that coat of fur on. We need to cool down, which is not well thought through. When you have like something to cover your skin from getting exposed to the direct sunlight, you're good. But without a coat of fur and without building enough melatonin to protect ourselves with pigment, and even then, when you protect yourself from the sun, you're not protecting yourself from the wind. Having a coat of fur is beneficial for all terrestrial mammals. Now, we have like pigs and pachyderms that don't really seem to have it. And we wonder, do they have aquatic ancestry as well? They very well may. So there's a lot to this. And I think there's countless arguments that can be argued in favor of it. It just seems to be consistent with other things when you try to compare it. But one thing is really interesting is our skull features are exactly the opposite of primate skull features. As I mentioned earlier, we have a nose that protrudes out instead of receding in. We have a chin that protrudes out. We have eyes that recede. And we have a protruding cranium. Primates don't have a cranium. Their head goes straight back from the brow line. Their eyes protrude out so that they can see more and further and more peripherally. Their nose recedes in. Their chin recedes in, because that's a weak spot. If somebody hits you in the chin, that's the cold clock spot. That'll make your brain shake and you'll pass out. So that's a weak spot. And you can also have your chin broken, jaw broken, things as such. But we have many different features than primates. And we also have 46 chromosomes as opposed to their 48 chromosomes. Interestingly, we only have about 20,000 genes, whereas all the other species on Earth have more than us. Things like the flea or plants have over 40,000 genes. And so they're way more developed than us. And we've been in a lull with technology that's kind of stopped us from evolving our bodies as much. We're evolving our minds to be able to use our dexterity to create the technology around us. And so that's one of the things that's been coming about through this phase of our evolution. Once we can go back to conditioning ourselves to embrace the natural environment, I believe that our genes will start to grow again as we start to integrate with the natural world.
I think we need to have Wim Hof classes in every school.
For sure. That's powerful stuff.
Would that be powerful? Think of the DNA alterations that we could generate by teaching Wim Hof to the youth.
I love that. Yeah, that actually brings to mind the mitochondria and the Force from George Lucas. I compare the Force to the Hindu idea of the fourth mind, the Chitta mind, the cellular mind. And I believe that George Lucas used that to create the Force, which he also refers to as the midichlorians. And he says that they're in each of our cells. And if you have more midichlorians, the Force is stronger within you. And so by cold exposure, like the Wim Hof method, you will be growing more mitochondria in your fat cells, which turns it from white fat to brown fat. And you can actually turn it in heat way faster, and it can break down much quicker, and it doesn't stay there like white fat does. You can use it and then turn it on, turn it off, use it for energy, use it for heat. So it helps the body become more capable. And with greater mitochondrial health, it boosts all around health around the body and the clarity of the mind. The mitochondria in the brain, there's 10 times more mitochondria in neurons than there are in other cells. So I feel like mitochondria may very well be the higher consciousness that we can access in the heart space. And I feel like the mitochondria share a hive mind that connects all life throughout the entire universe through time and space. And so when we can merge with that mind, we can integrate with other different clouds of I like Rupert Sheldrake's idea of is a resonance
Biomorphic field.
morphic fields. Yeah. So like if we resonate with like certain people or different species or anything, it will open us a morphic field that we can access, and it'll give us information that we can use from the morphic field. I feel like that could be a huge thing for us to understand how we operate, connecting with the ancestors. I feel like when our third eye is more awake and open in the waking state, we'll start to realize our deeper connection that we have with our ancestors. And I feel like animals that are thriving instinctually probably have a deeper access to their inner eye and can probably observe their ancestors coping in certain situations that are relevant to their own. And so they could think to themselves, okay, what did my ancestors do in this situation before? And they can look back and see in the flash of an eye, this is what you could do. And I feel like humans have that capacity. We're just not really aware of it as much, but it's definitely there. And that kind of also ties into the 100 monkey thing, where once somebody opens up a thing, the other people have access to that same thing through the morphic field. So there's some really cool stuff to that.
Yep. You know, I think of the morphic field as the placenta of the collective. And a lot of us, we are like, we're healers. We work hard to reclaim that territory, so a lot of us are in touch with, tuned into our own morphic field, and we sense the morphic field of others. Intuition and all of those things are just good signs that you've reclaimed that lost territory. And I'm always harping on, someday we'll have a world where all the mamas are eating all the placentas, happy as could be, and it's not considered gross. And you didn't watch a bunch of horror films that psychologically scared you away from it. And it's all love. It's no judgment. And in that case, we will literally be communing with that biomorphic field on a deeper, literal level, not in the, on a much more material, touchable, tangible aspect. That's why I'm constantly harping on it, because it's like it works as a metaphor, it works as a path. It obviously it works, but someday we'll all be like the snake eating its own tail. will fully embody what that is. And it's all about the placenta, y'all. I'm saying it all day long, every day, forever. I won't shut up. I want to read a book out of the Old Testament, and it's the shortest. It's the shortest book. It's Obadiah, or yeah, Obadiah. And I find its brevity to be its highest significance. The fact that of all the Old Testament chapters, there's only one that is only 1 page long. And so because it is unique in that way, it stands out in its own aspect. Also, I love the word Obadiah. If anybody cares to, I recommend there's a song Obadiah. There's a great deal behind that name. But Sinead O'Connor did she sang the song Obadiah, and it's one of my favorite songs, bless her heart. So yeah, she sings about this character. And it has Greek incarnations. This name, of course, there are many cultural echoes of this name. But this chapter, when I read it, by the way, everything I'm about to say is totally wrong, is total ignorance. This is a guy coming into the middle of a conversation with no clue what was said beforehand and presuming to know anything that is in this chapter. Okay. So do not take me as an authority on what Obadiah is really about. Okay, we're reading this from an intentional position of ignorance. Okay, like a militant intentional ignorance. I don't want to know what it's really about. I'm going to project and assume as the new guy in the conversation because it's more interesting when you read it that way. But it's kind of cool because it's on. What's that?
I love that name, Obadiah. My neighbor, her daughter's name is Ophelia. That's another beautiful name.
Oh, nice. Nice. That is a great, yeah. Okay.
Obadiah. So what were you guys researching Obadiah in reference to? Were you looking for something in particular?
Well, I think I'm reading it in context of the aquatic ape theory.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, because it's right before Jonah. It's right after Amos. It's between Amos and Jonah. So it kind of has that aquatic potentiality. There's another chapter, 2 chapters back, called Hosea, which is almost seahorse. Hosea. It's like Seho. Hosea. So yeah, there's a lot of oceanic implication all throughout. And so I'm going to tell you my presupposition from when I first read this. When I first read this, I thought, holy cow, this is an exile from Lemuria. This is telling people you're cast out of the underwater Eden. You can no longer live in the underwater Eden, and now you have to go live on the mountaintops, on these cliff faces and these nasty places that are hard to survive because you couldn't behave down here in aquatic Eden. And so I read this chapter as an exile, as kicking somebody out of the aquatic Garden of Eden. And now I am probably so fucking wrong. I'm probably so wrong. But even if I'm wrong, being wrong can sometimes be a reward. The vision of Obadiah. Thus, very important word, thus. It relates to the word SIC. SIC in Black's Law is permission to translate this incorrectly. The word thus means this is how they told it to me. And if I tell it to you and it's not correct, it's not on me because this is just how I saw it when they gave it to me. So it's absolving the messenger. When you see the word thus, it means SIC, and it means misinterpretations and archaic translations are acceptable. It means you're probably not going to get it. Thus saith the Lord concerning Edom, we have heard a rumor from the Lord, and an ambassador is sent among the heathen. Arise ye, and let us rise up against her in battle. Behold, I have made thee small among the heathen. Thou art greatly despised. The pride of thine heart hath deceived thee, thou that dwellest in the cliffs of the rock, whose habitation is high, that saith in his heart, who shall bring me down to the ground? Though thou exalt thyself as the eagle, and though thou set thy nest among the stars, thence will I bring thee down, saith the Lord. If thieves come to thee, if robbers by night, thou cut off. Would thy not have stolen till thy had enough? If the grape gatherers came to thee, would they not leave some grapes? How are the things of Esau searched out? How are his hidden things sought up? All the men of thy confederacy have brought thee even to the border. The men that were at peace with thee have deceived thee and prevailed against thee. They that eat thy bread have laid a wound under thee. There is none understanding him. Shall I not in that day, saith the Lord, even destroy the wise men out of Eden, and understanding out of the mount of Esau? And thy mighty men, O Taman, shall be dismayed, to the end that everyone of the mount of Esau may be cut off by slaughter. For thy violence against thy brother Jacob shame shall cover thee, and thou shalt be cut off forever. And in the day that thou stoodest on the other side, in the day that the strangers carried away captive his forces, and foreigners entered into his gates and cast lots upon Jerusalem, even thou wast as one of them. But thou shouldest not have looked on the day of thy brother, in the day that he became a stranger, neither shouldest thou have rejoiced over the children of Judea on the day of their destruction. Neither shouldest thou have spoken proudly at the day of distress. Thou shouldest not have entered into the gate of my people in the day of their calamity. Calamity. That was a word of the day. Yea, thou shouldest not have looked unto the affliction in the day of their calamity, nor have laid their hands on their substance in the day of their calamity. They just said calamity 3 times in a row. Kind of sounds like a birth ritual to me. The day of calamity, the day that you come out of the clam. It just mentioned, and also I gotta say, I'm interrupting the flow, but wasn't a clam a form of currency in the Americas?
Yes. Wampum shells.
Wampum. They're talking about wampum shells. They're talking about calamity. They're talking about selling out the birthright, selling out the nation under your own feet. There is no standing. If you say you understand, you're lying, because there is no standing. There's no standing. Took the earth out from under everybody's feet. It didn't matter what color your skin is. There's no ground under your feet. And so I often ponder, like, when they ask if you understand something, is it better to say I withstand? Is it better to withstand? Are we all supposed to be withstanding until we get this earth back under our fucking feet, regardless of what color our skin is? What's it going to take to get this earth back under our feet? And how is it that the biblical chapter that's calling back to these old ways is encoding wampum? It's telling us to go back to the wampum. We're talking about selling seashells by the seashore. We're talking about the that we live in the garden. We've always been in the garden. We're surrounded by abundance. These Malthusian turds have instilled a lack mentality. It's being used against us because we're standing on piles and piles of abundance, you know? I think that's really fascinating. I do. I think that this chapter in particular, it's talking about an exile. It's talking about a blood feud. It's talking about, you know, may your future generations have suckiness also because of some unabsolved issues with these, whatever, these priest class brotherhoods. But I just think it is really fascinating that right here in this chapter are all of these aspects of vanity, all of these aspects of an independent community, an independent culture, possibly the tribe of Dan, possibly people who thought they could cut it on their own, who could go it on their own and get along to get along in the wilderness. And I think Obadiah, that this chapter in particular is talking about cast outs, castaways, the exiles. And then I got to point out the word exile is, of course, an X means change, but then it's an isle. And what is an island? It's surrounded by a seashore and it's surrounded by the corral. And so when you're in exile, you're put on an island and you're living off of these mollusks and you're avoiding the corral. You can't go past the coral.
Well said, man. Hey, I wanted to mention earlier, we mentioned horses when I talked about the whales and dolphins, but that made me think of the story of Poseidon having domesticated horses and dolphins as like the first element of society. And he said that he started the first kingdom and he domesticated the dolphins first and then the horses. And actually they found in Denisovan ruins at the cave site in Denisovan cave that they had domesticated horses and ceremonial jewelry 40,000 years ago, which was huge because I didn't think that had happened until like maybe 5,000 years ago. So that was a big one. We know dogs have been domesticated for like around 12,000 years, but it turns out that horses had been domesticated for about 20,000 years, 40,000 years. So that kind of put things up in a different perspective than we expected to see. But it goes to show that there's a lot more in our past than we've come to understand. And we were way more advanced in that time. Some aspect of us was than we've come to know. But I feel like it was the Denisovans that were said to have turned themselves into swans eventually as shamans and then flew away to Cygnus. But they were also said to have been the shamans that taught the people about the stars and taught them agriculture and how to understand nature and thrive within nature, build shelters, all these things. And a very prominent aspect of this phenomena was the Adena Hopewell tribes in the Americas, the mound builders. Because they actually made ceremonial burials for these giant Denisovans with elongated skulls and buried them in a hub of wheel formation where they would put their feet towards the center and have them all circling around a center point inside the mound. So they did not do that kind of a ceremonial burial for the regular people that were of average height. But sometimes they would actually do ceremonial burials with not only the giants, but actually dwarves alongside them as well, which is pretty fascinating. So I feel like we all know about the giants and the dwarves, but to me, there's a good chance that the giants and the dwarves may very well have been well connected to the gods and that they may have joined the gods and left here. Although it is said that the giants were hunted out of existence and may have become the Sasquatches today, but it's not impossible that they could have stayed and some could have gone. And a lot of people think there is a connection between Sasquatches and aliens, which is quite entertaining and interesting. But I feel like there could be a very strong connection there that we don't really understand. To me, I feel like the aliens may be our gods, and they've gone to imperialize the stars and returned. I feel like they're from here.
I often wonder, and I've been following the thread of what you guys have been saying. It's been totally awesome. I'm going to get back to this alien talk. I first want to go back to what was said earlier about the animals accessing the ancestral lineage better. And that's very interesting. I think a big part of it is that we've learned the words junk DNA. So we throw around words like junk DNA, like, oh, it's just 98% of your DNA. It's just junk. It's like, well, what's that junk? What is that junk DNA? It's just junk. It's nonsense. So I think humans have been trained into, like you say, disconnecting and not recognizing that it's actually in our DNA codes. And in this junk DNA, we've got the codes for all the animals. Isn't that interesting as well? And what you're talking about with the giants, I've often wondered about a lot of these extraterrestrials flying around in their crafts, coming out of the sea or not. Maybe some of the giants survived, but they've got secret bases, maybe under the sea, aquatic. And maybe some of the giants ended up not surviving and ended up going into the bush to survive and became Sasquatch. I'd love to welcome, we've got Louis here. Yeah. Louis, the polymathing guy, wonderful guitarist, wonderful mushroom expert, fungi guy, also shamanically inspired, very beautiful brother. I'd love to give you a warm welcome. I noticed he's dropped off once or twice. KianoKodes dropped off once or twice, but he's come back. I hope your connection's running. But welcome, Louis. Louis has been on the round table before, and I've been hoping to get him back. If you are at your mic, I'd love to give you an opportunity to say hello.
Oh, thank you, Franklin. Thank you. I think I need to just sit back here and let you guys keep whomping it. This is Slick and Indy were just on a beautiful weave. And that was, I was sitting here being mindful of it. And I started thinking, this is a windfall of windfulness, of mindfulness. So I think just continue going where you're going. I can come in with my own, I've had even just following the stream, it's beautiful because in the middle of my own day, I had my own meditative aspect of meeting a bee man. So as I wanted to come and jump into this stream, I had a little sidetrack where a gentleman I started speaking to was starting a honey shop. And I thought, no way. And of course, he started speaking about mead. And I thought, this is meditation I'm seeing right now. I'm being a part of it. And as he started talking to me about the power of the bee and the power of what it can do for the community, that word also struck heavy for me because community, the bee travels around its own community, picks up, we want to say pollen, but it picks up knowledge, brings it back to the hive, and that honey's made. But you're not at the mead yet. You haven't got to the true wisdom because you need to have that nature's meditation, fermentation, which has to kick in. And you add water as well, was what she said. And this gentleman was an old school kind of guy, and he was saying that all the infusions, you don't need to do that. This is all new age BS, he was saying. All you need is your organic honey and your water and time. And again, just going back to these simple concepts to heal the community. This is what the shaman, this is what the medicine man, the medicine woman did. They traveled into the forest where we know it's abundant, or traveled around their community. It wasn't just the people, but it was all of life around it. It picked up the pieces of wisdom, it brought it back, and then they let it ferment, and they created the medicine to heal everybody. So I love what you guys are doing, guys, and this is beautiful, beautiful.
Hey, Louis, that seals it. That seals it for me. Hey-oh.
Yeah, good.
Real quick, Yeah, I think you reminded me of something, and I think I've said this before, but I mean the plants around me. I'm literally in my front yard. Dandelions are growing like crazy, and they're probably, a lot of us pull them and throw them away like weeds, right? But it might be telling me, hey, dummy, what's bothering you is we're putting it right in your face. We're throwing dandelions at you, dum dum. That's what you need. And yeah, so I believe in that type of shamanic style too. Like if you have like some sort of
Cloning.
weed in your face, you're walking by, putting they're in your face. That's because they're like, hey, they're trying to tell you, dude, you might want to make a tea out of this or something. But much love, Louis. Welcome, brother.
Much love, brother.
Yeah, this conversation has really gotten some wings, and you guys are really taking it out there. And there was something else that was said that was like itchy on the edge of my tongue, but I had a whole lot of salad wrap in my mouth while I was chunking down on my salads. Interesting points is back to the giants and back to these ancient mounds and the burial patterns, and also to the junk DNA activation and how we've become so disconnected from our original roots. I do think that there's a lot more that we're going to discover. I think it's going to come pretty soon. With regards to these wheel burial sites, there were different burial sites, right? Now, you spoke about the swans. There's Irish Celtic traditional stories about the children turning into swans, and it's got to do with the two great brothers. Obviously, we're talking about Enki and his brother, but from the Celtic story, and how they had these great wars, and the children left, and they went off and turned into swans in order to keep them safe. And the swans went all around the world, and they finally came back home. And this story of the swans, you can't help noticing how it's traveled between different continents. And it seems to be like some of the oldest stories on earth involve people turning into swans and then coming back with this amazing knowledge, the shamanic laws we're talking about. There's something truly profound that's connecting the Celtic legends with the legends of the North Americas, which has to be considered here. And there was something else as well. Maybe I'll get to that in a minute, hopefully. The story about our DNA potentials and our past life recollection, it's very interesting because at the point, like, we have all this information taken away from us. And it makes you sort of think that a lot of that bulk DNA could be thousands of lifetimes of information that's being compressed, you see. Maybe it's stored in, like when you take a file on a computer and you compress it, you can get a lot more information. And since they've discovered that the DNA system works like computer filing systems, in fact, you can literally write computer code onto DNA and save it there, and then download it back off the human server again, or any biological server. So it sort of stands to reason that in the same way that we've learned to compress files could have been compressed into the DNA. So the 98% DNA that we're looking at could literally be hundreds or several hundreds of lives or thousands of lives of information compressed into a different language, born in our consciousness, which is why we're able to access our past lives. And I would go as far as to say even our future lives, which is an interesting concept. The non-linear binary structure of time. The DNA field could be the vibrational field that reaches out into the various different parallel universes, into the various different quantum spaces of reality, in order to restructure reality so that the continuity of time can be bound. And what is the vibrational frequency that keeps time locked in? And could the human DNA field and the animal and the biological field of DNA be somehow instrumental and fundamental to maintaining the very structure of reality as we know it? The very nature and the laws of physics and the laws of nature could be bound by because as we've noticed, the small things are important. We look at our bodies and we see those microbes, as Louis was talking about. Louis is always going on about these ways in which to strengthen your microbial presence in your body. Those microbes are like the most fundamental things to keeping the structure of the body intact. So if what is above truly is as what is below, as Hermes suggested is, then it would be suggestible to understand that the small things that are insignificant seeming could be what structures the big natural forces of time and space. And in the same way that those tiny microbes between our cells keep the cohesive cell structure of our body, so that the organic flesh puppet can become a conduit through which the consciousness field can move. Just thought I'd throw that out there. And
Yeah, man.
yeah.
Yeah. I would say all of that latent information from the ancestors that is speaking in a language that is hard to suss out in a single lifetime. Some people are better at it than others. Some people can I think of that as the river Styx, this river of the ancestors, the stream time, latent uh, information that we can access. We do call upon it, and it comes to us in the form of instincts and um, epigenetic memory. The flinch response when something flies over you. All of those things are those are little. And also when we have a freeze response, that's actually some of the neurosis of dealing with so much information in such a compressed amount of time, that we have these reactions when we that will freeze, overreact, underreact, or some people actually get sexually aroused. We have strange neuroses that spring up from our inability to translate what the ancestors are screaming at us all the time. And I think that is the junk DNA. And I think that this is where we should think of the word jump, because we're jumping back in time, or the information from the past is jumping into our life now with no context. So it's very, it can be confusing and hard to pinpoint what is, to give context to so much information so quickly. It takes practice to be able to do those things with integrity. So I'm thinking of the juncture point. This is interesting too, about the junk DNA, which I do. I think that this is the cesta. These are the ancestors. The word cesta means basket. This basket is the equipaje. It's the equipment. It's the luggage that you came in here with. It's the ancestry. When Moses was sold upstream, the only way that they could find out where it came from was by reading the Eve on his cesta, the basket that he was writing in, told them who his actual parents were. And so that is so fascinating, that the forensic evidence of Moses is today what we consider the DNA to track where people have come from. It's just so fascinating that we're still doing this. And it's just right behind our own words when we say cesta. Cesta is your sister. It is your sister. It is your twin. It's your placental other. And we call it a she. We call it we feminize it because it's tender. It's a soft spot. It's a vulnerability. Like, you want to protect your sister. You know what I mean? Even sisters want to protect their sisters. So it's a universal thing. But I want to also talk about the jump. Okay, we got the juncture, the placenta, the umbilicus is a terminus. It's legally in the Supreme Court. It's the terminal point, and so it's a jump point. It's a juncture, and I think that the placenta is supposed to inform all of that junk DNA and activate the other 90% of the brain you're not using to give you these full potentialities that we suspect, and some of us really actually know, we all have, for a more full command over the realm. And isn't it fascinating, Indy, again, about like, we think these things were possibilities a long time ago, and it's just a matter of maybe in a few generations they could all come back. All of these things could come back into play. And then, of course, the Sasquatch. I got to bring the Sasquatch into it because of the Fool card, the first initial card, and he is the dog man. He's got it's Canis Minor is at his ankles. If you turn Orion upside down and you superimpose the Rider-Waite Fool onto Orion, that little dog at his ankle is Canis Minor, chomping at his heel as he's about to jump off of a terminus point. He's about to jump off of that cliff of the Fool card. And just a strange thing about all of that is that the dog man, which is not exactly a Sasquatch, really, in cryptozoology, he's not exactly the same thing. But the dog man is very common and popular in Kentucky. And Kentucky is where my Fool card is in my territories work. So I just wanted to bring all those things into context. That's like the junk DNA, the Sasquatch, the placenta, Dogman, and the Senta of the United States is Kentucky. All weave in together flawlessly, really.
And as you talk about the play center, it makes me think about joy. That joy unlocks your DNA potentials when you can find joy within your heart.
If we're talking about the play center, could I mention Plato's allegory of the cave? Another word for a cave would be a den. If we're talking about Denisovans, we're talking about DNA. And if we're going to take it maybe a modern way we can rewrite it is using, we all know that we alchemize our trauma, going in and out of society and back into our meditative states and trying to learn these lessons and turn them into our dream, our Traum. And there is, I think it's an interesting part of that allegory that once you get out of the cave, you go back in and you have to try to awaken your ancestors, awaken your community around you. And then you're trying to bring them back out into the real world. And maybe this is that same travel of back and forth into our DNA, deep into our ancestors, deep into our den, and awakening these energies, awakening these vibrations, these songs that are deep into us that they try to lie to us, the story that we can activate it. We know we can, but maybe there can be a better way than the trauma. Maybe there's we can figure out a new way in the future that isn't this trauma-based awakenings. And I think a good way to get there would be using my favorite thing, which is mushrooms, but not just the psychedelic mushrooms, which is what many think of, but all of them, all of the type of mushrooms that we can get, all the fungi that is around this planet, because they are the mycelium, they are the middlemen. Middleman's not a good word because that always reminds me of economy, but maybe they're the nurses because they nurture life in the forest, but they also are the death doulas because they help that life which is past recycle itself back into the cycle. So having that important mediating aspect in nature, before we were talking about the heart, and they're almost the courier of Ka, going back and forth and carrying that life force and making sure that the Ka never ends. It's always there. And reminding us that, reminding those, because for me, that was during my meditative walks in the forest, it was finally opening my eyes up to what was around me, not just going inside myself, but then going so far inside that you become the environment around you. And then you realize that you are one with everything around you. And things start speaking to you, for lack of a better term, start whispering things to you and saying, hey, check this out. And next thing you know, you are bringing medicine back to your community, and you are being awoken by you're being the one pulled out of the cave by a force that you didn't even know happened. So that mediating aspect is very mycological as well.
I find that interesting and fascinating because it sort of tallies up with the as above, so below notion. And so we look at the mental sphere and we look at how the brain operates and how the brain creates different neural pathways, and that those neural pathways can be increased so that more information is able to free flow. I believe that the mycelial networks are the equivalent in the neural pathway system to the increase of pathways, and having more of the mycelial presence means that there is a greater potential for communication of nutrients and other forms of information between the cellular structures. And I'm talking both in the bioresonance field, element level, as well as on the actual elemental field, producing and extracting and helping to courier various different minerals and essential nutrients between different cells in order for a balance and harmony of life to prevail. And in the same way that the increased neural pathways can boost the intelligence and produce a God consciousness, I believe that the mycelial networks should, in theory, be able to maintain the cellular structures of the body so that the body can live a lot longer. And we have this in ancient times, that people did live a lot longer than what we do. And obviously, we were more in tune with the harmonies of the other beings that live within our bodies, that are part and parcel of the structure of maintaining the cell structure. So imagine like every cell in your body lives so long, right? And then it dies, and you've got so many metabolism cycles that you can follow, and then you get old and you die. Imagine you get mycelial tissues that can lengthen the life of each cell by 3 times what it multiplied by 3. Then you'll be able to live 300 years, just as a concept. And that could actually thus improve your consciousness level as well, so that you would also be more conscious and conscientious about what you eat and how you use resources in your body. So you wouldn't just live for 300 years, it would be an exponential increase. It could be for half an eon, 500 years of life. And it suddenly starts putting us in tune with that which was going on in terms of biblical and from the Vedic scrolls as well, speaking about how the yogis were living for many centuries. This seems to be something that we've lost, this longevity. And I wonder, and where is Ronan when you need him? Yes, Ronan's here. I wonder how much of this is going to be to do with the fact that, like the Great Floods, the mud flood, I don't know which flood I'm talking about anymore, but definitely a flood with mud, and all these babies that were in circulation on the trains. Where's Carlisle? He sent me some great information about this as well. And
your mind's
these,
Franklin.
yeah,
Your mind is flooded.
these baby machines, these machines were producing babies. Yeah, the incubators that were being advertised. What was it, 200 years ago? Is that
baby
recent?
mills. Yep.
Yeah. So what did they remanufacture our DNA in such a way that we've lost the connection with mycelials? Do you understand what I'm saying? And so that we've lost the connection with them, our cells are dying much quicker than what they should be. Maybe we were living a lot longer, not so long ago.
Yes, we were, because in the Bible they don't speak about people living as long as they do for a certain amount of years.
Well, there's some theories on that, and I've been really enjoying the vapor canopy theory, say in the last, this year. Vapor canopy, you have larger fauna, you have larger all kinds of things, as well as different composition of the mist itself. Somebody even say that there was more hydrogen, just we would breathe more hydrogen, etc. And there's even people that sell machines that they call a brown gas, like you can kind of manufacture that. So that's one aspect of the longer lifespans, and I think it's all a great there's evidence. I love the theory of that as well. And then there's also the idea of, say, the introduction of radio towers in recent kind of known history. Once radio towers were introduced, massive illnesses that didn't exist before started to come about. And then what was I going to say? And then just like in recent years, 3 years ago, they're injecting people with different DNA things. So we're literally seeing a large laboratory, a bunch of guinea pigs out here. You guys mentioned the swabs earlier. Yes, there is organic material on there as well, that goes into your that supposedly they say can break now the blood-brain barrier. But yeah, we're literally seeing it now. Anyone that tells me that because I'm a history guy and I don't believe what I'm told, obviously most of us here as well. One of the reasons, the absurdity of like the way they write down these numbers and the way they write down, or politician elections or whatever, it's not for us here right now. Because if you fast forward 20, 50, 100 years, they own the history books, so that is they have the media, they have everything. Look at these news clippings. Look at these books. So we're everything that we talk about this a lot of times. And I don't mean to, forgive me, I'm not trying to project, but a lot of people might think of look what they did in the 1800s, the 1900s, the whatever. It's happening now in real present time. We're seeing the mechanisms of how they do these things now, both on a genetic level and on the whole history level. It's happening this like nowadays. So yeah, so there's a lot of interesting times. And then of course, the history, you have the time and the hijacking of time and the keepers of time. And that's all. I don't trust dates, and during those vapor canopy times, and during those extended life periods, who even knows if the sun traversed in the way that it did in the time that it does now? Maybe actual. Hey man, some people say there were two suns. There could have been a lot of different things going on. So you're record keepers, and if it's written in stone, right? It seems like if you write something in stone, it will get past a lot of cataclysms, whether they are some sort of Phoenix event type thing, or some other more kind of like a plasma mud flood type cataclysm. Seems like things that are written in stone tend to be able to handle that better. But yeah, and by the way, I don't just for the record, like I don't trust carbon dating. I don't trust any of that stuff. And someone mentioned Göbekli Tepe a while ago. I mean, I'll be honest with you, man. I've been harping on what's in my backyard here, and they just announced publicly that there is a plaza underneath the ground. That these Etowah mounds, again, I'm as Slick is about placenta, I'm about Etowah. Etowah. Okay, I'll never stop talking about it. Okay, Eto again means a towel, which in Jamaican they used to say that as I and I. It's also a towel, Eto, Italy. There's Rome right down the river, and etc. And then Wah, the breath of God. The breath of the Almighty. So it's I and I. These pyramids literally translate to like God's breath or mist. That's why I always say that you find there's safety in the mist. So with the mud, and I'll be quick because I know I'm throwing a bunch of randomness out. So I went back to the Etowah Mounds just a couple weeks ago. Actually, a homie out of Third Eye Edifies group met me there, and they removed all the artifacts. So there's no more artifacts there. They're gone. I asked the guys that work there, I was like, where'd they send them? He's like, I don't know. These are just security guards. They don't know. And then I was looking around the river. They have a dam that they built about a mile and a half up river. And that dam also has flooded a town, which is very common here in the States. That was Etowah town. That's underwater. So the makeup of the river itself was probably different. before it was molested. The banks itself, considering that there's a huge plaza underneath covered in dirt, would say that this wasn't a man-made back, where they backfill it. This was potential for a cataclysm mud flood, because I don't see how, it's I don't see how you could just make cover it with dirt, so to speak. What we're talking, the size, magnitude, what we're talking about. So now I'm looking at the river being different. I'm looking at the height of the ground being lower. Also, they brought back or ran back what they called they had a ditch built around the these pyramids, and they said it was for defense. But it's now they're saying they had it water, it was used, so they had a circle of water. So this whole plaza that's under the ground could have had a whole water situation going on. Could it there and there could be such an incredible. So I find that the age is way older than Göbekli Tepe. I find that things in the Americas, Amurika, Amura, the Khans, Americans, Amore Khans, things like that. I find here in the States are way older, and that's hence what I was talking about earlier. Which ties into the Phoenicians and Thoth, Slick, is why I find those sea kings and here coming from the States and providing all the what they call Egypt now, which was not called Egypt, of course, what they call India now, which was not called India. That's all the British thing. Thoth and the Phoenicians, etc., came from India Superior, as the old maps say. Many old maps, as recent as the 1500s. And then you get into we read in our history classes the whole Irish famine, and then they sent all those people over there. I think that's BS. I think they populated this new land with the incubator babies in like a puppy mill, but like baby mills, and baby making factories. So I'll rest my mic there. I don't know if what I was saying was interesting, but I'm just keynotes to a bunch of stuff. Yeah.
Totally. Yeah, man.
I
I'll
noticed.
mention. So the metrics of Egypt are measured by the same metrics of America. And so the word matrix is telling you, like, check that metric system and you'll see how the old world was measuring the realm. And so the fact that Egypt uses the same metrics as America is telling you that that you're totally spot on. And you're also nailing it with the fact that whatever these shutdowns, whatever these lockdowns, they don't care if you believed it. They don't care who believed it today. They're grafting the timeline with a grift. They're grifting the timeline. They're writing these events now for the future generations that they plan to program 100 years forward. So while we're screaming in protest, there ain't no lockdown. There's no reason to be doing this. They're like, no, it wasn't for you, fool. This is for your children's children. And so it's on us to keep the story straight so that they can keep some sort of a sense of incredulity, a sense of healthy disbelief of the narrative, because you're so right. And that is totally in the Loki, that's what the Loki thing is about. They talk about how catastrophes, calamities are nexus points where they can, where there's a certain way to play the game, to play the shell game, to hide certain agendas going forward. And those will be Jubilee opportunities, debt relief. And then just one more quick factor here. The Merovingians believed that their matriarch was inseminated by a sea monster. So their divine right to rule comes from oceanic bloodlines. And today we're talking about this cornerstone of culture called the Marvel Avengers. The Marvel Avengers and the Merovingian bloodlines are grafting our consciousness with these human potentials, fantastical, fabricated human potentials. But I think it's interesting that Marvel Avengers is keeping this oceanic bloodline alive. And then in Greek mythology, Eros, the god of love, he has a twin brother that nobody knows about. He's on the down low. He's like this untold, unsung hero. His name is Anteros. Anteros is just like Eros. Eros goes and he shoots love into somebody who's going to fall in love. And the person gets hit with the arrow, and now they're like ready to, whoever they see next is going to be the one they fall for. But Anteros has a job. Anteros is the other brother. He has to go make sure that the other arrow lands in the beloved. The receiver of the affection needs to get a hit from an arrow also. And that's Eros's twin brother is Anteros. And sometimes Anteros doesn't hit the beloved target. And then somebody falls in love with unrequited love. And so the reason I'm saying this is because Eros's twin brother, who people forget about, his name is Anteros, but that also he has a nickname, and that nickname is the Avenger. And when there's uneven giving and receiving of love, this Avenger, this accounting of who loves who more or who didn't love who enough, generally comes calling. And there's a reformation of thought. But that's where the Avengers comes from. It's like it's kind of hinting at a jubilee. Oh gosh, one more thing. The word clone comes from Greece, and it comes from the word that they use for the twig, for a twig. So they learned that if you take a twig from this tree and you go graft it to another tree miles away, you still get the same fruit. And so this is the original hypothesis that DNA exists, that there's some information in this twig that's being conveyed at far distance, and it can still get the same yield. So the word twig and the word clone are the same word, but this is fascinating to me, thinking about where we are now in reality, but going on in the Marvel series, because they're grafting timelines. Again, they're cloning, they're cutting a twig here and plugging it over here and plugging this one over there. There's a lot to that metaphor, a lot more to that metaphor to suss out. But I think it's fascinating that the twig and the grafting is the root of the word clone, because in God we trust, IGWT is an anagram for TWIG. Twig is a acronym anagram from the phrase "In God We Trust." You take the first letter of "In God We Trust," you rearrange it to make twig. And that's pretty interesting, that this idea of grafting and DNA, because money is considered species. And so there's something metaphorical about the grafting of timelines, the grafting of genetics, and cryptocurrency and alternate forms of generating and storing your labor power. Because I think there's a fascinating metaphor between the Loki series and the cryptocurrencies, with them grafting these twigs of different timelines and also keeping different cryptocurrencies on or off the availability table.
Dude, you were talking, and for some reason, my mind started going to cryptocurrencies too, man. There's some cryptos with some references to some of those letters you mentioned that are related to AI and things of that nature. So what's funny is that the blockchain. I tell people, don't get chained to the block. Those that are really into it, but it is very ritualized in the names, in the natal charts of, they call them Genesis blocks. So Bitcoin has a Genesis block. That's its first block. And that has a specific date and time, and that has a natal chart. I believe it ties to and also ties to Jupiter. So yeah, the crypto stuff is a lot more easier to manipulate in that way, because it's digital. So it's very there's a lot of esoteric involved, which is why we me and a lot of my people, we combine the two, you know, and we it's very easy to decode crypto when it comes compared to any other financial thing. It's like very easy. Gematria, everything, you know what I mean? It's incredible.
I like as well that you're talking about the twigging, because when we twig is when we realize as well. Something, the saying which has gone into disrepute for some time or has been forgotten. But getting back to what was being said about the mud flood and what post mud flood, and obviously that's supposedly post vapor canopy. And I'm wondering just how old this vapor canopy is, because there's evidence of it. But the idea of the repopulation of the planet, now there are all these photographs of empty cities all around the world, which is just mind-boggling. They're not that old. But
yeah,
I noticed this Australia, South Africa, all of these countries, it's a similar time frame. Right? Australia, South Africa, New Zealand, all came about at the similar time to America. That's like, what are the odds of that happening?
Yeah, so
because of the prison colonies.
That's what they say. They also call Georgia a penal colony. So there's actually some. Not everyone in both mainstream. There's two sides to that actually. There's some talk that that's not actually true, and these are like not even tinfoil hat people like us or whatever. You know, this is like the academia or whatever. Oh gosh, Franklin, you touched on something. Oh well, two things. The various cataclysms, the cycles. They've been more than one. So there's been multiple iterations, multiple grand solar maximums, minimums, etc. Now I don't know. Sure, you can get into the thought that our minds, this realm expands and contracts, and I'm not adverse to that. You also have what we were talking about, history. So in 2020, you saw some of the most popular cities. I saw. I went to DC, ghost town, empty. Here in Atlanta, empty. They emptied out the cities. We witnessed it. You know what I mean? I wasn't in New York, but I imagine you went to one of the most popular areas, Times Square. I bet you it was totally empty. Many people left. And that was based on the TV, the television, alone. They didn't even force people out. They just scared people away. So we've seen how they can empty cities without one single shot fired. Well, I guess some other style of shots, but you know what I mean? Another flavor of shots. But they've emptied out cities across their globe. Now, it's not a globe to me, but we've seen it happen. So it's not uncommon to see previous iterations of empty cities, especially here in the Americas. People came here. That's where you get into the Tatarian talk, etc. These buildings that were marvelously built. I mean, you look in Detroit, which are now they're in ruins. These buildings, oh my gosh, go down a rabbit hole and just look at some of them are just parking lots. We're talking cathedral, we're talking stadium-sized buildings with the intricacy inside and out arch window. I mean, just incredible. And they were supposedly built in what, 1890? And what are you doing? You got a donkey? I mean, you got horses and a cart or something, like hand tools, like, you know. So this is like squatters' rights. It's like squatters' rights, basically, you know. I think there was a population here. Now, this is where we, you know, there's discussion here as well. Was there a population, or was it decimated beforehand? Some would say, obviously, we look in our books, and it seems like it was somewhat decimated. But then and then when you look at the history being completely inverted, man, I don't even know if you want to get into it, but I mean, everything, you know, the Trail of Tears, you know, I did a little thing on Trail of Tears. I mean, you're talking about switcheroos of people. You're talking, you know, the Cherokee aren't really, you know, look into the Cherokee if you want to go real with that. Look into the peoples that were here. These are not people that were walking around bare-chested. I have photographs of paintings of the people here in Etowah that were wearing beautiful blue garbs, look, silks and everything. This was a high society here. You know what I mean? And they probably got overran. And the people that came from Europe knew exactly where they were going to and what they were going to step on, walk into. This was not an accident. It's not called the West Indies because Christopher Columbus was a moron. No. He was going to India. He found India. You know what I mean? He knew it was here. But anyway, this could go down a lot of different pathways here. So yeah, that's why I'm just kind of shotgunning ideas. Franklin, what maybe talk another time on some of these specific topics, because each one is its own special, actually.
You're totally right. We are going to have a discussion on this topic. It does sort of add to the psychology of spirituality, though, when they've changed our history and when they've robbed our beliefs of who we are and where we come from us, and taken our parents out of our baskets, so to speak, hidden our truths and our language roots from us, and literally changing the scope of language around us as we speak, rewriting the textbooks, our history books as we speak, redesigning our language for us, changing the way that words are spelled to hide the numbers and the potencies of syllables and words, so that we forget the occult nature of speech. And as if that's not enough, they're telling us what we are and aren't allowed to say and how we are and aren't allowed to speak. And now we're supposed to change the way that we relate to sexuality as well, which is not really natural to tell people how to be. People should be allowed to be what they want. If people want to be this sexual, I'm all for rights. I'm all for people being trans. You want to be trans? Be trans. And anybody who doesn't accept you should go and jump off a bridge, because it's your right to be what the hell you want to be. And I would stand up and protect a trans person from non-trans people. But at the same time, I don't think you should be forcing other people to have to speak in a way that isn't comfortable for them because of somebody else's choices. You know, if you want to walk around wearing a ping pong ball strapped to your nose and a coffee pot on your head and feathers like stuck to your t-shirt and have a bucket that's been like sort of put around your waist, I should have the right to laugh at you if I find it funny, right? It's my choice.
Franklin, the thing is, this is a mindset thing when you're not an independent thinker, is relying on the government to legislate moral things or immoral things. One thing that happened here is, and one technique is how you repopulate and take over a country, is you say you're from the papal bulls. You cannot take a Christian as a slave ever. Okay, well, that's going to really, and then you can start sending your missionaries. You want to get into the wordplay again, the missionaries, that's a military thing. convert or become a slave, people. Okay, I'll be a convert, sure. Then you go to their skulls and you learn their skills, and then a generation later, got everything's brand new. And if I'm being honest, I mean, on the freedom front, I mean, if you want to say no one with beards allowed in my business, I'd be like, okay, we don't need a law to say, no, you need to let people with beards come in. No, I don't. You're a jerk. It's not illegal to be a jerk. You know what I mean? Be like, that business sucks, but it's not illegal to be a sucky business. It's not illegal to be a I'll just stick with jerk because I don't want to cuss, but you guys get it. You know. But no, we need the government. How you're mean. I'm looking at Slick. It's illegal for you to be not nice. It's like, what? I could be an a-hole. What are you talking about? Anyway, sorry. I hope forgive me if I interrupted you, Franklin. I apologize.
No, but that's exactly what the problem is, and I think it does get in the way of our spirituality, because our spiritual values are thus shaped in accordance with these things, and so people are living in fear. You know, now in the UK they're going to take away your bank account if you say something that others construe as hateful. So, I mean, I've seen people construe weird stuff as hatefulness based on their own idiosyncrasies. So, I think that we've gotten into a crazy phase of history now where they are rewriting at a very fast rate, and so we are the ones catching the runoff, if that makes sense. And so our spiritual values and philosophies are going to become twisted. I mean, the Dalai Lama has signed up to have his consciousness taken out of his body and put into a robot. Totally in alignment with his philosophy and his spirituality. So it just gives you an idea that, like, most of Buddhism on earth has been shaped by people that work for this dude, even though they're a minority of the Buddhist tradition. They are the biggest minority of the Buddhist tradition on earth. So, you know, it's quite concerning how many people are becoming Buddhist based on the nonsense that's been shoveled by the Dalai Lama's cronies. And they're all going to be easily pushed towards this transhumanism agenda, which is a massive agenda on earth. And I think this is really affecting our spirituality, and this whole AI, thing that we're going through is shaping the way we think. Totally, it's shaping the way we behave. And a lot of people are becoming so pro AI, saying, yeah, but what about the pros for AI? What about the pros? What about the pros? It's all I ever seem to hear. And everybody's so like trusting and faithful and go, no, it won't work like that. No. But won't it? I mean, is the Terminator film really that far-fetched when you've got a bunch of AI systems running your city, controlling your resources, controlling your food, controlling your weapons? I mean, that can get out of hand. So we are at the beginning of the precipice, staring over a big pit that looks like a oversized long drop. And our spiritual philosophies are going into decline because of it, I believe. And this is why meditation has become such a fringe thing. A lot of people might be interested in doing meditation, but they're more interested in finding they want to get something out of it. And when you want to get something out of it, you don't get anything. Meditation only works when you do it without desire for getting anything out of it. Because the moment you have a desire for getting something out of it, it's sort of like defeats the purpose of the meditation. And so the whole point of meditation is to just do for the sake of doing, like martial arts, right? You do for the sake of doing, and you just perfect what you're doing, and that's all. That's it. You're not supposed to be getting anything out of it. The moment you're getting something out of it, that other part of your brain kicks in, the financial part of the brain, which is wanting to, tit for tat. What can I get out of this? And so the selfish aspects are being empowered. So the meditation becomes toxic because it's all about what I can get out of it, which is sort of not what it's supposed to be for. I don't know. What do you guys think? And I'd also love for us to be getting close to wrapping this up, because I see we've been cranking this out for 6 hours and 20 minutes. Wow. So maybe if you guys could do your last run through, and we can try and wrap this up by 6:30, 6.5 hours. That'd be a great And then we're gonna have
Right on.
because we've just scratched the surface, really. But do please, I'd love to hear the closing monologues.
I want to say before I forget, I just want to say that whatever happened to the Dalai Lama needs to be completely reassessed. Whatever happens, I think he's been compromised. The question is, at what point was he compromised? I think that if we look back on his biography, we saw a king taken off his own land. And the mystical legal battle that was the Dalai Lama's biography is very revealing. We might still learn a lot from his biography, but whatever is going on with him right now, compromised to the max, whatever publicity comes off of him is going to benefit China. It's going to play into China's agenda. So you can count on that from here forward. The question is, at what point did he go into their pocket? And I can't say that. I can't say at what point that story became inorganic. But somewhere in his life, we could all benefit from learning what happened to him in his lineage and what that all meant in that place. But I have to say, and I'm not defending anybody, I'm just saying whatever we hear out of that paradigm is going to be increasingly provocative and increasingly playing into reactivity, which is not Buddhist. And I'll just leave it at that. To be reactive to what the Dalai Lama is to go against what the Dalai Lama taught you. So resist reactivity to whatever they're going to do to that poor tortured soul.
When it comes to it's so interesting to bring up the Dalai Lama. When we talk about being bought and paid for as an institution, that's the epitome of that. The Beastie Boys' involvement with the whole Free Tibet movement, for anybody who doesn't know. But when it comes to meditation, one reason why it's so hard is because people don't have the self-love universally across the board for themselves as they do for their favorite form of entertainment, right? For their favorite fix, or for their favorite vice, or for their favorite whatever, right? Like it's very easy to turn that energy outward as opposed to turning it inward, because if you don't really love yourself, if you don't really like yourself, if you don't really spend time with yourself, why would you pay attention to you? You see what I mean? So this is why meditation is so important. I tell people all the time, like, journal, right? Like it amazes me, excuse me, the level of people who don't spend that amount of time with yourself, because journaling is a form of meditation, right? And you can journal through writing in a book. You can journal through what you post online. Whatever floats your boat, whatever works. It's about getting to know yourself. It's about seeing where your mind goes. It's about understanding why it goes there, why it reacts that way. The way people do a thing is the way they tend to do most things and everything. So until you get to the root, what are you really doing? For me, that's what you get. I know you said a moment ago, Franklin, that you don't really get anything from meditation. I would have to beg to differ, because you may not get an instant gratification as so many of us are used to, but you will eventually get a self-realization that only you could get and no one could get for you, that was priceless to achieve. And moments like that are what I believe you're supposed to be after. If you're not after self-realization, I don't know what you're doing, because whatever year, age you are, however long you've walked this earth in these realms, your life is a series of moments. There's no day you remember all 24 hours of, or all 12 hours of, or maybe even 5 hours of. There are moments that stick out. By journaling, not only do you get to recall the majority of them, hopefully, but you get to understand why they stick out, what gives them meaning. And with that, I say love, peace, and power to you, Franklin. Thank you so much for the space. It has been incredible. Gabe, you have been a wonderful Saturn Day champion. I so look forward to these builds. Indy, thank you so much for your energy and information. You are incredible. Soraya, I'm so happy when you are with us, because we do need that feminine energy on the table. I'm happy that you can always join us. Louis, Polymathin, you are incredible. I'm happy that you joined us and opened your mouth. I hope that you do that much more often. And Ronan, I love it when you get a fire lit underneath you. You are the absolute best. Love, peace, and power to all of you.
So much love and thank you, brother. And just to clarify what I was saying earlier, what I was meaning was that if one is meditating with a selfish intent, then one will get a selfish benefit. And if one is meditating with a selfless intent, one will get a selfless benefit. So I wasn't meaning that you won't get anything out of it. I was just saying that what you get out of it might be more destructive than positive, depending on if one's intention and one's drive is towards not getting anything out of it. That's when one gets a lot out of it. But when you're meditating with the intent of, okay, I'm going to meditate for 20 minutes and I'm going to get X, Y, Z out of it, then the intention of what I'm getting out of it will get in the way of actually retrieving what's really there. I don't know if that makes sense. Sort of like if I decide that I want to write a song. Now I'm going to sit down, I'm going to write a song. It's not going to happen. I need to sit down and clear my mind and allow the song to come to me, and then it writes itself. I think meditation is like writing a song in a sense. And if the intention that's there to begin with is too much ego and control, then the whole point of writing the song is lost, because the song won't want to write itself through you. And I think meditation, to me, it seems the same. That when you just do it for the sake of doing it, that's when you get the full benefit of it. But if you're meditating because you're going to make more money, because you're meditating, I think something's going to get lost in translation, if that makes sense. And so much love to you, brother. Thank you for joining us. Your seminal truth and your seminal sharing has been absolutely fundamentally beautiful, as have all of you. And I'd love to give you all the chance to close up.
That was extremely powerful, Kilao. Appreciate also, this is the first time we've been on a stream together, so power and blessings to you. Likewise, Soraya, likewise, Ronan. And you said something beautiful there, and it's about journaling. And when you spoke, I also heard the word journeying, and I think that's just as important, being on that journey, so we can write our own script for our journal. I've always been of the mind that you can't, you have to focus on the journey. The goal will come, but as you were saying about the meditation, when you make it all about the goal, then you lose track. You get off road completely, and it can be difficult to get to the root in what we are in right now because of what's been grafted on so much. And Gabe was saying some beautiful things there about grafting, and I thought of a couple things about my Italian grandfather. This was knowledge that we're just finding out now, but how important it was to work with the lunar cycles with the grafting, because of how the water is being lifted up and down. And that's maybe something to think of with the changes going on happening, how they're always trying to move us around and migration, and a lot of it is water. It's that flow. So maybe that's something to look at a larger scale. And when I think of the water flow, I go to our veins, I go to our neurology, I go to the mycelium, as you were mentioning before as well, Franklin, and you were bang on. You were bang on, because it is almost a 3 times rate that it seems to be life responds to it. And it's not just humans, but we see it in when the crazy folks do their rat studies nowadays, but we also see it because they're making dog and cat medicine out of mushroom medicine currently. So when it's used on there, we're seeing very similar effects, that we're getting this incredible, almost 300x life granting effect. And one of the key things in that is this concept called cell apoptosis, which is programmed cell death. And this is an interesting concept, because if we're not just thinking about our own bodies, if we're thinking almost on a societal scale, because we know of necrosis, which is an exterior environmental effect causing the cell death, but this is this is the natural process of the how long the cell is going to live and how it's programmed from the beginning. So that word apoptosis, when you were speaking about grafting, I thought America, it's been grafted, the serpent being grafted over, that same system brought in, and that serpent's friggin' name is Apep, or Apop, essentially. And that, having that circular, not thinking, but when you can connect those Ouroboros that are all over the place, that itself is that lesson that's showing you, hey, bud, it's the journey, not the goal, right? It's showing you right there with it. So it's amazing how they can do all the crazy magic they want to do with their Babylonian, bring in all, reignite all the old gods and put it into the new words and graft all they want. But all they're doing is just teaching us sages new lessons to awaken us, to awaken those serpents within us, our DNA, right? To awaken those same things. So that's the key to that, is not to get lost like they want us to, but to stay on that journey. And if we do, then they're screwed. They have no idea the kind of energy that we're bringing up here. So it's been a pleasure being with all of you here again, and looking forward to the future ones.
Thanks, Louis. So glad to have you here with us again today. And I want to thank all of you guys for a wonderful discussion today. It was just amazing. We could probably do tangents off this show for lifetimes. We've covered so many great things. But I want to thank you all each individually. I want to thank Franklin for bringing in the giants into this discussion. I love when I can talk about the giants, and it's just such a fascinating thing. So much mystery there, and so much to be revealed. I also want to thank Gabe for bringing in the aquatic ape theory, dude. Oh my God, I love talking about that. That is like, I'm writing a book about that. That's like my life goal right now, is to get that out there. So I love to be able to talk about that and throw some ideas around about the aquatic ape theory. It's just so powerful to me. A lot of people who know me know that I kind of turn everything into the aquatic ape theory when I philosophize sometimes. It's kind of a thing that I do. I'm very passionate about it.
That's awesome. That's so cool, because it's like your version of the placenta for me. Like, I do the placenta, you do aquatic ape, and we come to the same.
That's a beautiful analogy that you mentioned there. That's really cool. And it actually made me think of the idea of what the Native Americans say, that we are all in the heart of God together, which is very different than saying you have God in your heart as a separate person. We're all in it together. We're in the placenta together, growing together as one. And I just love that. And it's so spot on. And when you can see as a Taoist that all things are interconnected in one, but we divide them so that we can communicate in words and referential terms. But we fail to look past that sometimes and realize that things are still interconnected as one. So when we can remind ourselves that, it really helps for me, for us all, I think. It's beautiful. And I wanted to thank Gabriel for his amazing mentions of the journaling as a form of meditation. That is so spot on, and that made a spark in me. I need to maybe get back into doing some journaling for myself, and also for mentioning low key and the cloning. I personally, after our show, I think it was last week, we're mentioning Loki. I'm like, I need to catch up on that show. So I ended up watching the whole show in like 2 days time, and I love it. So we can talk more about that anytime. And I'm gonna have to check out your shows on that too. Decoding Loki. That's awesome. So I had a couple notes I just wanted to mention before the show's over. You guys, we were talking about the Celtic giants, and I don't know if you guys are familiar. We talked about the Tuatha De Danann. The Fomorians is the name of the giants for the Celtics, and that name comes from Fo, for beneath, and Moria, the sea. And so those giants came from beneath the sea in their name. And then you have the Celtic giant Finn McCool with the first name Finn. And so there's a big connection between the giants and the ocean, and I think there's something there to it. It's just a beautiful. So there's some other stuff too, but we can't cover it all. But I love each and every one of you. Thank you so much for being here, Soraya, Louie. You're amazing. Thank you for being here as well. I love all the information about the mushrooms. It's so powerful, and I try to put that out for folks in my community as well. It's been very helpful for me and for others. So
thank you, brother.
Much love, brother. Much love.
And thank you, Louis, as well. Thank you all. And thank you, Konami and Dr. K, for being here too. I wanted to respond to one thing that Dr. K said that I really think that we should think more about, and Louis was onto it. Is the journal. It's probably one of the most singular, universal things from all the occult traditions. And it's from a magical perspective, it's considered the weapon of the heart. So you've got the weapon of all the different spheres. And the heart's weapon is the sphere of the book. And the book is your journal. That's where you keep your knowledge, your knowledge, you know? And so that there is something to be said about writing down your story and keeping track of your own history in terms of keeping the perception of reality clean and pure through your own eyes. Because you get to challenge yourself when you write down in your diary. When you write your own feelings down or your thoughts, you have to double check. You think you're thinking and feeling one thing, you write it down, you go, what am I really thinking? What am I really feeling? It gives you that second opinion. Like you go to a doctor, am I okay? Oh, I'm not going to take your word for it. I'm going to get a second opinion. Well, we can do that for ourselves. And in a sense, the diary becomes a very powerful tool in keeping it real for ourselves. And it also becomes a very powerful tool in generating and stimulating our memory. And memory must be one of the more important skill sets to develop, especially when it comes to the spiritual path, because it's we learn from our memory and we learn retrospectively. So if we develop our memory to a better extent, then we're able to, in real time, access all of our previous screw-ups and not repeat them. So we tend to be cyclic creatures. We tend to make the same mistakes over and over again. It's part of our human condition. So the diary has got so many fail-safes built into the system of writing. And it's something that we don't do anymore. Very few people have diaries these days. And it used to be such a common thing to have a diary.
Yes. You know, I see a bit of language trickery going on. Like I see a weave, a small weave around this diary having to do with your dream. The word dream is a byproduct of your day. When you go all day on working, doing, producing, consuming, the dream is the end of the process. It's the excretion. And this is why dream in reverse is the Spanish word for shit. Mierda. Dream in reverse is mierda. Mierda is shit. And this is actually beautiful because it's your private time. It's your time alone. It's your time of reprieve. It's your time of relaxing, of coming back to a sense of leisure, of wholeness, of redemption. And isn't it fascinating that when you're in the privacy of the bathroom, when you're taking a merde, you're daydreaming, but you're also reflecting on your diary. Even the word diary, where you write down your dreams, it rhymes with diarrhea. And so there's something about these strange thoughts that you churn out of your head that turn into dreams, that turn into the shit you think about. And of course,
literally.
and it's kind of silly that we're dismissive of it, or we make it into funny silliness or jokes. We trivialize it and make it into jokes. But like Franklin was saying, it's like people have stopped valuing their own thoughts. They've stopped considering their privacy sacred. In their alone time is become a thing of shame. And I think it's important that maybe we break that spell and go back into valuing the shit that we think about when we're alone in all of our privacy, and make that more of a value to return to ourself.
I love that, brother. It's scatological and Saturnological. You're playing with time in both ways, really, when you're sitting on the pot. Nice weave.
Well said.
It was an honor to be here. It looks like the inmates have taken over the asylum. But I appreciate each and every one of you. I appreciate each and every one of you. Massive love, peace, and harmony to all of you. Please check out my channel on the YouTubes. Last night, hey guys, Kalel's there. It's his show too, so come check it out. We had an awesome, beautiful show last night. We're doing a lot of amazing things on the Ronin experience. We're doing a lot of experimental things, and we're churning the waters ourselves. It's not a stale pond over at the Ronin experience. So we had also an amazing show on Wednesday evening. So you guys are always very thought-provoking for me. So it does take me a bit when I feel like I have to do take back sometimes, because I can read the comments when I share, because there's a little bit more to expound on kind of my my thoughts and ideas on certain topics that are difficult for me to just say, and I don't, so yeah, it takes me a minute to build when I'm going. But come check us out. I also teach solutions to a lot of this beast system. There are very vast levels to what I can share for people for real solutions. Kalel can attest to this. There's levels, there's a lot of things that I could share. So in practical ways, as to DeFi. But massive love, support the underground always. And you're not alone. You're one, we're one. And there's a lot of levels to that. Indy touched on that, but thank you so much. Gratitude, peace, and harmony. Later, guys.
Many thanks to you, Dipstick Ronin. Thanks for bringing up the vapor canopy today. I forgot to mention that. Thank you.
Those are that's a whole show. It's, a lot of this stuff are whole shows on their own. You know what I mean? So I'm like, just the brochure. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, can't stop discussing it.
Well, I'm gonna drop off. I don't know if we need them, and I love the The journaling reminds me of like Captain's Log, Stargate. I got to keep the Captain's Log, the ship's log. But I'm gonna drop. I don't know if the captain, the shaman, is gone, and if he. I'm wondering if we all drop off, if it'll shut down, or this will just go on until next week. But I'm gonna drop off, guys. Later.
Let's drop this log, y'all. Let's drop this log. I think I sent a Klingon. I'm sensing a Klingon in the back. Let's get out of here.
All right. We're getting immature. I'm out here, guys. Later.
Big love, everybody. Scaramouche, while we do the fandango.
Oh man. Much love, everyone. Much love.
Much love.
Much love.
See y'all next week.
Till
Thanks for
next
all.
week.
Love you guys.
Bye.
Bye, Soraya.
Well, it seems we're still here. I'm so sorry for that. My internet seems like it fell over. But so much love to all of you. Hope you're having an absolutely gorgeous day and enjoyed the show. Take care. Keep it real. Keep it sweet. Om Shanti.